Alright, everybody, welcome to Seaside Summer Marina Day 7. I mean, we should be kicking things off and getting right into it here. Today is the first day of the quarterfinals, so we will be seeing that. You are once again left with Yo7 and the voices in my head. That I'm gonna be the only person doing the commentary for this first match once again, unless someone else arrives halfway through that I didn't know about another time, but you know what, here we are. It is what it is. So yeah, we did have a few big issues, hence by the way why you're seeing just Yo7 and his inner demon over there on the left hand side. We did have a few scheduling conflicts, a few major scheduling conflicts. So unfortunately, because of that, the quarterfinals will not be entirely streamed, so there will be two matches that, there will not be any like live coverage of. So I do apologize for that. We will be going into the semifinals and the finals. All of those matches will be streamed. That is my promise to you and everybody else. As one of the people kind of around the top crust of this tournament. I promise I will make it happen. Blood, sweat, and tears. Whatever it's going to take. We will get that footage to all of you. So. With that being said, the two matches of the four that we are going to be seeing today is going to be FF Frogfin versus FNE. That is going to be the match that we're starting with today, which is going to be a really great match. I'm very much looking forward to it. And we're going to be ending off the day with YSL versus Prototype. Another fantastic match that I cannot wait to see. We're going to see some fantastic Identity 5 play today. It's going to be fantastic. It's going to be great. I've said the word fantastic about 3 times in the last couple sentences, so we're going to stop that now, but yeah, we should be ready to go fairly quick. I hope it's not like yesterday where I thought we were going to be ready to go fairly quick, and then we ended up taking another 20 minutes or so, so hopefully it's not that again, but yeah, we should be getting into it fairly shortly. I hope this time, but it is just gonna be me today, me and you, chat. So if you have any questions or anything that you want to ask about the tournament and stuff, this is probably the best time to really put those and field those questions, because I'm gonna have a lot of time to talk to you about them. And I assume this matchup, I mean, we may see this matchup even go to a round 3 now. Of course, I mean, Frogfin, also known as Rival, has been just blowing out their opponents. If I have to tell you the truth, if we look at the chart here, we can see Frogfin, they have won both of their previous matches. They actually did lose a round to Amy, so I guess that that isn't entirely true. But we have seen FNE do the exact same, winning both of their previous matches 0-2 in favor of them. So very dominant, two very dominant teams that we've seen thus far. So I mean, we'll be seeing which one of them continues their reign as the top dog, if you will. And I mean, yeah, as that said, we're gonna go into our pick bands. We're a little bit progressed through it, actually. I was just going over the bracket and it raced up on me a little bit quickly there. But so we are seeing a Seer, Magician, Psychologist band. Very standard. This is kind of the stuff. I mean, just the stuff you see normally, pretty much preparing for Goatman, essentially, and that that's what we see a lot of the time in the first round. Just Goatman, just looking to get rid of Goatman. That's really all it is, and that's probably what we're gonna see here. We're probably gonna see a Goatman anyway, because he's just so oppressive, but. We'll have to see. I'm seeing not a Gordinator, a Coordinator and a Puppeteer pick on the side of, it looks like Frogfin is gonna be, yeah, Frogfin is gonna be on the Survivor side. We have, oh my gosh, FNE on the Hunter side. Oh man, I'm dropping my I'm dropping my knowledge all over the floor, everybody. So it's already begun, because Yeah, it's wow. Okay. I'm also trying to type Discord messages at the same time because, you know, I guess it isn't obvious that trying to commentate and doing that is really hard to some people. So, you know, here we are. In any case, that is what we're going to be seeing on the Survivor side. It looks like we're just waiting for the coordinator to finish locking in her talents, maybe potentially. Potentially looking for some different angle than she might already have placed down into the persona web. It's actually going to go right down to the wire, down to that last second until we hit 0 there, working on that persona build. So we'll definitely have to see. Yeah, we'll definitely have to see who they pick. And it. Well, alright, everybody. Well, it looks like we're gonna be starting with an undead in the first match. Chat, I don't know what to tell you. I was expecting, man, I don't know what's going on. Every time I come into a match, I'm like, man, it's probably just gonna be, the meta. That's what I'm expecting. I'm expecting Goatman. I'm expecting, like, Ivy, Hullabaloos, Opera State, like the 4 horsemen of, you know, Top Hunter. And then we're coming out with an undead. An undead! Oh my gosh. So that's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy right at the beginning that we're starting things. Again, chat, this is crazy. They're gonna spawn in the bottom right hand corner here, I guess. I guess really this spawn is good because you kind of have those open pathways that you can potentially down the survivors, and so like you have a lot of open space to go for that forward. You have a lot of open space to go for that mechanic, you know, to be able to do that. I mean, Ever Sleeping as well just has like choke points, the same reasons why it's good for Mad Eyes, with those hallways that you can really block off the survivors, and kind of makes it good for Undead as well because it's more difficult to dodge his dashes in those enclosed narrow areas. So I mean, you know, if you were gonna play Undead, this is probably the map to play him on, but still, this is a statement. This is an absolute statement from Killer Boss to bring out an Undead, a historically fairly terrible hunter. Okay, I'm just gonna say it like that. I'm gonna be completely blunt and honest with you here, everybody. Like, Undead, not seen as a great hunter. Not seen as a great hunter by a long shot. And I mean, bringing that out round 1, disregarding the whole meta, and just the confidence, I wish I had even an iota of this confidence, everybody. Like, even if, okay, I am not, but even if I was the best Undead player in the entire world, I would not bring him out round 1 tournament. I would just be that nervous. So to have the confidence that Killer Boss has, like, I would ace every single job interview. Like, you just know this is the most confident person that you have ever met. But it looks like he's gonna go for that mechanic first, not quite managing to land a hit on her before she transitions into that graveyard area, and just, I mean, not really wanting to bother with it. Hitting that 50 energy pretty quickly. I mean, already expended on that 5 charges. Actually, Coordinator using her gun, but it is going to be canceled because the Undead can just cancel any stuns that happen to him while he's over 50% energy. And that Coordinator pick, I mean, basically useless in this entire game. That one gun that she had takes the hit anyway. Puppeteer gonna bring the pallet down, gonna try to bring the second one down, not gonna make it in time, gonna get hit, but the puppet mode is enabled, not gonna make too much of a difference. Going up onto the stairs with the, with the jumping mode, not really hitting the Puppeteer. Puppeteer, I mean, I would say getting a decent amount of kite, really being disciplined with his Lewis's, but too disciplined, it looks like, and actually takes a normal hit. Now it's only going to take one of those attacks for the Puppeteer to be falling onto the ground. We're not going to be seeing him be able to take any more damage, but does dodge the attack. Dodges the attack, but not the second one. Terror Shock going to come out on the side of Killer Boss, and full presence has already been achieved. gonna warp right down, sees that coordinator, actually got herself a syringe, so she wasn't decoding that whole time. Killer Boss probably knows this. He can see the syringe in her hand, actually gets a fantastic jump attack onto the coordinator, gonna be able to break this pallet down. And, I mean, it really all depends whether Coordinator is going to be able to get into this second story once again or not. Actually flywheels the jump attack one more time. It looks like she is going to be pretty much done for. Yeah, and we're going to see the Coordinator fall onto the ground. Cypher's really struggling right now. I mean, you have about two Cyphers at 50, one getting near there, one is completed, and one is barely even started. So we can see the result of the Mechanic in this match, but unfortunately it doesn't look like Mechanic has really made the difference that you know, you hope Mechanic is gonna make. Gets that energy right away, taking down the doll, and probably, yeah, gonna look to go back to this Coordinator. Wants to probably target out the Coordinator or Puppeteer. One thing you do have to think about with Undead is that, you know, you still have those 3 lives very consistently. You know, the survivors don't even have to go rescue their teammates for one of those downs. So, I mean, there's still plenty of opportunity for Frogfin to come back here. And yeah, I mean, the Coordinator doing a great job avoiding the Hunter just doesn't know where they are. The Hunter is unaware of this Coordinator's position right now, has no warp to work with, only 1 dash left remaining, and just really struggling to find a next target. I mean, they took down that Mechanic bot, that's great and all, but they do not have a target to go for right now. Gonna lock onto the Puppeteer finally. It took quite a long time. He does have one more puppet mode to work with. We're probably gonna see him break that out right now. There it is. And, I mean, I would have to guess he's going to try to transition himself all the way to that graveyard. We've seen this Undead really does not want to chase in graveyard so far. Left the Mechanic straight away. Doesn't drop the pallet. Disciplined enough to not do that. Does get hit over the window. That's going to be a second down on the Puppeteer. But the Cypher progress is starting to creep up on him. Killer Boss starting to get into that a bit more precarious position as he goes for this forward. I mean, forward, you know, it can be said that Undead is a counter to him, but a lot of times forward can just dash around the pallet, and Undead does have a little bit of a hard time. He can use his sword slap onto the ground to, you know, to get damage. Oh, what a fantastic doll body block from the Mechanic, using that doll that's pretty much not useful at all to him right now, and managing to just get some more extra little bit of durability out of it. Does eventually get hit here. Undead disrespecting the pallet all the way, and Puppeteer, he's gonna get himself back up. It looks like, actually no, I think the Puppeteer might bleed out. Either that, no, he still has his exit pass, so he's definitely got that primed. I think he's just waiting. He's waiting on the ground here. Very fantastic play from the Puppeteer. Pallet stun coming in from the forward. Yudu just taking on the Undead, whacking him right in the head with that. I mean, it's difficult to get a pallet stun against an Undead, everybody. It really is. And now, I mean, what can the Undead do? He's forced. He can't go back to this Puppeteer. He can't get, you know, he can't eliminate that third person out of this match yet. They still have that exit path. I'm sure it is primed. We're going to see forward race himself away. There is a dash to work with. Not sure if the Undead knows where that dash, you know, where the forward actually went after that football usage, though, so doesn't actually opt to use it. And Puppeteer just crawled away enough to where the Undead just doesn't know where he is. He does not know where he is, and this is exactly how you dismantle an Undead very well, everybody. I mean, you just, even though we saw amazing plays from Killer Boss in the early game, getting a lot of hits onto the survivors very quickly, which is what you want. Basically, it's never going to be bad against any hunter. Frogfin still coming back, playing the long game, you know, and executing it perfectly, keeping Killer Boss chained between these last 2 ciphers because he knows, all right, he's a knower. If he leaves, one of these is going to get popped. It looks like one of them is going to get popped now. Down goes the forward, but it is his first time going down, and Killer Boss now completely chained to this chair, or not this chair, this cipher, and there goes the pop. Not able to do anything. Forward actually does not get up, does not have borrowed time. Not that it matters, he can self-heal himself anyways. We're gonna see the pallet break. This looks like it is gonna be a down on the Mechanic, actually prolonging it a little bit, does flywheel, dodges it, no, doesn't dodge it. Mechanic is gonna be going onto the ground. Is she gonna be able to crawl? Is she gonna be able to crawl, everybody, over to that exit gate? I mean, Killer Boss, obviously he needs to go find this forward now. This forward cannot self-heal. And, you know, if the mechanic self-heals or not, you know, it's going to be what it's going to be. If she makes it, if she doesn't make it. From what I see right now, I think she's opting to heal. I think the survivors are actually healing the mechanic. And it looks like they are. That way, the bleed-out process stops. The Tide Turner is activated. It looks like Killer Boss just chained to the other side of the map. And we're going to be seeing a 3-survivor escape from Frongfin in the first half of round 1, everybody. Just really excellent play on the side of the survivors there, I think. Just showing you how you can have that bad early game and just still recover from it. Wow, I don't really, that's all I have to say about it. Just what fantastic execution from the side of the survivors there, honestly. You know, Killer Boss really tried. I mean, he had a magnificent early game, but it's just very difficult, especially when you do exactly what Frongfin did, which was, you know, keep yourself down on the ground, not allow, you know, like, because the sooner you heal yourself against an undead, you know, the sooner you allow the undead to go back and chase you once again. So, I mean, with, you know, that being done, the undead, you know, he doesn't have really anything to do. He has to go for those other survivors, gets stuck between ciphers, then he's in a position where he can't really chase you. It's just a very difficult position to dig yourself out of as an undead, and, you know, just really phenomenal play from Frongfin to actually, you know, I mean, really dig. I would say dig a hole for the undead, but it was more like digging his grave, you know, because they obliterated this first round. But I mean, you know, with all that being said, very good gameplay still from Killer Boss. I mean, it takes some guts to bring out a undead, all right, a Percy in the first round, in the first half of a fairly high stakes tournament. It takes some absolute guts to do that, especially against Frongfin, one of the, I mean, debatably, actually widely considered as the best team that NAEU has currently and potentially has ever had. There is a little bit of debate for that second part, but I mean, just really admire that confidence from him. But, you know, at the end of the day, there is a reason why that they are considered to be some of the best players that we have ever seen on our server. And you saw that showcased right there. Able to take a bad situation, flip it right on its head, and still get a 3-survivor escape right out of that match. But yeah, I've taken a drink of water. That's why there's silence, everybody. Just in case you're wondering, silence. All right, when Yo7 stops talking for a few seconds, that means water is coming in. But it does look like we are going to now move into the second half of round number 1. Rival Sprinter, or Frongfin Sprinter, pardon me, is going to be on the hunter side. We're seeing the FNE survivors on the survivor side, of course, and I mean, difficult position, I would say, especially in round 1 for FNE, because they gotta make up a lot of ground here. You kind of expect to see a hunter win in the first round. At least that's what I've grown to expect to see from the precedent in this tournament. You expect that 3 or 4 survivor elimination from your hunter. You know, maybe if the survivors play exceptionally, your hunter will get a draw, and you'll have to play exceptionally in return to volley that back to the other team. But I mean, we're seeing here Frongfin escaping the manor with 3 survivors in that first half, which is just going to make a very big mountain for FNE to be climbing in this first round, especially against Sprinter of all people. I mean, if I had to choose any hunter to have to get a win against, Sprinter would not be high on the list. I gotta tell you, chat. If I had to really make a list out of it, like, you know, even pro players or anybody. Like, I would really not be like to be put in a position where you have to get that 3 survivor escape against sprinters. Incredibly difficult to do. But, you know, if anyone can do it, it is FNE. I've said it many times throughout the course of this tournament, and I've said it again. Pressure makes diamonds. We've seen some fantastic examples of that in the past, and potentially FNE will give us another example of it here as we move into our ban pick phase. Okay, fueled up on water, we're gonna see the Seer being banned out, along with the Puppeteer, allowing Antiquarian to be used. I mean, you have to imagine here, everybody, that we see a Goatman. You just have to think that. I would be remiss to say that that would not be the case, because he's just such a mainstay, you know, such a staple of the first round. But I mean, maybe, gosh, I gotta tell you, like, Killer Boss went so off. Like, Killer Boss didn't even go, like, off meta, as in, like, oh, he picked something that's still good, but, you know, maybe it just didn't work out too well. Like, Killer Boss went super off meta, picking something that's, like, almost never used. So, I mean, we'll really have to see. We will really have to see what Sprinter chooses to pick. You know, you gotta think it's gonna be meta. I don't think Sprinter's the type to maybe play around, play some games, and go a little bit off meta for the first round. I think he's gonna keep it meta. Chip, hello, welcome once again.
I do love games, and I do love non-meta. Hello, how's it going?
I mean, it's going a whole lot better now that you're here. Thank you for joining me as an emergency commentator once again. I'm sorry to have to rip you away from, you know, whatever you were doing, but I'm glad that you're here.
I might get taken away by my family, but in the meantime, I'm gonna be here providing my voice, providing my support, and my commentary for all these lovely viewers.
Yeah, I mean, well, I do regret to inform you, you did miss the party a little bit. We saw Killer Boss from FNE breaking out Undead round 1 first half.
Whoa! That's alright, starting off today strong, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that you were just as speechless as I was, because he picked it, and, like, I could not force words out for a solid 5 seconds.
What was it? Was it Ever Sleeping?
It was Ever Sleeping.
I mean, I suppose, you know, if first he gets brought out on a map, I'm gonna assume that it's gonna be Ever Sleeping.
Yeah, I mean, if you were to ever play him on a map, it would be that one, but, you know, I've said this a few times, but just because you can, maybe doesn't mean you should.
Yeah, well, you know, sometimes, you know, some people feel a little silly. They want to bring out something that's new and interesting. You know, you gotta respect it.
Yeah, I mean, you do have to respect it. I did say during the set there that, or not during the set, during the round, or the half, I suppose, you know, really go down the grapevine there. But you know, if I had a fraction of that confidence, of Killer Boss's confidence to bring out that Undead round 1, like I would be so powerful, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if with the weight of the world on your shoulders and still bringing out that Percy, I mean, you must have the most unbreakable bond, unbreakable spirit I have ever seen in my entire lifetime, that's for sure. Alright.
That is for sure, but it looks like we are going to be seeing Sprinter go for that Goatman. You know, at least I end up being right about something in this tournament, and that Sprinter is going to just stick to the meta. You know, he's not here to play games, he's here to win, and, you know, picking Goatman is definitely a winning pick.
Absolutely, the meta pick, the current defining hunter of IDV, the Goatman. Everyone knows him, everyone's seen him, everyone talks about him, because, you know, he's just right now what is just the strongest and most consistent hunter to pick and go for that 4-man, you know, go for that win for your team.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the most consistent by a mile. You see, even Hullabaloo these days, you know, Hullabaloo has fallen from grace, opera singer, you know, Shadow. all of them, you know, toppled down from their ivory pedestal, and Goatman really is the lone hunter, really remaining at the top at that high level that is so oppressive that survivors are not even running borrowed time. That is how scary his early game is.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, if what's the point in bringing a really strong trait in your persona, you know, that borrowed time, if you're not even gonna make it to that end game, you know, then you just have a dead persona build in your kit, and you're missing half of what you have to work with. Whereas if you were to bring something to make that early game stronger for you, you know, we all know that Goatman's early game is quite terrifying already. So having something extra there is going to be crucial for this team to be able to try to survive against the sprinter Goatman.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, they only did bring that borrowed time on one survivor, so we'll see how it goes. It is a big hole to dig themselves out of for the side of FNE, though, because they are needing a 3-survivor escape to even get a draw in the first round. If they want to win, they got to get 4 survivors out of this game, and that is a tall order, especially against somebody like as the likes of Sprinter.
Absolutely a tall order. The 4-man, trying to get the 4-man out against the Goatman, you know, against every other team, I would, you know, in a ranked match, like a regular ranked match and a regular IDV match, you know, I'd tell you, well, you don't have any chance against Sprinter. But, you know, maybe this survivor team is going to be able to pull through here and pull out some sort of miracle to be able to get this 4-man out. Now, we're going to be seeing the Magician getting the first hit already. Still 2 ones and a flywheel. Oh, but he is going to be going down so quickly, the Sprinter Goatman.
Yeah, I mean, 2 wands expended and 0 cages kited out. Not really the ideal first chase that you want to see. Sprinter just already being super proactive, not even taking a second to think, already going for this gardener, and she cannot rescue. That rescue's already done. Here comes the antiquarian. She's at least going to be able to have a shot at it. It looks like she is going to get it and actually get it successfully with that tide turner, but how long is the Magician really going to last?
Yeah, we see already survivors trying to use as many resources as they possibly can. Going to be using that flywheel, but still does take that chip hit. That is might be a bit more important than we might initially think for later on. Does miss the drop down attack, but the anti-crane is going to get that 12-second disarm here, so this Goatman is now pretty useless in trying to take down this Magician.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, you know, he can attack for 12 seconds, but one thing he can do is build resentment, and a lot of time on Goatman, that's all you really need, as we see the blink come out, saving even more of that for the future.
Yeah, the blink on the Goatman really just being a safe pick for the trait overall here. You know, lots of Goatmen don't bring the blink just because of how strong his chase is, but as we can see here, that blink, getting that value, getting that down just a little bit faster and saving more time that this hunter needs.
And he just somehow, he knows exactly where this antiquarian is. The game sense of Sprinter on this Goatman. I mean, look at that. She's forced to break the cage. She's not going to get it.
He doesn't even need a cage. Oh, no.
Oh. It's gonna be a stuffed chip.
Oh man!
It's gonna be a stuff.
She's not gonna make it. She's not gonna make it. That is gonna be Magician out of this match. Let's see how long this anti-carry will be able to survive now.
It looks like a little bit longer than you may have expected, everybody. Breaking Sprinter's ankles a little bit there, but no one can do it for long. And the antiquarian's gonna be hitting the floor. I mean, what do you do if you're the survivors right now? Only 2 ciphers completed. You haven't even started almost your 4th and 5th one. Yeah,
you know, Knight and Gardener being your 2 survivors that are currently up right now. Just not having more ciphers done here up to this moment is just so important for Sprinter here. Our survivors have like almost no way of getting back into this match. You have to have one survivor constantly going over to get that save, and the other person who's just going to be constantly getting chased and getting put on chair. And you know, Knight's decoding doesn't have a decoding debuff, but he also doesn't have a decoding buff. Or actually, no, he does have a decoding debuff. So you do have the slower survivor on the cipher there, and having a rescue character try to get 3 ciphers out while your other 2 teammates try to survive is quite the challenge.
Yeah, and I mean, right here, everybody, you are seeing a first-hand display as to why this individual is considered to be the greatest hunter on NAEU server right now. Just putting these survivors in the chairs at a remarkable pace, knowing exactly where this knight is, not gonna give him even a moment to really prepare himself. He's gonna do some predictions. It's gonna save him a little bit. Actually gets one of them correct. And yeah, it looks like he will be able to make it to this antiquarian with the use of that shield. The chip is gonna be used, but I don't really think it's gonna amount to much here.
Yeah, Sprinter does have that blink back up again. So, you know, even with all these mind games that are happening here, I highly doubt that they'll be able to pull something out right now. Antiquarian going to be going down yet again. Our knight is injured, is going to be unable to go for this rescue again. They're going to have to send the gardener, who does have a tie, but Antiquarian is going to be leaving to the manor here.
Yeah, I mean, still 2 ciphers left remaining. Granted, they're at 60% apiece, but I mean, just getting both of these done is, you know, a Herculean effort against a Goatman that's able to really jet himself across the map if he ever feels like doing it. Gardener getting a successful mind game. Not going to be able to get the bubble off, though. Priming it for the next time, but I think she would much rather not have got hit there than have a little bit of a better bubble chance.
I mean, even with that bubble, you know, Goatman still has quite a bit of resentment to work with here. Gonna be successfully winning a few mind games, and he's gonna be able to survive for just a little bit longer, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, I mean, winning a few mind games is clearly not enough. You need to win more than a few. Jumping over to the knight, he is gonna get that prediction off in time. Gonna be able to probably break the cage as a result of that. Nope, I lied. Sprinter just backsteps and hits it too fast, and that's gonna be 4 survivors taken out of this game, Chip.
Yeah, Survivor team needing to get that 4-man out, but unfortunately the complete opposite happened. Sprinter getting that 4K on the Goatman.
Yeah, I mean, wow is all I have to say. You know, Goatman is Goatman. You have to expect it, but the game sense on Sprinter, just know where those survivors are coming from and be able to stop them from getting to the chair at a good pace. Just really remarkable to watch.
Yeah, you know, with gameplay like that, just the time spent into playing that role really shines through. I mean, you could see with Sprinter there, the knowledge to be able to know where every survivor is most likely going to be, and to be able to stop those rescues and to be able to get those down so quickly is just, it's so impressive. It's so impressive.
Yeah, I mean, it really is, and I just not even playing it as like a casually, not even just like time invested at the top level, because those survivors, they're making the you know, top level decisions, and you can just see with how easily Sprinter is able to see through exactly what they're doing, how long he has really played against these, you know, really amazing survivors, these fantastic teams. Pretty much every great player to touch NAU as a survivor, I'm sure Sprinter's probably played against them, and I mean, you know, there's moments like that where it all shows.
Yeah, you know, if you were to try to give me, you know, a bet of like, yeah, if you survive for, you know, at least 15 seconds in a chase against Sprinter and you get like $50, let me tell you, I am not gonna be taking that bet, because somehow, someway, I'm gonna be getting terror shocked, or I'm just gonna be instantly getting chaired, because there's absolutely no way I'm surviving against that Sprinter, especially if he brings out that Goatman.
Yeah, I mean, Goatman, very horrifying. Especially, one thing I definitely have noticed that I do want to talk about with you here, Chip, is that, you know, Sprinter bringing Blink on the Goatman. We've seen kind of a metamorphosis over just this tournament, where Goatman, they were bringing Abnormal a lot at the beginning, and now in the second round, in the quarterfinals, we have seen a lot more Blink, a lot more of the safe play Goatman. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, in a tournament setting, right, you either go big or go home, but there's also the safe options. And with the safe options, we are seeing that the safe options are working, you know, bringing that Blink on the Goatman, coming through at various points, and at good points as well, might I add, you know, being able to secure that down just a little bit faster, be able to save that cage resentment to have it be used in another chase later in the match. Seeming quite effective here for our Goatman hunters.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is, you don't expect him to have it these days. You know, in this day and age, you just don't expect him to have it because, at least for me, like I am just so used to seeing Goatman with abnormal or peepers or just something else because like his chasing potential was just so good that you don't even need blink. But now that survivors, you know, especially in a tournament setting where they are expressly coming in to counter you, I mean, I guess blink is the necessary option.
Yeah, you know, I guess there's also that bit of mind game that is involved there, right? You know, with the Goatman and having the blink, because you're expecting him to have something else, something that's a lot more common. But with how many people are bringing blink into this tournament on the Goatman, you know, might just have to be something that all these teams are gonna have to expect now.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, you do really have to. You do have to respect it now. Like, you can't just kind of kite a Goatman blindly and be like, okay, he doesn't have blink. All right, whatever. You know, you have to play around that, and that just adds like a whole new level of extra mind games on top of the already enormous mind games that Goatman has to deal with already. So, like, it really is. I mean, it really is very difficult to go against him, especially in that. You know, in this like little mini tournament meta that we have created here. But yeah, going into this round 2, it looks like we got Chinatown as our pick from Frogfin. Lakeside was banned on the side of FNE. And
I can't move. No.
You can't move.
The banned character's in the way from me swapping. Okay.
Okay, there we go. All right.
Everything's fine.
Tech guy Yo7 is here. Tech guy Yo7 is here to fix it. But as I was saying, we do have Survivors going first once again, or actually not once again. Survivors actually opting to run it back against Sprinter. Going first into the second round from FNE, and that's what we're going to be seeing. I mean, taking a forced survivor elimination and then immediately choosing to run it back is scary, especially like somebody of the likes of Sprinter, like I was saying before. So I mean, I'd be scared to do it, but what do you think, Chip?
Yeah, that's pretty ballsy, you know. Just because the Goatman pick is out doesn't mean that Sprinter is out, you know. Sprinter having a lot of hunters under his belt to be able to use very effectively. And on the Chinatown, quite the annoying map for both sides, but with Sprinter's experience, I highly doubt it will be a slight inconvenience for him.
Yeah, I mean, Chinatown, we have historically seen a lot of those weirder picks, all right? A lot of the more wacky stuff come out on Chinatown. I mean, I assume Sprinter's probably going to keep it to the meta. He's probably going to play Opera Singer. Like, if I had to lock in one pick, it would be Opera Singer right here. And the reason I'd lock in Opera Singer, well, I guess that's not going to happen now.
Yeah, you know, I was agreeing with you there, but it appears that the Survivors were not agreeing with you, as they have banned the Opera Singer. Sprinter going to be banning this here and the Aeroplanist.
Yeah, I guess, well, I thought Opera Singer was the best option. I suppose FNE agrees with me, because there goes the Opera Singer, everybody. So, I mean, given that Sprinter will most likely play into the meta, I mean, do you think we're going to be seeing a Shadow from him or a Hullabaloo?
Guys, it's a Wu Chang. Again, trust.
Sprinter plays Wu Chang, I swear.
Can you imagine? Oh god. I don't see the Hullabaloo coming out here, even though he is a pick on the table. We do see the Florian and the Coordinator going to be used by the Survivor team here. Going to be banning the Psychologist, so not wanting characters that are able to take extra hits here on the table. With that ban, it's kind of a Hullabaloo ban. You know, that is a bad chase for him at the start.
Yeah?
I don't know.
Definitely.
Gonna be getting the third pick.
Yeah, not the map you usually see a Hullabaloo on. First Officer now taken away. Another kind of Hullabaloo one if you were only having the option between the two of them, I mean, maybe it's somebody else.
Yeah, gonna be seeing the Merc being picked here. They have, you know, probably gonna be bringing the two Tide Turners, one on the Cord and one on the Merc, of course. Waiting to see what Sprinter is going to choose here for his Hunter on the Chinatown.
Yeah, I mean, we just gotta watch these survivors pick their personas. I mean, probably. I don't know what you pick, because, you know, we saw them in the previous match. Okay, they didn't pick a lot of borrowed. Like, one of their survivors had borrowed time, and, you know, even though they invested everything into their early game, they didn't get through it. They didn't make it to late game anyway. So, what do you bring on your personas if you are FNE here? I guess you got to keep rolling with the same old, but.
Well, if I was a survivor team here, I'm bringing 3 points into snooze, because I'm going on that chair very quickly. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what should be done here. Maybe just bringing in a third Tide could be a possibility. Gonna be seeing Sprinter picking the Ivy on the Chinatown.
Yeah, it is gonna be that Shadow. The Ivy. I mean, maybe I guess the bans make sense. I really thought it would be just a crazy hullabaloo out of nowhere, just because of those last two bans. I was like, that's kind of more a. Actually, Psychologist against Ivy makes a lot of sense now that I'm thinking about it. I was thinking it was a hullabaloo thing, but it makes a lot of sense for an Ivy to ban that.
It absolutely does. Meteorologist having the flywheel and Tide Turner, and Merc also having the Tide Turner, and the broken windows on the Cord along with the flywheel on the Florian. Only one person without the borrow time this time. So let's see if that's gonna come more into play into this upcoming round, more than it did in the last one for these survivors.
Yeah, I mean, definitely expecting to be able to make it to that end game, and against an Ivy, I'd almost have to agree. I mean, the most difficult part about Ivy in general is her end game, her very oppressive cipher control and gate control that she does have. So investing into that may be wise if they did expect the Ivy to come out. I mean, which you definitely could see it coming, especially if you know if you're going to ban Opera Singer, you have that time to strategize. But like, okay, we're getting rid of Opera Singer. This is the map we're on, and we're, you know, it's not a great hullabaloo map. So we're just gonna go with hard Ivy counters, and I can definitely see that happening.
Yeah, definitely being a more annoying map for the hullabaloo to be able to, you know, hit those clones and be able to traverse with the trapezes. Lots of, you know, areas with rooftops, and not the most optimal trapeze spots. Using it more as an ability to just, you know, get a little dash in. There's not a lot of objects to be able to fling himself over. I am gonna leave you for a moment. I don't know if I will be back, but we will see. I'm being kidnapped.
All right. Good luck with that, Chip. We wish you well. I guess we're back to Yo7 again for a little while. We'll see if Chip ends up coming back. Yeah, I mean, everybody just give Chip some love in the chat, please, because, you know, he is coming in at a time where we just, you know, we had commentators, and, you know, just real life kind of got in the way. So, you know, we ended up with just me, and, you know, Chip coming in, really saving the day with that. But, you know, we are going to see the Ivy just begin right away, putting that Yin down, going all the way over this way. Probably going to try to get some passive cipher control down onto the first officer. No, this is a mercenary. This is a coordinator. I was paying attention during spawn select, everybody. First officer was actually banned, so yeah, I don't know why I was thinking that, but I was thinking that anyway. Gets that talisman down onto one of those ciphers, which is big. Actually spots out the meteorologist going onto that cipher, and is going to be able to leech onto her as well. So definitely the survivor's going to have issues getting these ciphers done, because two of them are already virtually undecodable, because obviously you start going onto it. All right, there you go. Ivy teleports. It looks like she's going to teleport to this one. See that meteorologist? That looks like it's who Sprinter has decided he does want to chase, and is going to go on to chasing her now. Has a blowback as her spell rate now. Gets it, but Sprinter, lightning fast reflexes, getting the fear, the scare onto the meteorologist at the proper moment. As soon as she turns to use that blowback, guess what Sprinter's doing? He's pressing that button, and he is going to scare you and get that fear onto you. Or it's technically called corrosion, but I prefer the word fear. Anyway. Probably just waiting, yep, to get that next leech on there. And now we are over 60% of fear, which means one scare from the ghost is going to be enough. Another pushback coming in from the side of Paper Moon here. Red light tricking from Sprinter. I'm not sure what this is, the purpose of doing that is. Actually blinks. The blink actually missing. Trying to actually not look at the meteorologist, I believe, to... yeah, to be able to get that hit and still have all that corrosion, but not managing to get it. Meteorologist being able to get scared before that happens, and now, yeah, now we're just seeing some support coming in from the fire investigator, some fantastic support at that. Really wasting a lot of the Ivy's time. Is going to be a while before she's going to be able to catch up to the meteorologist once more. Going to go for, once again, and you're just seeing the passive Cypher slowdown that Ivy is able to, you know, unleash onto the map. All of these ciphers taking a lot longer. I mean, meteorologist, if this was any other hunter, had done a great kite. Has done a great kite up to this point, but because Ivy can make the ciphers go just so slowly, there is still definitely time for Sprinter. Like, he still has time on his watch to be able to go for this character. Actually is able to understand where precisely this meteorologist has gone with her bottle. That is amazing, and what a fantastic hit. What a fantastic hit from behind the pallet, behind the little basket there, and manages to find the meteorologist against all odds with that wooden stake. And she's going to be sitting on the chair now. All things considered, though, all things considered, I would say this is a fairly good state for the survivors. They have a fire investigator. Like, the big news for the survivors is they do have that Finn, that fire investigator on their side, and he's going to be able to do that that trick that he is able to do, where he puts down the bag right behind himself and goes onto a cipher, and the Ivy is not actually able to leech onto him with the ghost. If she wants to go for that fire investigator, she's going to have to walk all the way over there normally. But full presence from Sprinter, instant scare, going to be coming in onto the meteorologist. And meteorologist probably just going to be farmed off of the chair one more time. Really, the survivors maybe just want to get a draw here. Put the confidence in Killer Boss that he is going to be able to get the win for him, secure a win in the second half of round 2. And, you know, bring them back onto even footing with round wins, because as of right now, Frogfin is ahead in that regard. They're ahead in the regard of points too, but we do look at round wins before we look at points. Points are less important. Gun coming out from the coordinator, not in time. And with 90% corrosion onto her, she could be hit again here. She's not going to be. That missed gun, though, maybe coming back to haunt her if she held it there. Survivors actually getting their borrowed time popped because the exit gate is opening. Now, Sprinter going on to the meteorologist does have the availability to leech the fire investigator and the mercenary. He's going to go over there with the yin. He's going to try to get to that gate. I don't even know if he's going to get it to this gate in time, ladies and gentlemen. He might not actually get it to this gate. It is at 50%, pushing 60, getting to 60 now. Now, this attack recovery animation has to finish, picking her up, going to the gate with the ghost. It's not going to make it. It's not going to make it. He's not going to be able to get it in time. Even the instant scare, it is available. He's not going to be able to get there in time to use it. And it's going to be a 3-survivor escape on the side of FNE, pulling it off against Sprinter, against all odds. They are getting a 3 survivors out of this exit gate against, I mean, Sprinter's Ivy. What a fantastic game played by FNE there. You gotta hand it to him. You really do. Coming in, I was just saying, I was saying this before the match started. You know, you take a 4 survivor loss. Not great, you know, probably like the worst situation you can get, and, you know, coming off of that right away ends up, and just the survivors from FNE coming off of that 4 survivor loss, and then being able to turn the tables on Sprinter and play just such a phenomenal end game. I mean, it really was beautiful, even with all the Cypher control that the Ivy was putting down. And you saw it in the early game, leeching on Cypher after Cypher after Cypher. They still managed to get those ciphers done before the meteorologist was even onto her second chair, everybody. And you know, getting to that gate, you know, knowing that ghost was ill positioned, knowing exactly where it is, just pop that cipher, don't even care about it. It cannot get to that other side of the gate in time. If it does, Sprinter has to abandon his chase on Meteorologist, not accepting to do that and going for the Meteorologist, making sure, you know, like Sprinter tunneling out the Meteorologist, I think was really the death blow there. I have to tell you, chat. Because, you know, if he is on that Ivy 100% of the time, he does make it to that gate. But he really wanted to continue multitasking, continue on with going for that Meteorologist while going onto the gate at the same time. The survivors managing to get it open right under his nose and achieving a fantastic result. I mean, win or lose now, I think the FNE survivors can really give themselves a pat on the back for that match, because that it really was an amazing match. Alright, hydration has happened. Hydration has happened, everybody. So, yeah, I mean, going into round number 2, first half, or, yeah, second half, in fact, we're actually in a very similar position for Killer Boss that Sprinter was in the previous round. I mean, Sprinter ended up getting the forced survivor elimination anyway, but, I mean, all Killer Boss needs to do in this situation is a draw. You know, his survivors performed phenomenally, you know, getting that 3 survivor escape in the first half, and now Killer Boss, all he needs is a draw. He has a lot more of the meta available to him than Sprinter does. 1 extra pick because he did play that undead in the first round, so he's gonna, you know, all the survivors can really do is ban 1 of the meta picks, okay? They can basically choose, and they will more than likely choose to ban Goatman. So you have all 3 other meta hunters available to you if you choose to play the meta. Although we have seen from Killer Boss bringing out a lot of non-meta picks, so potentially we will see that once again from him. Just, I mean, throwing convention out the window. It has worked thus far. I mean, I did talk about it at the beginning of the game. FNE has been shutting teams out. Both of their previous matches, they have gone 2-0. They have won both early rounds and not even given their teams an opportunity for the third. And this is the first time that they are going to be seeing a lost round, FNE. So, yeah, I mean, Killer Boss has been playing not entirely the meta so far, and it just has been working out for him. So we'll see if it continues to do that. Definitely, Frogfin survivors, probably some of the most difficult survivors in the entire server to get a good result on, and we'll just have to see if he manages to do it. But yeah, it looks like everybody is pretty much readied up here. We're gonna be heading into those ban picks for the second half of round 2. Gosh, I mean, tell me in the chat, everybody, what do you think right now that Killer Boss is gonna play? Because I'm really not sure. I'm really not sure. Like I was saying before, the meta is available to him, but Killer Boss very much having defied a significant amount of the meta in the past in favor of more, you know, more comfortable picks for him. I would imagine that they are, you know, for, you know, playing these different characters that we haven't really historically seen. And, you know, finding great success with it. It looks like we are going to see that Goatman ban coming out from Frogfin. Not really a big surprise on that. I mean, you just expect Goatman, once again, the only hunter that has really stood tall above the rest in terms of, you know, staying at that extremely, almost always will get a good result against you. Like, Goatman really is, you know, a 3 survivor elimination or more hunter. Like, he is almost guaranteed that, so any chance, you know, the survivors, if he's not picked already, he will be banned. He will be banned out right away. And I would imagine that we will not see that change for the remainder of the tournament. Goatman will only be played once. He really only exists in that first round because he's just so scary. Survivors in any further round, they will ban Goatman. They will just get rid of Goatman. If the hunter has the Goatman, they will take away that Goatman because he really is just that good. But once again, as a reminder, Killer Boss here only needs to get 2 points, okay? He only needs to get a draw in this match to be able to get a round win, draw it even in terms of round wins with Frogfin. If he wanted to make it even in terms of points, he would have to achieve a 4 survivor elimination, I believe, because... Yes, he would have to achieve a 4 survivor elimination to make it even in terms of points. But we look at rounds over points, so round wins will also force a round 3. I mean, anything, a draw or, yeah, no, a 3 survivor or a 4 survivor escape from the side. Oh, actually, no, I'm mistaken, everybody. A draw or above. A draw or above. Killer Boss will win and force that round 3. To achieve a 2-round win, Frogfin here, and they have, you know, again, been shutting teams out. They must get all 4 survivors out of the exit gate. They must get all 4 survivors out of the exit gate to achieve a win. Very difficult to do against Killer Boss, if not impossible. So, I mean, we can expect that round 3 to be coming in, everybody. Otherwise, we will be seeing that round 3. That is the only condition we have for a you know, conclusion here in the second half of round 2 is Frogfin getting all 4 of the survivors out. Very unlikely to happen, so I mean, I'm excited. I always love going to round 3 because it just means we get to watch more Identity 5. We get to see more of these fantastic players do fantastic things, and I am all for that. Now, it will be the Hunter's selection time, so we'll see what Killer Boss opts to go for. It is going to be meta, potentially. Hovering that Opera Singer, not sure about locking it in just yet. Giving a good think to it. Of course, you would love to draw here if you are a Killer Boss. Opera Singer, known as pretty strong to draw. Actually did miss a ban there, which I didn't notice until now, but did actually miss a ban. But yeah, Opera Singer, very strong, because, you know, even the survivors being able to play in a way that forces draws against Opera Singer fairly consistently. Opera Singer wants a draw in this case. She is super happy with a draw because it gives her the win in this round, and that's what she needs. That's exactly what she needs. You know, of course, I'm sure Killer Boss would absolutely love to get that 4 survivor elimination. And I would love to see him get that 4 survivor elimination because it would be phenomenal to watch a Hunter be able to get that against, you know, again, arguably the greatest survivors in the server right now. So, I mean, yeah, well, we'll just have to see what happens. We got this kind of fish spawn from the survivors with Killer Boss going down in that center area underneath the umbrellas. Lots of borrowed time, once again, brought by the survivors. Meteorologist, the only character not having it, which, I mean, is fairly standard. You kind of expect that. Meteorologist, just such a great kiter that she almost just doesn't need. She just almost doesn't need it. Oh, oopsie daisies. There we go. Just quickly updating the scoreboard here to reflect the first half, because I forgot to do that previously, but, yeah. I think we should potentially be getting another commentator in fairly soon, I hope. Yeah, and Yo7 can go away for this match. But yeah, for the time being, we will stay like this, and I will be continuing to just do things. But yeah, once again, the condition for Frogfin here is going to be the round. Is going to be that 4 survivor escape. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, welcome back, Chip. I was not sure. We have Smores in here now. Who was gonna be commentating. Oh my goodness! Oh wow! All right, we are seeing some terrible ping from me, but definitely not from Killer Boss in that instance, because that was wild. We were getting about 2 frames per 10 minutes there, but it does seem to have evened up, and we're gonna see an aeroplanist chase happening. First things first from Killer Boss, going for them right away. Makes a lot of sense for an opera singer, I guess. You know, gets a drop down hit. That's huge. Is the airplane going to be able to make this pallet up here? He is not going to be able to. Actually opts to use the hover instead. That is a resource expended, and a very crucial resource at that, taken away. Just wow, and getting the down. That is a huge early down. That is hugely crucial for the hunter right now. Very, very catastrophic for the survivors. Getting hit this early when they do only need to get that draw on the side of the hunter to force a round 3 when the even a 3 escape forces a round 3. Survivors, I mean, of course, their win condition to end it in the second round is that forced survivor escape, like I've said many times. But yeah, it's really great showing so far from the opera singer.
Gonna be seeing the Merc coming in here for the rescue. He's gonna be playing a little bit of mind game, but does get the terror shock on the mind game. Incredible reaction speed by our hunter here. This is gonna be a double down scenario. Looks like Aeroplane is gonna be trying to survive as long as they possibly can, but Opera Singer does have her blink up and available. So let's see how they will be utilizing their kit at the moment.
Yeah, it does get it. Actually gets him on the transition. That third propeller actually expended from the airplane is trying to ensure that he gets that transition, but it actually ends up screwing him over, I believe, there, because he wasn't able to vault that pallet quick enough, and Opera Singer just snags him as he's going over.
Yeah, I'm not so sure if this rescue is worth it anymore. You know, Airplane doesn't really have a whole lot to work with, just a broken Windows that is off cooldown, and a knee-jerk reflex that is about to be off cooldown. But we're going to be seeing the Meteorologist coming in here for this rescue, and I'm going to be taking that first hit. The Tide Turner will be used, so that will be an extra 20 seconds buff for these survivors that is definitely absolutely necessary for them right now at the moment, because they are absolutely being thrown into chaos by this Opera Singer and by Killer Boss, who still has Blink up and available for their next chase.
Yeah, I mean,
such a scary situation.
This pallet up here, I mean, you know, being an amazing pallet, but not being able to be quite reached by Green twice in this chase sequence. And yeah, that's going to be the Aeroplanist eliminated, everybody. So it is official, and we will be seeing a round 3, but Killer Boss still going to be trying to go for and get as many of these survivors out of the match as he can, because, of course, if he wants to even it up in terms of points with Frogfin, he is going to be needing that forced survivor elimination. And yeah, I mean, lots of distance made from the Meteorologist, but a terror shock coming through. Mercenary has actually been healed up in his entirety, it looks like. So, I mean, he will be able to come in for this next rescue, but Basement is going to be here. Now, Opera Singer and Basement, it could be better. Like, I'll keep it real with you, everybody here. It could be better, but I mean, in this situation, I mean, the survivors have only completed 2 ciphers, everybody. The one that they're working on right now is pushing 70%, which is not bad, and accelerated decoding does mean they are going to be able to chew through ciphers fairly quickly, but I mean, just a tough situation to try to even win if you're Frogfin, and they probably just want to get one survivor out of the gate here, if I have to guess, to maintain a point advantage. That is most likely the plan from Frogfin. Not gonna allow Killer Boss, you know, any opportunity to really make back, you know, that fantastic result that they did achieve against him in round 1.
Yeah, you know, this rescue is absolutely not what they want to be doing right now. You know, the Basement against the Opera Singer, just gonna be buying time, trying to bait that Tinnitus. The Merc is there, you know, if the Opera Singer does decide to ever leave, which, you know, why would she? She's in such an advantageous position. Gonna be going back over towards the chair area, and is now gonna be have to kiting against the Opera Singer. Does have all 3 herbal pads, so that is gonna be helpful, but I'm not so sure if this Magician is gonna be able to complete all 2 ciphers while this Merc kites for his life.
I mean, we will have to see. I mean, I'm sure the Mercenary, very great kiter. The screen does appear to be frozen right now, so I'm not sure what's happening. There we go. The Opera Singer, during all that, looks like they got 1 hit. Mercenary making their way along this balcony area. Actually, out of the two balconies here, the one at Hotel and the one here, this one is the better of the 2 for the Opera Singer. Going to be able to get that hit before the elbow pad coming to fruition, and now, I mean, the Magician, Frogfin himself, is the only one left alive in this game.
Yeah, you know, America's not going to be able to heal himself too quickly. Does have that shell-shocked, trait. So this is going to be very difficult for this magician to try to survive here. You know, he does have all of his abilities at his disposal, all 3 wands and a flywheel. So let's see what he'll be able to do against this opera singer.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully looking to kite long enough for Mercenary to bleed out at least a good portion. I would think that is more than likely the plan for this magician here. Gonna be kiting for as long as he can, you know, push his advantage while he still has items, while he still has resources to use. Make sure Mercenary is bled out as much as he possibly can before taking the down. Mercenary actually going to self-heal himself, though. They are going to look for this final cipher completion. They are going to assume that the magician is going to be able to kite long enough, and I guess we'll see how that works, but I mean, already having taken his first hit, still does have that wand, no flywheel left to work with, is looking worse and worse.
I'm gonna have to be playing some dangerous mind games here against the opportunity. Does not win that one, does get the terror shock. And now it is a Merc with no tools at his disposal. Gonna have to try to survive for his teammate to be able to get picked back up and to get this final cipher out. And Sangria still having that warp on hand.
Yeah, I mean, the Mercenary, it looks like, making his way into the basement to try to hide out, buy enough time for the Magician to self-heal. Looks like Magician is going to pick himself back up. Now, it must be said, Mercenary and Magician both have expended their exit pass. The next time one of them falls down, they will not be able to get themselves back up once again. Killer Boss kind of scouted around this whole area, actually gonna just go for the Magician. And, you know, why not? Why wouldn't you just go for the Magician in this situation? You know, it's the exact same result as downing the Mercenary. He does still have a wand to work with, but the wand doesn't even matter. And Mercenary actually got on that cipher, so now the Opera knows where he is.
Yeah, Magician putting himself in the disadvantageous position there, and Opera Singer knowing that goes immediately for that warp, getting that such a fast down on him, you know, not really having much to work with there, and Merc is just gonna have to run and pray for his life to be able to somehow, you know, get that final cipher done, be able to heal his Magician who can no longer self-heal. Both of them can no longer self-heal. The moment that they go down, they will be staying on the ground unless their teammate goes to pick them up.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks like that's what's happened. Mercenary managing to still continue to fly under the radar of Killer Boss, and getting that self-heal, or not self-heal, but getting the heal on the Magician. Although the Magician is going to be forced to reveal himself, does so in style with a pallet stun. And he's going to have to really just rocket out this Opera Singer for 50% of a cipher if Mercenary can even make it to one. And it looks like the Opera Singer is just going to change targets. I mean, once again, why not? It's the same result. Whichever one you down, it is the exact same thing. Perhaps a little bit of a mind game that I'm too low tier to understand happening right there. Gets a terror shock on the Mercenary.
Ooh, Merrick gonna be taking that down. His trait to be able to take hits is not gonna be taken into effect there, as you know, he's getting that terror shock. While he's at half health, will be immediately downing him, and they will be taking the surrender.
Yeah, surrender from Frogfin, everybody, which means that we're all tied up, everybody. Going into round number 3, we are now at a, well, not at a crossroads, but we are drawn in terms of points and in terms of rounds. You know, Frogfin continuing on in the early game, in the early round of this tournament, to continue on just exactly what they have been doing, which is shutting teams out, providing them absolutely no opportunity. And FNE, once again, I have said this many times and I'll say it again, pressure makes diamonds, because they are coming back and have managed to perform the exact same thing that Frogfin did to them in the first round. They have done to Frogfin in the second round, and I mean, we're going to be taking a round number 3 all tied up.
Yeah, going into that round 3, this is going to be a hard-fought match for both sides here. We're going to be trying to, I'm sure, pick out what is best able to be utilized from both sides. Yeah, I am excited.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. I am right there with you, Chip. I'm ready to, I'm ready to go and see this round 3. It does look like, so we're gonna take a short intermission, an intermission of about a couple minutes here, before we do head into this third round. We'll come right back with you to share with you the you know, the bans, the picks of all the things that are going on with the maps and jump into that second round between Frogfin and FNE here, but we will be back in a moment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are heading into our third round here between Frogfin and FNE. We have gotten things sorted out. We got S'mores here now on the commentary. We're not going to bother Chip anymore. You know, poor Chip really, really coming in clutch for this tournament. But, I mean, how do you feel about this match so far, S'mores, from what you've seen?
I mean, all I have to say is that FNE definitely has clutched it up here. I mean, 8-1 deficit is not something you want to have in the first round, but they've managed to turn this back around, and all of a sudden it's even game here. And the good news for them, actually, while this is all happening, is that their global bans are a little bit better here. I mean, they've only given up Undead and Opera Singer, so still a lot of meta options. And I believe they have the map pick, so I'd say that even though the scores are tied, I think FNE has a small advantage heading into this third round.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely have to agree with you on that front. In terms of the map, actually, we are going to see Frogfin banning Dark Woods. Probably want to just get rid of something that they're not familiar with, they don't really have practice on. And FNE is going to pick Moon River Park.
This does make a lot of sense. We did see that Sprinter has given up that Ivy already in that second round. So heading into this third round, they just want to eliminate, or they want to play Moonlit River Park. They're just going to go ahead and ban perhaps Opera Singer, the Goatman, maybe the Hullabaloo. I'm expecting a Goatman Opera ban here from the side of FNE. Does make a lot of sense on their end, considering that they banned Opera, I believe, in that last round. And for FNE survivors, I guess the question is what Sprinter could choose there. I mean, you still have the Hullabaloo, but also I believe Sprinter has a bunch of other hunters that he can pull out in this map.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Sprinter, you know, been a great hunter for a long period of time, of course. And through that he's gone through a fair bit of metas. You know, I'm sure he still has a great Dream Witch. You know, back when Bloody Queen was great, I know Sprincer had a great Bloody Queen. You know, back in the Sculptor meta, Sprincer played Sculptor, so he's like very familiar with a lot of hunters. Now, the question of whether he's been practicing those hunters recently or not, that's, you know, that of course is a different thing. But going into this round 3, for the most part, I believe most of the meta is taken away from him. Like you said, played that Goatman and then played an Ivy. So, and you know, actually not having great success with the Ivy, which means I think the survivors, they're going to be able to get rid of that Opera Singer. Maybe not amazing on Moon River, but you know, they're going to be able to get rid of it anyway. And they're also going to be able to remove the Hullabaloo, I think. We'll see if they opt to do that or if they don't opt to do that. So it really is leaving, for the most part, just the off-meta stuff left available to Sprincer. You know, the quote-unquote off-meta, of course, you know, he can come in and do amazing things, achieve great results with, you know, any character that he does have up his sleeves. What he's been practicing recently, I guess we'll just have to see as we move into these ban and picks here.
Yeah, and so definitely, I think the pressure is kind of on Sprincer here to try and replicate a 4K. Of course, you want to do that as a Hunter main. He is going to be banning the Seer and Aeroplanist first, which makes a lot of sense. I believe in this map, you do have a lot of options to ban, as you mentioned. It seems as if they're going to be opting to ban the Opera Singer and the Hullabaloo, which does make a lot of sense here. So the question definitely now for Sprincer is what he's gonna pick, as we are seeing the survivors are hovering on that Mercenary, that Priestess, though truthfully they do have a lot of options here.
Yeah, I mean, it really could go any which way. I mean, I'm not sure. I couldn't even tell you. My predictions, I've had some real big mispredictions, but I think for the most part, my predictions through this tournament you know, they've been fairly good. But I mean, I really could not tell you what Sprincer has up his sleeves going into this 3rd round, because we haven't seen Sprincer really play anything super crazy. We've seen him go reach for what's available in the meta, and that's really about it. We've just seen Frogfin shutting out the teams before he's needed to reach deeper into his character pool. So, I mean, this is basically the first time in this tournament that we're seeing Sprincer, you know, maybe a little bit more on the ropes here with character selection, with maybe practice, and we'll definitely just have to see. And Archer actually coming out on the side of the survivors, which is a bit interesting. I've always thought of it as an Opera Singer counter, but maybe it counters something else that Sprincer may have.
I do think that this Archer pick, if I'm not mistaken, I think Archer does deal pretty well with Clown. Am I correct to assume that? I'm not 100% sure. But, I mean, we do know for a fact that when we're looking at Sprincer, he does have the Clown. As we are seeing F and E Lucky Guy pick, actually is very interesting, because Lucky Guy in this meta has become quite an interesting character. She kind of is an all-rounder, and I'd say that this pick is not really as surprising as it seems. But going back to the topic at hand, I mean, if we're talking about meta, a lot of options moving forward here for Sprincer. So the question is what he's going to use. You do have access to the Wax Artist. You do have access to maybe Breaking Wheel, albeit I haven't seen Sprincer play that character yet, so I'm not 100% sure on that. Again, as I mentioned, we also has access to Clown, and I haven't even mentioned the rest. So for FNE survivors, I mean, this team composition actually quite interesting. Picking up the Archer, the Lucky Guy is definitely a pick to make their decoding speed a lot faster without having to commit to a decoder. Acrobat is always solid in this map, and Mercenary in general is also a solid rescuer. So I feel like they're just trying to account for a majority of the hunters here.
Yeah, definitely not leaving a lot to chance from FNE, especially with that Lucky Guy, who's somebody that, surprisingly, I was very surprised too, but you know, when you break it down, it does make actually quite a bit of sense with that all-arounder capability that he does have. We've seen a lot of Lucky Guy in this tournament. Like, we have seen more Lucky Guy picks than we have seen Priestess picks, which I think would surprise a lot of people. But it looks like Dream Witch is going to be taken out from Sprincer. What do you think of that?
I mean, I think this map was specifically selected to deal with Dream Witch because this map is so big that you can't really pressure that well with Dream Witch, especially if you know how to separate those ciphers from one side to the other. And I think to an extent, even though the composition not the greatest against a Dream Witch, I think they kind of anticipated that this pick was coming here because I mean this map just makes a lot of sense, and the other picks seem to just deal with Sprinter's other characters. So I'd say that for Team FNE here, I mean this matchup isn't as favorable, but then again this is a large map that we're talking about, so I'd say that they actually kind of recognized that this pick was very possible here.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely would have to say as well that it's not the characters that are countering the Dream Witch, it is the map. I think the map for Sprinter here is going to be the biggest kind of road bump he's going to have to overcome to achieve a great result in this first half of round 3. It's gonna be the major hurdle, because when you think about it, Archer, probably not a big deal. You know, you lacerate one of the followers. Well, you know, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe that does stop them for a little bit. I don't know if that stops them from moving, though. I believe it would. I mean, obviously not. Lucky Guy not going to be able to do a lot. Acrobat probably going to be sandwiched relatively easily, although he can get out of it. Mercenary as well. So, like, there is counterplay available, but if you, this is not exactly the team you would bring if you were countering Dream Witch. You know, we don't see, like, a Perfumer or anything like that.
Yeah, but one thing to mention, Lucky Guy actually is a very interesting pick against the Dream Witch because, I mean, he has access to a lot of things. He has access to the doll, he has access to the flare gun, which isn't that strong against Dream Witch. But one thing that you need to know is that he also has access to the perfume, which does give him a bit more sustainability. But he also has access to the syringe, which gives him a lot of healing time in case Dream Witch tries to get an extra hit on him. He can just get his reset on his own. As we're going to be heading into this match, Sprinter on that Dream Witch. Meanwhile, the survivors is going to be Mercenary, Archer, Acrobat, and Lucky Guy.
Yeah, I mean, definitely I'm really excited. I love to see the Lucky Guy come out when we see Sprinter loading in with the worn clothes skin, I believe. Is that worn? I'm pretty sure that's worn clothes. I don't know what accessory that is. That's an older accessory anyway. Actually, it looks like he's opting to go for the Acrobat here first. I would have thought maybe the Archer, but it looks like he's gonna go for that Acrobat. Seeing a little bit of ping issues from me there. That's not happening for Sprinter. Those are Yo7 problems. Actually, getting the leech hit right away, which is actually that's very important.
Yeah, and that's very important because, I mean, he has the leech, or sorry, he has the patroller very much ready here. Acrobat can try to use balls to stall some time, but eventually this patroller is going to become a problematic issue here, which does officially drop. Now the leech is making his way towards the survivor. He's going to use one ball here. I believe that counters the patroller here, but unfortunately, I believe he's going to get bit here once more, and that's going to be a down very early into the game, considering that this is a pressure hunter after all. And that's going to be Acrobat going to the rocket chair here, as he is going to get leeched as well. Mercenary is going to be making his way for the rescue, though.
Yeah, Mercenary coming in rather early, but a super quick down from Sprinter onto this Acrobat, and especially on something like a Dream Witch, this is your dream to get that super fast, because you do maybe struggle, I would say, the most in that early game where you don't really have a lot of leeches to use, you don't have that opportunity. But now, I mean, getting that hit, looks like he's going to get the before half rescue, but the Dream Witch in the way of the Acrobat and getting a very early hit on that Tide Turner.
Yeah, at least here Mercenary isn't gonna get hit, but he is indeed gonna get leeched, so a bit of a problem here for the Mercenary moving forward. Luca is gonna be trying to go to the Archer here, who may consider harassing. Keep in mind, oh, Mercenary tries to go for the leech there, or tries to go for the anti-leech, and now he just gets the hit there, and that's gonna be a double down scenario. Paper Moon might even take a hit here, needs to get this flywheel right. He does get the flywheel, but he's still gonna take the hit, and all of a sudden this scenario is looking terrible for FNE because their second rescuer, which is going to be this Archer here, takes a hit, and he's trying to go for the harass, but this leech is also just giving issues here. Now he might get blinked down. That's going to be, look at that, triple down here on the side of Sprinter. Acrobat does get the self-heal here, but I don't think he has a lot of resources to use blink up in 10 seconds as well. Yeah,
I mean, the Acrobat gonna be breaking the trifecta momentarily, but this is I'd have to say, probably one of the worst areas in Moonlit in the entire map to be kiting. And Sprinter has Blink on this lead. Like, the Blink is coming up right away. He's going to have to avoid that. It doesn't look like he can. Archer on the chair. Acrobat on the ground. Only 2 ciphers completed. This is disaster for FNE.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, this Archer kind of just got way too greedy, tries to go for the harass, and unfortunately gets tripled down in the process. Now we are going to see he's going to get another bow hit on that Dream Witch leech here, as we are going to see Acrobat is going to get shared. I believe that is the second time he gets shared. Paper Moon trying to go for the harass. I believe he just missed right there, and that's going to be another chair there. Look at this. All survivors are injured. This is just not looking good for the survivors at all. Now they're trying to go for the heal here. So the question is whether that leech from Sprinter is going to be able to interrupt them right on time, which does seem to be the case.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you were looking for good news that there's not really any leeches on the field except for the one that is on the Acrobat, but that good news evaporates when Archer misses a second shot. Sprinter dodging it out. Now we're seeing 2 survivors on the ground. Mercenary going to try to come in and get just anything that he possibly can. He's going to get that rescue off, is going to make it. Now Archer going to be seeing the rocket chair. So much happening, so many survivors hitting the chairs right away. It really does make your head spin.
Yeah, and now that's going to be a rescue on the Lucky Guy. Second chair on the Archer as well. Mercenary injured at this point. Yeah, sure, you're getting the rescues. No one's decoded a cipher for a while, though. And all of a sudden, I mean, now Mercenary is going to be going down. Luke is trying to remove the leech here. We're seeing Lucky Guy has a doll here. Does get 1 cipher popped, I believe, with it. Unfortunately, he's going to go down right after, and this is just looking incredibly dire. The Acrobat tries to go for the rescue as well, but unfortunately, he's going to go down. Look at this. 2 ciphers remaining. They're all dead. A surrender comes in. Frogfin pulls off the 4K against FNE's own map, and all of a sudden they're back in the lead here.
Wow, I mean, what a remarkable performance. I mean, Sprints are just creating a graveyard for the survivors around that chair in your working carousel. I mean, the Archer comes in to try to get the save, goes down. That Acrobat comes in to try to get the save, goes down. Like, everybody just falling onto the floor, and I mean, they just acknowledge how helpless they are in that situation with the surrender. Just, wow, what a fantastic showing from Sprinter.
Yeah, Dream Witch turning their dreams into a reality here, as we are going to see all of a sudden FNE back down in the corner, needs to get this 4K if they want to continue on here. And I mean, this is their map, so still not over for them, but I mean, for FF survivors, they just need a tie. They just need a 1 escape, actually, and all of a sudden it's game for Team FF. So definitely bad news here for FNE. Not over just yet. Good news is that, again, going back to those global bans, it's Undead and Opera Singer, so still access to a bunch of meta options and even non-meta options if he really wishes to go that route. But I mean, this is not the scenario you want from Team FNE.
Yeah, I mean, definitely I would be very nervous if I was Killer Boss, the hunter for FNE here, going in and just being, you know, in this round 3, you need to get that for elimination. Like, you need it. It's not like in the previous match where you played Opera and it's like, all right, great, you get the draw, that's awesome, that's what we needed. But, like, you know, if you can get the 4th survivor elimination, even better. But, you know, it's not required. Now it is required. Anything less than perfect for Killer Boss will cause FNE's run in this tournament to come to an end. So definitely a lot of pressure for him there. He does have, like you mentioned, that advantage when it comes to the picks, being able to have access to which one of those 4 horsemen of the meta. Hullabaloo and Goatman, I imagine, will probably be what Frogfin here decides to ban, so more than likely having the Ivy at his disposal, along with any other niche meta picks he may know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not 100% sure on Killer Boss here, though. I guess if we want to look at it on the side of FF, I mean, they just have access to so many Thai characters. Like, you can't just ban them all. Like, you have Embalmer, which is that conventional Thai character. You even have Painter, which is to an extent considered a Thai character. Wildling, to an extent, is considered a Thai character. I mean, just so many characters that can force the Thai here, and that's just what they need. Once again, they need a single escape. Thai is usually a lot more stable, and on honestly, it's a lot more expected in these formats. But again, one escape is enough. So for FF, I mean, that's all you need to guarantee. And for Killer Boss, he kind of has to go all in or all out. He can't just play a character like Wax Artist or a character like Anne that just doesn't provide a lot of winning opportunities. He needs to play very aggressive here. He needs to play a character like Hullabaloo or even Ivy if those characters are not immediately banned, because you have to remember Goatman is still up here for grabs, so FF definitely going to be banning that, but then left with a decision to ban between Hullabaloo or Ivy. But also you still have those non-meta options. We did see him play Wu Chang, and we've learned very recently in a lot of Chinese tournaments that Wu Chang is unironically a really good hunter. We saw it 4K, I believe, Team GR recently in IVL. So the character that he can consider picking, I believe we saw him play that last time. There's still also access to a bunch of other characters. Hermit is a very much potential pick here, a big all in or all out character. You have Clown, you have Breaking Wheel as well. So for Killer Boss, you have just a lot of options as long as it's a character that can get you the win.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of options. I think that is my favorite part about the third round of tournament, is the fact that the characters and the players have a lot of options. So many characters that they can play, and you just get to appreciate it a lot more, especially after, you know, the first round is very generally something, you know, that's very conventional at the time. Of course, it's not always been, you know, Goatman or whatever it is. I mean, I guess Hullabaloo was kind of a thing during Call of the Abyss this year. But, you know, it is great sometimes in the third round to be able to see those fun characters come out. I mean, I actually haven't asked you yet, S'mores, if there's any hunter or survivor that, like, you really want to see that's maybe not great, but you want to see it anyway.
I mean, I have two, and it's two characters that we saw him play earlier in the tournament, one of which is Peddler. I love Peddler mains. I am a Peddler main myself, so I mean, just watching people play Peddler, I feel like I learn a lot when I just watch them play Peddler. But second is Wu Chang, and that's honestly a lot more realistic. Again, going back to that discussion, Wu Chang is a character that has slowly become meta, and something that you'll learn in this meta about the tournament is that there is not really a definitive meta, right? Goatman, yes, BO1 hunter, but there's a lot of other options now, and a lot of people are experimenting with what can be used in the first round, as we are going to see Goatman and Hullabaloo get banned for Frongfin here, and Psychologist and Acrobat is going to get selected. So yeah, I feel like for Killer Boss, I mean, I really hope the Wu Chang comes up. I don't think it will come up, but hey, if it does, I'm all eyes on it, honestly.
I mean, I'm right there with you, honestly. We've seen a couple of Wu Changs in this tournament. It's slowly crept up on people, and you know, it's performed very well. And I was starting to think, because I didn't know this actually, that it's become you know, in other regions a much more actually accepted pick, and potentially unironically actually really good. And I was kind of thinking to myself, you know, it's not bad. I've always kind of wrote Wu Chang off, but it's kind of like that Gamekeeper situation we had a little while ago, where all of a sudden people woke up and were like, hey, wait a minute, Gamekeeper's really good, guys. And then we saw a whole bunch of Gamekeeper for a really long time. You know, Wu Chang maybe not being in that exact position, but you know, still being a pretty solid hunter that is maybe slept on a lot more than he should be, especially in a tournament setting.
Yeah, I do want to call out Barmaid ban on the side of Killer Boss, even though they picked up the Psychologist. So I'm wondering whether this is a Hermit ban, because we do see that Hermits tend to dislike characters that can kind of just self-sustain and self-heal a lot of the damage. It makes a lot of sense if that is the case. And going back to the kind of Wu Chang and all the other hunters that have been showing up, for example, Bon Bon has become a BO1 character for some hunters, especially GG, who just loves it a lot. And this is something that you'll recognize is that ever since the nerfs to Goatman and Hullabaloo and all the other very strong hunters, more teams have started experimenting with that BO1 pick, especially when, you know, their survivors have already secured a tie or maybe a tree escape in the first round. They're going to start picking other characters to potentially keep them in later rounds to potentially use it against weaker compositions. And that's kind of the beauty of the current meta after Koa 7. There's not really a definitive meta at the moment. We are going to see there the prisoner does get selected on the side of Team Frogfin, which makes a lot of sense. They want to keep up the fast decoding here for this team. They want to just rush the decoding and then maybe rush the gates right after, pressure Killer Boss to maybe chase Green here, who is the prisoner, or if they chase someone else to just basically go full on decoding here, as we are going to see Shadow picked up from Killer Boss, which, I mean, in truth and honesty, I think one of the best picks you could go here, as the Shadow is still very much a win hunter in this meta.
Yeah, I mean, Shadow's still being a great option. I mean, and as we can see, Frogfin has gone basically completely full kiting. First Officer, the only character that does not have a persona web consisting of a flywheel and knee-jerk reflex, with a little bit of a wacky spawn, although they do know that it is Ivy, so, of course, especially on Moonlit, you see it. Spawns not being at all conventional to what you see in rank, because you do understand what the hunter is beforehand, and you want to go in places that obviously are going to counter them a little bit better than where you would be originally. The Acrobat potentially blocking off that bridge spawn, forcing Ivy over there, exactly where we see her actually spawn, you know, just kind of away from everybody.
Yeah, guys, please do not use this area select in the rank. Guys, they know it's Ivy. But, I mean, for Killer Boss here, could consider chasing the prisoner, could leech the psychologist as he goes to the prisoner. But, I mean, again, a lot of pressure from Killer Boss here. Ivy's still a really good hunter, but this is a big map, and I mean, it's really hard to pressure on big maps in general, even as an Ivy. And we've seen her kind of drop a bit. We even saw right a while ago Sprinter with the tree escape on Ivy. So Killer Boss hoping to show that Ivy's very much still in the meta. Frogfin here, once again, all they need is one escape. So they're definitely going to be trying to get a single escape, or maybe as much escapes as they possibly can, as we're going to be heading into round 3, second half. Must 4K for FNE survivors. First Officer, Acrobat, Prisoner, and Psychologist up against an Ivy.
Yeah, I mean, and really, you just can't even imagine the pressure that that Killer Boss must be in this moment. I mean, you know, I've played only a couple of tournaments myself as a player, and those were some of the most stressful games I've ever played in my entire life. And like, we did not even need to achieve, you know, like, high results on the side I was playing on. So to go in here in a higher stakes tournament, needing that 4K, nothing else but perfect will do it for you. It just must be just very taxing on the mental state. But we do see not going for the psychologist with the ghost, actually going right away straight for the prisoner. Probably gonna see her just put the tablet and immediately go to him, I would have to think. Actually going for a scare beforehand, gets it, and now prisoner, magical number is 60, everybody, and that is exactly what he has.
Yep, and now he's actually just trying to stall here. Does manage to get the stun right there to force Killer Boss to just kind of get primarily stunned there, and then now he's going to get to this pallet. Doesn't get the leech scare there, unfortunately, and now all of a sudden, I mean, this is looking pretty decent for Green, even though he is on 60 suspicion. Blink is going to be up at 10 seconds. He's trying to pressure the first officer here, as now Green is going to be at the force stomp, trying to stall a bit more time. Blink is going to be ready in 3 seconds. He's actually trying to flywheel suspicion. I believe he was trying to flywheel that, unfortunately does not get it. Now instead he's gonna take a hit without Blink, and I mean, Blink is very much up and ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, Blink is ready to go, almost actually prepared to potentially leech onto the prisoner once again to save that Blink, maybe even going very aggressive. Is not going to get the scare, going to have to bring the Blink out, and 2 ciphers are now going to be popping on the side of Frogfin. That Ivy being able to slow down the ciphers, I mean, she definitely can, but Frogfin still being able to get fairly good progress for a first down on them.
Yeah, and now, I mean, this is looking pretty tie game here for the side of Frogfin, so Killer Boss needs to make a move here. Roland is going to be coming into the rescue, even if Killer Boss tries to catch him very early on. I believe a watch is going to come out here almost immediately. Now, he is going to try to leech this first officer here. The watch does come in, so unfortunately, he can't do that just yet, and he even gets a free rescue. This is looking really good from the side of Frogfin right now. Green is going to be immediately making his way towards tent here. Still a stun and flywheel to use. No more blink for the side of Killer Boss as well. No max presence either. So now he's going to try to get the leech here. I believe, yeah, now he does manage to get 60 suspicion, which means that Green very much on the verge of getting 100 right here, as we are going to see trying to stall a bit more time. I mean, the ciphers are looking really good here for his side. Fortunately, 100 suspicion is officially gonna be enough to get him out of get him down and chaired a second time.
Yeah, going over to this second cipher, I mean, probably just gonna put the double talisman down on that acrobat. Really try to force him to not decode as much as possible. Actually going over there, I mean, and this is what you see the Ivy potentially a desperation move being played, because she needs to, you know, she needs to get something done. She needs to go, you know, as soon as you possibly can and get something on the works. A psychologist heal coming down onto the prisoner, not going to be able to really go back to him without any major difficulties. And now, I mean, this Ivy just in a very, very tough spot right now.
Yeah, and now we are going to see here, they are going to pop very much the cipher here, I believe, at OP kiting, and first officer is going to be going down, so some momentum being brought back here by Killer Boss, but one cipher is at 60%. Good news for him, it's the cipher that he's going to be chairing right close by. We are going to see psychologist makes the daring play, heals up that acrobat, recognizing Killer Boss isn't going to be switching to the psychologist, because that means he has to fully commit to it. Now acrobat is going to be trying to go for the rescue here. You just going to be able to get the decoding progress up and running. We are going to see Frogfin takes a hit here. I believe Killer Boss making his way now towards the 68% cipher, which is where the prisoner's at.
Yeah, heading over to the psychologist here, really just making sure that as much decoding is stopped as possible. But I mean, if you are Frogfin right now, you just play the long game, you heal up, you get your resets off. Prisoner is going to be taking a hit, but was actually gotten by the psychologist, so he's going to have to take another hit to go down. Going to the psychologist immediately, blinking her down, fully committing to this side of the map. Still a lot of cabbages she can use to go over to the other side, but I mean, really stringing herself thin to try to pressure all of these ciphers.
Yeah, he does manage to get the leech on Roland now, so I do wonder if he's going to make the switch. Decides not to, because he does not have max presence ready just yet. Now they're decoding a third cipher here, as we are going to see he's putting the leech right back in. I believe as soon as Roland touches that Ostracon range, he's now going to be going for the TP, and that's exactly the case here. We are going to see he's going to try to commit to Roland here. Not really a lot of choices. He is going to bring back the Ostracon right at this range. Going to try to pressure Green now to potentially go and get down. Keep in mind he is dead on chair, so he's gonna go for the TP. 61 now. Unfortunately, he looked back at once there, and he is gonna try to get the 100, and he does get the hundo here. So that's gonna be Green out, but unfortunately 3 survivors still remain, and that cipher is very much close to popping. So this is looking like still a tie situation from the side of Killer Boss. He needs to play this endgame almost perfectly if he wants to have a chance.
Yeah, gets a small victory in eliminating the prisoner, you know, after all of that, but the gate's already being pushed, actually, and, I mean, maybe... No, the Ivy will be moving while she is in this ghost form. Gonna really fully commit to the ghost here. Roland could have pushed it a little bit further than he did. Didn't realize that they were going to be in that ghost for such a long period of time. Now, camping both gates, going to be able to stay here for probably quite a long time. It really depends how quickly she is able to down this officer, if at all. Missing this first hit, will he be able to... it looks like she does actually get that hit. That is huge, because now she is able to go over to this side of the map without too much consequence.
Yeah, and this is looking pretty dire here. We actually expect the first officer to kind of stay for a prolonged period of time, and all of a sudden, though, this is looking pretty terrible here for the side of rival survivors. I wonder if he's realized that Frogfin's actually quite close by, so I'm not sure if he's now going to commit to it. He has to remember that Yudo could, at any point in time, try to decode if he tries to go and fully commit to Frogfin. Now he's going to go for the teleport here. Yudo does have flywheel to use. He's going to use it right immediately. Acrobat's gonna be trying to get the rescue, does manage to get the rescue now. Psychologist is gonna be going down. That's, I believe, his second time on the chair. This is looking incredibly risky here for rival. A chance to 4K now for Killer Boss.
They are pushing that gate. Will it be open in time? And it is 90%. He takes back the ghost. They're gonna make it. Roland is gonna be able to get out of this game.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Killer Boss didn't realize that they were trying to decode the gate, so now that's going to be one escape. That is more than enough. They're even going to try to go for a rescue here. I believe Frogfin actually may just be waiting here for the tension to run out and then maybe go for a dungeon here, which seems to be the case. He is staying here right beside Haunted House. Yudo is going to be out of the manor now, but tension is running out here in 3 seconds. Frogfin 12-9 as well. I believe he has a bunch of balls to use alongside it. Frogfin may be getting caught here. Not sure. He does recognize the Frogfins within this vicinity, but he doesn't realize that he was at that pallet the entire time. So now Frogfin, he's making his way towards the dungeon, and we are going to see, I believe that's going to be a tie from the side of FF. So GG's to FNE, but it's FF going to be taking this one and heading right on.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I do have to give my hats off to Killer Boss in that situation. Really, I mean, they were down early game, but they were definitely not out, and they managed to almost pull it back and gave Frogfin a very, very scary situation right there at the end. But, you know, after all is said and done, it just quite simply wasn't enough, and Frogfin managing to sneak not one but 2 of their survivors, double what they needed, out of the exit gate, and they are going to be taking this round. So, I mean, congratulations to Frogfin, you know, for winning this.
Yeah, I mean, I have to admit, Killer Boss was almost ready to clutch it up, but I feel like he just kind of panicked in the end there. He didn't recognize that they were going to try to push the gate, and instead brought his leech back instead of trying to maybe leech the first officer. I believe he was leechable, not 100% sure, but instead of committing to that gate there, he decides to stall a bit more, wait a bit more time after chairing, and that was enough for first officer to open the gate and get out. And that was kind of his mistake there, kind of a blunder right there at the end. But I mean, still credits to Killer Boss where it's due. He almost brought it all the way back despite a 3-man endgame. So I mean, you know, FF gonna be moving on here. FNE, though, give their flowers to them. I mean, they did an incredible job this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? At the end of the day, it is a tournament. You know, there does have to be someone that does win, and you know, that is just how the cookie crumbles at the end of the day. Killer Boss getting incredibly close, but that, like you said, those couple seconds it takes to bring the ghost back, to retrieve it from the other side of the map and deploy it once again on the psychologist, was just barely enough for the first officer to weasel out. And I mean, you know, just that one survivor was all they needed, and you know, that just hats off to both teams. I would have honestly loved to see an overtime because the match was just so fantastic. I just want to see more games, more fantastic gameplay from both of them. But unfortunately for FNE, their end is going to run here, and Frogfin going to be moving on into the semifinals, everybody.
Yeah, man. Damn, that was such a good game for both teams. It kind of sucks that one has to go, but that's kind of the thing with tournaments, right? There's only one winner at the end of the day. So once again, give your flowers to F and E, but it is going to be Frogfin moving to the semifinals, ready to try to get that finals win here, but still a bit of a path ahead of them, as the next match, I believe, is going to be YSL versus Prototype. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing YSL versus Prototype up next. Both teams that have, much like FNE and Frogfin, been on just a rampage. I mean, I'm not sure if you have seen too much of the early stages of the tournament, but YSL took a terrible spill in the first round of their last match. Things ended up 0-10 in favor of the other team, and they brought it back, achieving 2-round wins in the next 2 rounds and getting to the quarterfinals. Prototype having gone 2-0 against both of their previous opponents. So, I mean, 2 powerhouses really coming up to bat against each other right now.
Yeah, and that's kind of the theme with this quarterfinals matches, right? It's all powerhouses. We saw FNE Frogfin just how close they are. And now we're going to be seeing YSL, who came off against a win against XOXO as well as YHB. And they're going to be up against Prototype, who took that win against LWR, low win rate, as well as CH4. All pretty formidable teams, but it's them who made it out of here, and now only one of them will make it to the semifinals. So I'm very excited here for both these teams. I'm honestly looking forward to this match a lot. I believe they are setting things up, though, in the background. So while we wait, I mean, do you want to talk about both these teams and what you know about them?
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I did not look too much into either one of these teams before starting this tournament. You know, I kind of had the idea that maybe, you know, I'll let their gameplay speak for themselves, and it definitely has. YSL just, I mean, playing very meta in the first, I guess, for lack of a better word, very like conventional meta in their first rounds, and breaking out some crazy play. Like we saw their first hunter. Okay, so this is the hunter that they fielded in the first game. 7 Lu, just with the most insane smiley face mechanics I have ever seen, like in my entire life. They were doing 360s with an infinite propeller for a long time, and it really did blow my mind. You know, Prototype, much the same, has great players, but I mean, what do you know about them, S'mores?
I mean, I don't know a lot either. One thing that I guess will be a recurring theme for YSL is their hunter, as you mentioned, 7 Luo. 7 Luo is someone that we saw, especially in the YHB match, kind of step up, you know? Like, they did an incredible job bringing it back there. I mean, it's both efforts from the survivors and the hunters. I believe one of the survivors of YSL is, what's their name again? I'm trying to remember. Sawi. I think that's someone that that's one of a name that I'm kind of familiar with. I've seen it bounce around for a bit. And on the side though of Team Prototype, I mean, there's also a bunch of pretty familiar names here as well. Fafa is here. So some people, I believe I saw the other day, there were a lot of fans of Fafa IDV. I'm not sure if there are any, please text in the chat. I also believe that is the team of Numer, Problems, and a bunch of other pretty well-known players. So, I mean, you know, there's on one side, you kind of have this team that's, I believe, just a lot of people who make content, right? I believe Numer's also in Team Prototype, and meanwhile on the other side you have players that we've kind of seen a bunch in these tournaments. I mean, their coach, I believe as well, is Percival, and I've heard, I'm not sure if their coach is Percival, I'm not sure if they're playing, but I have heard some good things about him. So, you know, I mean, this is a very tough matchup. I'm very excited to see how both teams play out here.
Yeah, so am I. I mean, definitely Prototype, I think, the more well-known of the two. I mean, And it does go to show, you know, just because, you know, potentially you're not always involved in tournaments and playing constantly at the top level, you know, that these, you know, these creators, these people that are here making content, making, you know, entertaining videos for all of us, they're not bad at the game, you know, and the prototype is really showing that. We saw Fafa IDV, in fact, and very popular, very well loved in the chat for sure, bring out a disciple yesterday, and I mean, I literally narrowly lost my voice screaming about that match, because Fafa did a couple things that were just so incredible to me. I've never seen them before, and I don't know if I'll ever see them again, and pulled out a forced survivor elimination on Disciple, which, you know, it's not something that you see every day, and especially against a amazing team like CH4, very difficult to do something like that, and did it with just impeccable style.
Yeah, and I mean, that's something that we notice with that team. 7 Luo is such a good hunter. I mean, honestly, we need to see more of him. So who knows, but if they want to see more of 7 Luo, they need to kind of go ahead and win this match first, once again, against Prototype. And as you've mentioned, a lot of people kind of know these players because they kind of make a bunch of content, they stream, etc. But I mean, they're also just really good players in general. So I feel like it kind of goes both ways here for both Prototype and YSL. It's just that the other kind of does a lot more streaming. We also see them a lot more, I believe. I'm not sure where they stream. I think some of them stream at Twitch, some of them stream YT at YouTube. But yeah, Prototype, a very solid team. A lot of people are very familiar with them, but YSL, do not sleep on them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, do not sleep on YSL. Prototype, not to be trifled with either. We are just, like I said, it really is two powerhouses coming to a head in this quarterfinals match. They've both just been... They've both just made absolutely phenomenal plays. They've done so well in their previous matches, and it really is just hard to describe how excited I am to finally see these two, you know, coming in and, you know, really gonna be testing each other. At the end of the day, there is going to be a winner crowned, and we're only going to be able to see more of one of these teams. So I mean, there's going to be heartbreak, but there's going to be a lot of amazing Identity 5 played to get there, and I just cannot wait to see it.
Yeah, and unfortunately not on the stream, but just behind the scenes while this is all happening, Persona versus Disco Ducks, the other quarterfinal match, is going to be happening very soon. I kind of want to briefly mention it because someone in the chat did mention good luck to the Persona team, and I agree. I mean, good luck on them too as well. Both really strong teams as well. I mean, this is kind of the theme with the quarterfinals. At this point, all of the, you know, no offense, all of the slightly weaker teams have been eliminated. Even some really strong ones, like CH4 was not a team that I was expecting to get eliminated very early. I was 100% rooting for YHB. So imagine my shock when YSL took them out. So I mean, there's just a lot of things to mention here. Like, a lot of good teams got eliminated very early, actually, by both these teams, YSL and Prototype. But I mean, now we're down to 8 teams, and 4 more are going to be saying goodbye. We just saw one of them a while ago say goodbye, which was FNE. So I mean, this is kind of a tough format sometimes to watch, because we're having some of our favorite teams kind of get off or get out of the way, you know. But in the end, again, this is a tournament we're talking about. Only one winner here. And so Persona Disco Ducks happening behind the scenes. YSL Prototype, they're kind of setting it up right now, and I believe we're about to head right into it very soon. But I do wonder, for Yo7, what is one match, in your opinion, that has really struck you the most?
I mean, I have to say the one that immediately comes to mind would be Fafa yesterday with his disciple achieving that forced survivor elimination, because it's the most recent example of me just, like, my jaw just dropping to the floor at something like I didn't even know was attainable, like a level of mastery I just didn't even know was achievable for the character was being displayed before my eyes there, which was just great to see. I do have to give an honorable mention, I think, to Pit Stoppers as well, playing Mad Eyes in the both first rounds that Omni has played so far. He has played Mad Eyes in the first round and been very successful with that, which was great to see. But I do think the match that has stood out to me the most, the one that just was craziest to me, was the matchup between Innovators and Blink and Sparkle, because even though Blink and Sparkle was eliminated at the end of that match, their first round, Yuko with the Mad Eyes pick, shocked me to my core. Like, I have never been more speechless in my entire life, you know, at an IDV match until that moment. So I think I would pick that.
I see. For me, I have to admit, it's all for the wrong reasons. One of the most memorable matches that I've watched is Persona vs. Future. I forgot who was playing the An. I'm not sure who was Future playing the An, but it was the Arms Factory match where they were trying to play for a floor escape. I remember watching this game, and I think I had like a genuine crash out when the survivor decided to stay in the dungeon instead of trying to open the gate and some other sorts. And that's kind of the thing with these tournaments, right? It's pretty intense sometimes, and so mistakes are very much bound to happen. But in that moment, the very unfortunate tree escape turned into a tie because of it. And that's kind of, you know, that's the thing with these tournaments, very unforgiving. And I remember watching that like live, and I'm like, what are you doing? No, that's the wrong move. And, you know, it kind of just made me realize, for a lot of tournament players, it's actually pretty intense to be in this position. I mean, sometimes, again, you will make mistakes that are so obvious to the viewers, but, you know, when you have so much pressure on you to perform really well, to try and go for the win, you know, sometimes that pressure gets to you. Luckily for them, I believe their hunter ended up getting the 4K, so that actually was the catalyst that got Persona to qualify. But I mean, it could have been really bad if that wasn't the case, especially since I believe for that clerk at the time, the ban picks was not favorable on their end. The survivors play characters that can kind of deal with the clerk. So I mean, yeah, as previously mentioned, good luck again to Persona Disco Ducks, which is happening at the background as we're heading into this YSL prototype game. They're still kind of setting it up, so give us a few more minutes. But I mean, yeah, there's just a lot of things to mention about this tournament, man.
Yeah, I mean, there really is. Especially with your point about pressure as well. I think that's something that, you know, I mean, we try to highlight it a lot, but I still don't think it is said enough, is the fact that, you know, these players are just under such immense pressure. You know, the difficulty of stepping up and performing in these scenarios is so high, especially when in the moment of, you know, playing in this match, you have so many different things on your mind. You know, hunter and survivor, you know, both two peas in a pod in that way, is that you are thinking about so many different possibilities, so many different scenarios, because a lot of Identity 5 is trying to think about what your opponent is going to do and think about how you can outsmart that or defeat their intention. And sometimes the obvious play, or sometimes something simple, is totally viewable to somebody that's just watching the stream, but in that moment, it is such a hard thing to see.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's the thing with pressure, right? Is like sometimes, you know, you're just kind of pressured to make decisions that aren't that favorable to you and make a lot of mistakes. Still, though, you know, that's kind of the thing with tournaments. A lot of people tend to be pretty strict on these people when they watch. I do hope when you guys watch this tournament, when you guys watch any tournament ever, you realize that these people, they're kind of pressured to do really well, and that pressure builds up over time, man. So, you know, be a bit lenient if your favorite players make some mistakes along the way. In the end, you know, this is just a game we're talking about. But YSL prototype, let's go back there. One thing I briefly mentioned was the fact that both teams kind of beat teams that I actually really liked. So again, YSL beat YHB, which is a team I was looking forward to, and CH4 lost to Prototype, which is another team I was looking forward to. So, you know, I'll be honest, watching this match is going to be a bit of salt, because I could have seen CH4 versus YHB instead if matches were more favorable towards them. But I mean, these two are the better teams, and that's why they're here today. And, you know, again, only one of them will qualify. So I do wonder, who will it be?
Yeah, I mean, and that is a question that will be answered, I mean, sometime in the next couple hours here. And it appears, S'mores, we are ready to go into our map bans and map picks. We see the coin flip is now happening in the team channel here. And we're just waiting on the teams to decide that now. So all the preparation is done. All the teams are here and ready to go. We're just, you know, doing that little bit of pre-game things, and then we will be heading into those matches. Oh gosh, I am just ecstatic to see it. I really am. These two teams, they've both impressed me in so many different ways, and it's just going to be fantastic to watch. Once again, want to just give a shout out to Persona and Disco Ducks that are going on and doing their match as well at the same time in the background. Only one of them could be streamed, unfortunately, and this is the one that you are all going to be seeing. So one of those teams as well will be advancing to the semifinals as well. Of course, we will get that patched up and everything. We will get you all of the future games streamed. There were a couple matches that did have to happen offline just for time constraint issues, but we will be making a commitment to broadcast everything else that remains.
Yep, and actually, speaking of matches that were unfortunately not streamed, one match was Omni versus Iron Thorns, the quarterfinal match from there, and we did see on that side, Omni did win. So it'll be Omni and Frogfin, both two teams that have made it to CODE. They'll be both here in the semifinals, so a lot of pressure for the teams who aren't in that top four just yet. Once again, YSL, Prototype, and Persona Disco Ducks now have a chance to try and go for it. And I mean, I believe, did YSL already pick the map, or did we just see the map ban? Well, we're seeing the map ban right now, and it does seem as if Prototype does decide to ban the Leo's Memory as well as the Sacred Heart Hospital.
Yeah, both maps that are fairly strong for the Survivor side, so I definitely think Prototype, I mean, maybe banking a little bit more on their Hunter Fafa in this one to bring them to a win in this round number 1 here.
Yeah, that could potentially be the case. I mean, we are seeing Hospital get banned, so they're not trying, or actually Leo's Memory as well. So like two maps that are relatively Survivor-sided in my opinion. So Percival now did say, let me think. So I guess Team YSL is thinking quite hard on this map pick on their end. So I do wonder what map they could go for. I am thinking that they might go for a larger map here on the side of Team YSL. We did see, I believe it was 7 Luo who played that Clown, as you've mentioned. And I mean, he could consider it round 1. It's not impossible. Again, with the way the meta works right now, we're seeing different BO1 characters put up to the fray. It's not always going to be Goatman anymore. We saw Clown, we saw Breaking Wheel, we saw Bon, hell, we saw Wu Chang 4K, as I previously mentioned time and time again. Now you're wondering what Hunter I want to see. Of course, it's the one that I keep mentioning, but we are, a lot of options for round 1 now. It's not always going to be a Goatman, especially if it's such a counter Goatman comp. Some teams will prefer playing other hunters instead, as we are going to see. Seems as if I'm a bit on the dot. Lakeside Village, a large map, is going to be getting picked here from the side of Team YSL.
Yeah, Lakeside Village. I mean, we could see potentially that the intent of that being Hermit. I don't know if this is just some sort of bias that I've collected, but I feel like Hermit does tend to come out a lot on Lakeside Village, even though I don't know if he's necessarily really considered to be good there. I'm not super familiar with Hermit, but I mean, it doesn't seem that great compared to other maps. You know, it's kind of big, harder for him to get around, but a lot less walls, areas for him to hit his stuns as well. So I mean, maybe a little bit of give and take there, but I feel like we see Hermit a lot on Lakeside.
Yup, and I mean, you know, Hermit in general, also very possible for round one. I keep mentioning this again because, like, you know, Goman, a lot of people tend to think the meta is just, oh, Goman, Hullabaloo, opera singer, Ivy, and, you know, we've gone way past that, if I'll be very honest with you. Oh my goodness, why is there someone named Zeta Peter in the lobby? I was like, wait a moment. But I mean, going back to the point I was trying to make, I really wanted to just mention that for a lot of people tend to think that it's just Goman or Hullabaloo or Ivy or opera singer, and to an extent it's true, but I mean, it's so much more nuanced than that. Like Hullabaloo, you know, in a high tier rank in China as well as Japan, not sure in NAEU, but in China and Japan, Hullabaloo doesn't get banned. It actually does not get banned in high rank anymore. I've seen like so many top tier players such as like Hasha, I think, as well as Lati, streaming rank, and all of a sudden they just play Hullabaloo. I'm like, they don't ban Hullabaloo? Really? You know, like, it's kind of how surprising it is. Like, they ban Opera, they ban Ivy, they ban Goatman, but also, like, I mean, Wu Chang showed up, Breaking Wheel showed up. Bon Bon is one of the most interesting characters to have shown up ever since his buffs as well. So truthfully, it's much more nuanced than just Goatman getting picked every first round. And for a lot of these teams, especially since both teams, I believe, have coaches, I don't think Percival is listed as a coach, but you might as well consider him to be a coach, considering his previous stints. And on the side of, I believe, Prototype, they also have a coach written down on their list. So for both of them, they kind of have to consider these other potential options that these players could pick, because again, this is a much more volatile meta now.
Yeah, it really is. You know, you could see, and you've seen a lot of it in this tournament as well. You don't see that Goatman every single time round one. I mean, you do see it sometimes, and a lot of times I have felt that teams have been almost chained to bringing in that Goatman first. There's been a few matches where the enemy team, you know, the survivors, have just played the most horrible comp for a Goatman. Like, there's a Gravekeeper, a Psychologist, a, like, Magician, like Perfumer, just something that's really, really awful to play into as a Goatman. And they've still gone for that Goatman just because it's such a mainstay, it's such a staple for that first round, and they want to see it. But, you know, with all of the with all of the changes that have been made, the pendulum of balance slowly shifting, ever so slowly shifting towards the survivor side once again. I mean, it does open up the playing field for a lot of different hunters to be played. So, you know, and I think a lot of these teams that are left, you know, these really great teams, they realize this. So we may see a lot of variety in round one going forward.
Yep, and I do hope we do, because I'll be honest, I'm kind of getting tired with the Goatman train here. So, you know, for 7 Luo, we do know for a fact he has a clown. So I'm just saying, pick the clown. Come on, pick it. Yeah. But I mean, again, boils down to what Prototype picks your ass survivors. They could go for a team composition that deals with the clown just a little bit better, right? And that's kind of the thing that we've also recognized with some of the best teams as well. They kind of know what other characters could potentially be picked, right? And so sometimes, for example, let's say there's a Hermit in, like a Hermit main on the other side, they're just gonna go ahead and start picking team compositions that are still decent against Goatman, but are also really decent Frongfin against Hermit, and that's kind of been a recurring theme for some really good teams here. And we've kind of saw great ban picks actually from some teams as well. So, I mean, for both YSL and Prototype, I do wonder, are they considering those other picks here from 7 Luo, or I guess now known as Zeta Peter? I cannot believe that they got signed up by Zeta as well. But, you know, you have to consider all those other picks that he does have here for 7 Luos, and for, you know, Prototype. I mean, this is a map that I believe YSL is pretty comfortable with. They did pick Lakeside. Then again, you have to realize that they did think about it for a period of time there. So I do wonder if Prototype actually read them by the book there and banned the maps that they were planning to select initially, Sacred Heart and Leo's Memory. And now they pick this Lakeside map. I do wonder how much prep Team YSL has in this map.
Yeah, I mean, it really does kind of tickle the brain a little bit there to think about it, because, you know, they did take a fairly long amount of time to choose this map, really almost the entirety of the decision making period that they are allotted to actually choose this map. So a lot of thought has gone into it, and I'm sure they wouldn't have done it if they weren't you know, at least somewhat confident with it. Now, one thing that I do want to bring up, that, you know, we've been talking a lot about, you know, the meta perhaps shifting a little bit away from, you know, the mainstays that have been there for such a long period of time for the previous cycle of Call of the Abyss, and you've seen a lot in the early rounds of this tournament here, that in the debate of who is the best hunter on the NAU server, you know, 7 Lua is a name that pops up relatively frequently, and when people make arguments for him, one of the arguments that they do bring out is he has a wider character pool than other really great hunters like Sprincer, for example. So we really could see a lot of different stuff. I mean, I'm kind of hoping for the Clown, potentially. I mean, we see that a lot of times on Lakeside there is a Hermit, and those two characters share maybe a little bit of overlap with counters or characters that may counter Goatman. So we may see a comp from Prototype that really does counter the trifecta there, but 7 Lua having a lot to pull from as we see us going into our ban picks. Wildling actually selected from the survivors, potentially going for a draw in this first round.
This is quite an interesting pick actually from the side of Prototype, because Lakeside Village is primarily known as a really strong map for Gamekeeper. So I do wonder if they're considering that as potential pick. Not sure if I enjoyed this Wildling pick too much. I believe they just... Oh, okay. Did they actually ban? Yo, they didn't ban. Yeah, they seem as if 7 Luo did not ban a third survivor here, as we are going to be seeing Puppeteer come from the side of Team Prototype. I do wonder who's going to ban a fourth survivor on their end. I'm going to pray to God they do, because there's still a lot of options here for Team Prototype to pick here, and it does seem as if, I mean, 5 seconds, no hover at all, so it does seem as if we do see Airplatus gets banned, so I guess 7 Luo is back, or maybe he just didn't want to ban a third survivor or something, as we are gonna see. And Bomber is going to be the pick here. So, as you've mentioned, this is quite a tight team composition. We saw that from the Wildling pick already, but also this Bomber pick further solidifies it. Good news for 7 Luas is, even regardless of what the match result is going to be in this match, one saving grace is that this year is going to be in the global ban moving forward. So now it's all up to him how he's going to capitalize it in this match.
This is very true. Now, I mean, I do definitely think that Prototype's strategy here is to bank on the hunter, at least for the first round, and we'll see how things go on forward. But, you know, they did ban those two very survivor friendly maps, being the Sacred Heart Hospital and the Leo's Memory. So both of those were gone from Prototype. They were the ones that chose to get rid of that, and now we're seeing a very, very, you know, draw oriented comp, bringing out the Embalmer, you know, widely known as kind of like the kind of face of draw characters, as well as the Wildling, who is used more or less for drawing more than not. We did see Prototype, I believe, bring out the Wildling first round before to try to counter Goatman. It's kind of like a niche Goatman counter. If you have teamwork, it can work really well. I've seen it work pretty fantastic against Goatman before. Not entirely sure if that's their idea here, but maybe a double prong pick there from Psyche.
Yeah, it seems as if Hullabaloo is going to be coming out of 7 Luo. I was just talking bad about Hullabaloo and all of a sudden he shows up. And this makes a lot of sense as a pick. They do have a Seer here, which is one saving grace. But one thing you'll realize is that Hullabaloo versus Wildling. Hullabaloo eats Wildling alive. Like, literally no shot in hell like for Wildling to kind of sustain for a long period of time. And that's because after Hullabaloo gets a hit, regardless of whether Wildling's on board or not, he's gonna get injured. If he's on board, he's gonna get out of the board and get injured. So I mean, that's pretty advantageous for 7 Luo, and something to note moving into this match. One thing we have to recognize this, I wonder what his build is gonna be. We saw that a lot of teams that have been playing Hullabaloo have dropped the Tree 9 build and decided to opt for 6-9 now, recognizing that Hullabaloo is not as strong as he used to be back then. And it also makes a lot of sense in this composition. You don't really need to bring Abnormal or Peepers because the decoding speed is not, you know, too fast here, especially with the Wildling available, and you may need that warp to potentially deal with that Embalmer Coffin moving forward. So I mean, for Zeta, Peter, or 7 Luo here, the question definitely is going to be whether he brought warp, whether he's at 6-9 or Tree 9, and who he's going to be chasing first here.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely, I would say Wildling looks pretty tantalizing if you were the Hullabaloo in this moment. I mean, like you mentioned before, Wildling does kind of get steamrolled over by Hullabaloo picks and spawning right in this way. I actually generally don't see survivors spawn like this. You usually see it the other way around. The Wildling moved over one to the right and the Seer moved over one to the left. So shaking it up a little bit from Prototype. Even in pro play we see spawns in that way. So I do wonder what they have planned for the rotation going forward.
Yeah, definitely a very interesting choice here from the side of Prototypes. We're going to be heading right into this match. Seer, Wildling, Puppeteer, and Bomber up against the Hullabaloo. And for, you know, YSL, a 4K is going to be great. Not too much pressure just yet because no one is at the lead. So this is the starting match here, as he is going to be heading towards Pollux, the Seer, who is actually going to be going right towards Shack. And I think he's not realizing that they're actually going to Shack. So now using that double surprise to potentially see the Seer. He does get the Pyrotechnist hit here, and that's going to be immediately on cooldown. Seer now has his owl ready as well, though.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, I think that might be the first time I've ever seen the Wildling Tinnitus blocker actually be useful in a meaningful way in a match with spawn select in it. Regardless of that, actually going to get another red ball onto the Seer. Not going to get that second one. Actually not going to get the third one as well. Those double surprises not coming to fruition at all for 7 Luo here as he continues on this chase for the Seer.
Yeah, and we are going to see here Cyphers are pushing and chugging. We do see that he is going to be using a warp immediately. Not sure about this choice here, but we are going to see he is going to get a hit here on the Seer. Owl still available, Flywheel still available as well. Wonder if he's going to get the... Yeah, he does get both Dry Eyes and the Mud Ball. And we are going to see here one double surprise very much ready here. Can he get the down? He decides to use the Owl here, so still buying him some time here for the side of Team Prototype, as we are going to see Flywheel might come into play here. Tries to go for the Flywheel. Unfortunately, that's going to be down there on Team Prototype, but luckily for them, they do manage to get some Cyphers up and chugging, so now that's going to be down to 3 Cyphers left here.
I mean, that was a really great discipline on the warp, I just want to point out by 7 Luo there, because he places the warp, and Seer obviously doesn't want to vault the window if he's, you know, being hit by the warp right away afterwards. Wildling coming in for the rescue, going to take a double color, gets the rescue off, and actually avoiding all these bombs for a prolonged period of time. Gonna go try to get that double down on the Wildling. Jumping over the pallet. Is gonna be able to get it. Is the Seer having made enough distance to where the Hullabaloo does not know where he is? It doesn't look like that's gonna be the case. Trail revealing him. And the Hullabaloo is gonna be successful on getting his double down that he really likes to get. Oh, Seer trying to predict the jump over the pallet. Not going to be successful in that, and is going to be seeing that chair for the second time. 3 ciphers have been completed, but the other 2, one is not started at all yet. Only progress on a 4th cipher at the moment. Wildling still trying to pick himself off of the ground. Looks like we see Problems over there might be coming to get him before going in for this rescue. Although the Hullabaloo kind of sniping out where they are. They might not even be able to get this just at all. And I mean, oh yeah, switching right away to that teleport, you know, knowing that there's no way in the world that they can ever get to this Seer, and you know, they're just gonna not give Prototype here just a moment to breathe. Actually going to hit the Puppeteer in his puppet form. Hit him twice in his puppet form. Now the bombs are coming out in full force today. We got only the brown tag remaining to be placed onto the Puppeteer. He can take another hit. He is going to be able to buy a little bit more time, potentially using it slightly prematurely there. I'm not sure if he actually needed to put it down. Looks like he is going to be getting out of that Lewis form and taking the down now.
Yeah, and he does manage to get the clay hit here on the Puppeteer, so that's going to be the first share on him. He does recognize that both ciphers are being decoded here, so I'm not sure if he's going to make this switch now, because one of the ciphers is going to pop, and that's going to be Problem's cipher here, who is going to try to go for the rescue. Now, we are seeing Psyche still decoding the cipher, but now P7 Lu making a switch here. He's going to try to find this Embalmer here, and he does see the Embalmer now, so double surprise up and running. Teleport, by the way, up in 30 seconds, as well as we are going to see he's committed now to Problems. I believe we are going to see here the Wildling is going to go ahead and get the rest. He does manage to get the hit on Problems. Now Clay, only Clay and Dry Ice hit remaining here to down him. We are going to see, regardless of whether Psyche gets this rescue or not, it's going to be after half, and that does seem to be the case as he uses the board to make that distance. Now Problems trying to stall additional time here by going down. We are going to see Clay is going to take the hit. Dry Ice now, and he is going to get this pickup here, but I mean, he's all the way kind of at this, you know, C here, and we are going to see he's going to get chaired, but I do think, I wonder if Embalmer is going to try to use the coffin here.
Yeah, I mean, most likely we expect him to use the coffin. There's a lot of injuries on the board. Puppeteer, I mean, he can come in to try to do something. He does have one more Lewis remaining that he is able to actually use, but it's not something that the survivors want to do. They want to just conserve their resources, keep Problems alive, wasting this Hullabaloo's time away from that final cipher. Very importantly, they've actually started a second one, so they got survivors on both ciphers right now. And importantly, 7 Luo actually teleporting to the one with the least progress on it. Wildling now going to be the target of this Hullabaloo, but teleports off the table for this endgame. I mean, it looks very drawn to me. I don't know about you, S'mores, but it looks very drawn to me.
Yeah, because I think he didn't realize, like, they made a really good job trying to bait the hunter into teleporting, because the Puppeteer wasn't decoding the cipher until the teleport happened, so that seems to be what just happened there, and that's why he went for the wrong TP. We are going to see Psyche is going to be able to stall some time here. He is off the board now, so now Pyrotechnicist and a clay hit all remaining now. Uses the double surprise. I don't think he got a hit there at all, and we are going to see here another double surprise here to try and get the hit. Unfortunately, no hits just yet. We are going to see, you know, Psyche doing an amazing job here. Just a Pyrotechnicist hit remaining, but at this point they've opened the gate here, so this is going to be a tie here from the side of Prototype, and honestly, good job on them for doing just that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, Hullabaloo has become more of a tie hunter in his old age, but just, I mean, amazing discipline from the Wildling Psyche there, going over that pallet, really baiting out those double surprises, not allowing himself to take extra tags that he doesn't need to from the Hullabaloo. Really, really fantastic gameplay from both sides. I mean, a very high-level match. to watch there, especially as you were saying with that Cypher pop. You know, baiting that Hullabaloo into using his teleport in the last moment there was an extremely pivotal part of that game that allowed the survivors to actually pull off the draw they were hoping for.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, what do you call this? 7 Luo kind of got too focused on this Embalmer here. I think he even forgot that he can't, like, put marks on the survivor when it's still, you know, right after getting embalmed. You have to wait for the green thing to get out. And he kind of didn't realize, actually for a moment he may have recognized that the puppeteer actually touched the Cypher for a bit. And I do wonder if he actually recognized that, but he then decided to teleport to the wildling. Again, just good play there from the side of Team Prototype, recognizing that they need to bait out this teleport, recognizing that the puppeteer was dead on chair. They decide to bait the hunter into chasing this wildling, and wildling does a good job actually keeping and holding down the hunter here, doing a really amazing kite actually in the process. So honestly, for the side of Prototype, a solid tie in a very 4K position. And now meanwhile, for YSL survivors, they need to hope to potentially get a tie to at least tie out this first round or get a win, but definitely getting a loss here, 3K or 4K, is not going to be something that they want moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, all eyes are on the survivors of YSL now. You know, everyone wondering if they will be able to match that performance from Prototype. I mean, really spectacular job from them once again to just claw their way out of that situation, because, you know, I went on a roller coaster, let me tell you, S'mores. I went on a roller coaster throughout that match, because I went into it thinking, Hullabaloo, it's probably going to be a draw. They have a draw comp, you know, it's going to be a draw. And then I saw the first kite, and I was like, oh man, Prototype, they're in a really great position, they're going to win. And then the Hullabaloo came back, and I'm thinking, wow, the Hullabaloo, they might get this first survivor elimination, actually, they're doing really well. And then Prototype came back in the end and got a draw, so like, originally my analysis was correct, but like the match took me on such a wild roller coaster of who I thought was going to win and lose. It was really fantastic, really fun to see.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing with Identity V. I feel like there's just a lot of scenarios where it's kind of, you're in a winning position, but it's really hard to see it. And for the side of 7 Luo, I mean, the winning position was to get the right teleport, but considering the fact that Prototype was baiting them into getting the wrong teleport, and keep in mind, the puppeteer could have still rebound kited even if he got the right teleport. So, I mean, in the end here, I mean, they just played really well here on the side of Team Prototype, the way they communicated their survivors there in the end. But now ball is over to YSL's Park, as they are going to be the ones now playing the survivor. Meanwhile, Fafa IDV at YouTube from the side of Team Prototype. Is that at YouTube? I'm not sure. It's like at ... But
I believe it's at Twitch. At Twitch or at Twitch TV.
I'm so used to the at YouTube, like, you know, in-game names that I just assumed it was. Whoops. I forgot. I did not know Fafa streams on Twitch. Anyways, on the other side though, YSL survivors, now a chance here to potentially try and get a tie as well, or potentially even go for a win. But Prototype, you know, this isn't their map, so you don't want to risk too much. Then again, this is Fafa we're talking about, so very possible that they go for the win here. So it just boils down to how they play.
Yeah, Fafa really known for playing off meta. Now, I do really wonder if we'll see him play a Goatman or something a little bit more conventional in this first round. I know he does play that kind of stuff in a tournament setting, but very much known for a player that goes off script, plays crazy things, and just continues to achieve crazy results with them. We did see Fafa play a Soul Weaver and do great with it in an earlier round, and yesterday they had one of the best disciples I've ever seen, potentially even the best disciple I've ever seen. So, I mean, with a non-Goatman pick from 7 Luo coming out in the first round, do you think that we're going to see Fafa go with something that matches that, potentially something even more unconventional to match the same energy?
I do think that Fafa should consider sticking to the conventional here. I mean, he could go for that, and he could go for that Soul Weaver. I'm not sure how well it would fare in a map like Lakeside. It's so big that, you know, especially if you're playing Soul Weaver, you can't really make a lot of highways, as I call them, in this map. So forcing the Cypher pressure is not as easy. And for, you know, Disciple, you know, still Thai character. I mean, in the end, you always have to consider, even if they've played some of the greatest games with and ever, still a Thai queen for a reason. As we are going to see, we're heading right into this match, and oh my goodness, is that a Perfumer first ban?
That appears to be Perfumer and Gardener. So, I mean, if nothing else, this goodness me, does this look like a Goatman intention from these first two bans?
Yeah, I mean, this is giving so much Goatman energy, but then again, maybe, you know, Fafa is trying to bait it, as we are gonna see Magician and Puppeteer, an immediate pick here on the side of Team YSL. They are gonna ban the Seer here. Doesn't want to put Seer back in global immediately, similarly to what Prototype did, so they didn't pick it immediately there, but now he's banned, and so now they have to consider who they want to pick here. I wonder if they're gonna continue into that kind of rabbit hole of trying to counter the Goatman. It does seem as if that's going to be the case, as Gravekeeper is gonna get banned as well, or sorry, get picked rather, from the side of Team YSL. And for the fourth Survivor ban, a bunch of options here. I think Aeroplanist might be the best one, but Antiquarian is no slack of a character either, and that's why Antiquarian's the one getting banned this time. And for the side of Team YSL, picks out the Psychologist here, so relatively really strong comp here against the Goatman. So I do wonder, for Fafa here, is he still gonna run a Goatman, or are we gonna see something a bit more different from that?
Yeah, I mean, this is very similar to the situation. I think the situation I was talking about earlier, where it's just you have, I mean, Goatman is Goatman. That does have to be respected. It doesn't really matter what you're playing. Goatman is a very scary hunter, but this comp is just absolutely miserable to play Goatman into. Like, if you were to handpick a comp to go against Goatman, like if you didn't want any comp, like it would probably be this, because this really is just utterly awful. All of this tankiness, all, like, even Magician to an extent is not exactly what you want to see. So, I mean, I almost say, you know, will Fafa kind of bend to convention and go for the Goatman first? You know, it is Goatman. You still have to respect Goatman. He's a great character, nevertheless. But will he bend to convention and go for it? He will. He will do it, in fact. So, Goatman going to be coming out.
Yeah, I think this is confidence oozing right here. I don't care if you play 4 counters against my Goatman, I'm still playing Goatman. And that seems as if that's the message that Team Prototype is trying to bring out here, as they are going to be spawning pretty deep, pretty relatively actually conventional, though we are going to see Gravekeeper is going to be spawning in middle instead of that bottom, right down there, actually, that we typically see nowadays. And as we're heading right into this YSL Prototype match, just an update regarding some of the matches that are happening behind the scenes. Persona versus Disco Ducks, round 1 just finished. Apparently Persona won 6-3, so Persona's in the lead for all the Persona fans out there. I feel the need to mention that just really quickly, as we are going to be heading into this match. I do wonder who he's going to be chasing here. Puppeteer is likely Gravekeeper. A bit of a risk to chase Gravekeeper, but he does take care of one Tide Turner if he does. And Magician also very much a potential chase here. So a lot of choices for Fafa IDV, so I do wonder what he's going to run for.
Yeah, I mean, I think probably the Gravekeeper is what we're gonna see, because I feel like out of the 2 potential chases, I guess 3 potential chases if you count Magician, like, Gravekeeper is the most bold. Like, it yields rewards for downing that Gravekeeper. Like, there is a lot of rewards to the risk of going for that Gravekeeper first, but there's also a lot of reward to it removing that Tide Turner from the pool, not allowing the survivors to get it out. And when you really think about it, Gravekeeper is very similar to a character like Puppeteer. I mean, Gravekeeper, you have to hit him 4 times, providing you hit his shovels. Puppeteer, you have to hit him 4 times, providing he uses Lewis's. And the thing about Puppeteer is you are almost guaranteed to get a Lewis out of him if you put down the cage. Even if you are in a position to hit him or not, if you mess up, he is probably still used that Lewis and committed to that damage. However, Gravekeeper, you are forced to hit him. So it looks like he's going to go for the third option, though, and go for the Magician, disregarding everything I just said.
Yeah, he does decide to go for the Magician instead. It makes a lot of sense because he can block these windows and pallets here using a cage, and that seems to be the case with that cage here. And Magician immediately taking a hit here, so an early lead here from the side of Fafa. Resentment is going to be a bit slow here. 40 is going to be very much available now, so I wonder if he's going to use it. Tree wants to use for Magician. He needs to use this as well as he can. You're going to see he's going to go through the cage. Does manage to get the one right on time, so good timing there from the side of Magician. And I believe he's going to be able to kite out this cage, so Magician trying to make things last here. I believe that is also Blink though on the side of Fafa. I wonder if he's going to just hit the Hunt Survivor here. Decides to go for the hit now, and he is going to get that presence farm that he wants. Flywheel available on Magician, so now he needs to stall as much time as possible.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see if the second cage can be successful. Goatman jumping right into the Magician. Is he going to be able to? That does give him away going through that cage. Looks like Fafa's gonna come out on a little bit behind the wrong side, but hits him anyway due to that blink. 3 ciphers going all around 80%, 80 to 70%. Pretty healthy cipher progress for the survivors, but we'll see if they can keep it up once this Goatman has started scaling into his late game.
Yeah, we are seeing he's already making his way towards the Gravekeeper here, so trying to immediately just cut him off. Puppeteer as well, I believe he's going to be decoding the cipher here of the Gravekeeper. And I do wonder, are they actually going to get this rescue? Because they might actually be able to stall it right after half if this keeps on going. He does manage to go for the hit here. I wonder if it's going to be very close.
He manages to get it.
Yeah, he is going to be a before half rescue here, so huge on the side of the survivors. Johnny's going to try to go for the pallet stun here, and he does manage to get the pallet stun, so good stuff here from the side of YSL survivors. Now Magician still has 1-1 to use, as well as Flywheel, so he's going to try to kite here past the Tide Turner here and stall a bit more time.
What an amazing wand once again from the Magician. I mean, really, that's twice. And the Flywheel coming out on top of it all, baiting out once again this cage, now kiting past Tide Turner every single second now, is past the guarantee that Tide Turner does buy. It looks like he is going to be taking it down, but very, very well kited out by the Magician.
Yeah, and now 2 ciphers remaining, and both the Puppeteer and the Psychologist ready to decode. Gravekeeper seems to be going for the rescue once again here, but I think Fafa is realizing that he's right here in the vicinity. Goes for the double resentment there. He is gonna get the shovel hit on Johnny 2016 here. Does actually go towards the does manage to kite out the cage there. Actually, this is looking very dangerous there from the side of Johnny. I do wonder if they're gonna try to go for a body block all the way. It does seem as if that's going to be the case. Does not get the resentment on the Magician, and keep in mind he's running out of resentment actually, as now he is trying to save up for one more cage here from the side of Magician, trying to get the hit through the pallet. Unfortunately does not get it, but there's going to be the down. Johnny though, he's going to force the heal here, so this is looking very dire. Wait a second here, let's see. Does manage to get the Terror Shock. Will he get the right pickup though? Big question here. He needs to get the right pickup. Unfortunately, he picks up the Gravekeeper instead, and they're going to be actually immediately popping the cipher here.
Yeah, I mean, teleport's still available for Fafa. Actually gets this Magician down very quickly, and that is a big deal because now he's able and has that ability to go camp the Gravekeeper now. That you can't go try to backdoor rescue a Gravekeeper, although it looks like that's exactly, they do still have time to do it, and Tide Turner is on the table. Fafa might just teleport right out the gate here, try to deny them getting all the way to that side. Does not actually do it, ends up hitting the Puppeteer. That is going to be Puppeteer actually falling down on the ground, not using his Lewis at all, and here comes the teleport, everybody.
Yeah, we are going to see teleport comes into play. Their puppeteer is going to try to die as far away from the hunter as possible. Try to force him to find this puppeteer. Install a bit more time for this Gravekeeper to potentially open the other gate. Fafa still a chance to potentially go for the 3K here, but a tie is what YSL needs right now, as we are going to see. He does manage to find the puppeteer here. Going to try to go for the chair, but I think it's a bit too late, as this gate is about to open right here, and I think this is going to be a tie here for the side of YSL Survivors. So they managed to tie up this first round here, so good stuff on both ends here, but it's going to be a tie for this first round.
Yeah, it looks like they're gonna draw it out. I mean, now I feel like with all that said and done in this first round here, potentially the favor now swings to the side of YSL, because they managed to get that 2 survivor escape. They managed to get the draw against a Goatman. Very, very powerful character. Granted, it's not the Goatman's favorite map, and they played a lot of Goatman counters, and you could say that played into it or not. He did go for the Magician. Maybe not the biggest counter to him. Probably his best chase, and that's exactly what he went for. But I mean, now a little bit more like that Goatman is now something that Prototype is probably just gonna have to permanently ban out, and they don't have a lot of other options to get rid of 7 Lua's hunter pool. They can't now go for a ban on something that they maybe just really don't want to see, like a clown. Like they are basically forced to remove that Goatman now that it is into the second round tier, S'mores.
Then again, you know, they could just ban the clown and play the Goatman, so you're never 100% sure. And good news, at least for Team Prototype, is that now they're the ones who have the map pick ready. So at least that's a bit of leverage there. They could go for a smaller map, rid the possible chance of the clown coming into play. This we're kind of mentioning the clown a lot ever since 7 Lua played it in this tournament, and so heading into this round 2, no substitutions on both sides, I believe. I'm not sure as for YSL, but no substitutions for Team Prototype. And so the question definitely moves on to, what is 7 Lua gonna play? I mean, Fafa, IDV, we could talk about it as well, but it does seem as if pretty confident in the meta characters. I mean, again, 3 counters, 4 counters against, you know, Goatman, and he still played Goatman, and in fact he still got the tie amidst all of that. So I feel like Fafa very confident with the meta right now. For 7 Lua on the other end though, we did just see also a tie on his end, but we also seen that he has a lot of other options outside of those conventional meta picks.
Yeah, I mean, playing Hullabaloo, definitely. I mean, Lakeside Village, very much a map that I would say the conventional meta is not entirely good on. Like, maybe with the express exception of Opera Singer, who is probably the best, but Goatman, not dealing with it super well. Ivy, maybe a little bit too big for her to be super usable. And Hullabaloo, once again, much of the same problem. Like, it quite simply is just a little too big and a little too open, with a little too much for the survivors in a little too many places for them to really get the work done. And we can see this in both matches. Both of these staple hunters, I mean, Goatman, of course, being, once again, the king of hunters right now, but, you know, Hullabaloo, once again, also both teams just achieving that draw, keeping it very even into this first round.
Yes, the difference for sure is, as you've mentioned, Fafa had to give up the Goatman very early on. Meanwhile, Team YSL, 7 Lua still has access to it unless they ban it, of course, but that means wasting a ban on Goatman. So definitely, you know, slight advantage, I'd say, to Team YSL, especially since actually Prototype also picked up the Seer early on, so now it's on the global ban, so they don't even need to ban the Seer moving forward, because it's already banned on its own. So actually quite interesting, because even though they got the same results, they're kind of both at different situations here. For Team YSL, their global bans are, sorry, for Team Prototype, their global bans are not as good as Team YSL's, because you still have, you know, access to the Seer, or you don't have access to the Seer anymore. You don't have access to the Goatman anymore. You don't have access to a lot of the stronger characters. Meanwhile, on Team YSL, you don't have the map pick. It's going to be on prototype this time. So the question definitely is who's going to be able to capitalize on these small changes, small adjustments here. As we are going to see here, YSL is going to be banning a map very soon.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting how, like you said, you can get the same result in the first match, or in the first round, I should say. But you can achieve that same result from both teams, but, you know, your position's just looking, you know, not vastly different, but definitely different. You know, I would definitely have to agree that Prototype maybe being a little bit weaker if you think about it in terms of global bans. They do have a little bit better stuff globally banned for them, like that Seer. Goatman as well, not going to be accessible anymore. So that, you know, that's definitely something that that may affect them. But, you know, with that said, that's the great thing about Identity 5. You know, you never truly know where the chips will fall. You can have all the advantages and disadvantages in the world, but something can happen in a match. You can perform outstandingly, and you can still get a forced survivor elimination or a forced survivor escape. It really, really does depend on how you play in the moment.
I do think that for Team YSL, they should consider banning Orange Factory, but instead actually they banned the Moonlit River Park. So Orange Factory very much available here for Prototype. I do think they should go for it because it deals with two things that they kind of don't want. First, of course, we've seen the clown before. We don't want to see it again as Team Prototype. I mean, you have to respect that clown game. He did amazing in that match. So I feel like a smaller map is something that you want to go for. But also, you have to worry yourself over the Opera Singer. I mean, we've seen the very fact that you have no more Wildling, actually. I believe they have no more Puppeteer either. So they kind of lost a bunch of really strong Opera Singer counters. But in addition to that, 7 Luo's Opera Singer is actually, you know, a bit of the talk here. I just saw someone in chat mention how good 7 Luo's Opera Singer is, so I do think that's something worth noting as well. Though we are seeing Prototype a bit more confident, gonna bring it to Chinatown. I believe this is actually the map where, correct me if I'm wrong, this is the map that 7 Luo did play Clown in. So, you know, I mean, we keep on mentioning it, the Clown, because I mean, we love the Clown, I'm guessing. But, you know, I mean, this is a very interesting map here. I do wonder, what is Prototype's plan in this match? Because, I mean, Chinatown, definitely not the pick I was expecting here. I wonder if this is more of a pick for Fafa, because Chinatown is a pretty decent map for the Soul Weaver as well, which is a pick that Fafa does in fact have.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit of a curious pick to me as well, because, you know, 7 Luo having that Opera Singer, and, you know, I understand that this maybe doesn't mean quite as much on NAEU, but has been on the top of the Opera Singer leaderboard for a very long time. Like, they have had S-Badge Opera Singer ever since I can remember. Whenever I look at my character points, they have been up there sitting right at the top with that Opera Singer, and it is a favored pick for them, as well as Chinatown being a pretty good opera map. Like, you can definitely play opera here and find a lot of success. You could play clown here, find a lot of success. Like, there is a lot of options left open for 7 Luo, especially, you know, maybe even you could see a wax artist, a breaking wheel, a little bit more crazy stuff come out here as well. Like, there's a lot of options, especially with the survivors having, you know, less good characters to work with now. You could see some of that come out with a lot more confidence. So I definitely have to agree with you. It may just be a pick for Fafa to try and, you know, get Fafa to pull out something wild, get a really fantastic result with it, and, you know, put them at a bigger advantage going into the third round.
I do think here for Team Team Prototype, who's actually going survivors first up against 7 Luo, I think the plan actually may just be to ban the Opera Singer over the Goatman, because you have to realize that despite the team composition in the first game, not the strongest Goatman, he still went for the Hullabaloo. And I mean, you could also just play characters like Perfumer, which is still very much up, Magician. Perfumer definitely the best one because it can also deal with the clown substantially well, if you really have to think about it that way. And I do wonder, I feel like maybe Opera Singer ban might actually be much more reasonable in this map, because I mean, you have a lot of characters that overlap between Goatman counters and clown counters, and even you can go to an extent a bit towards the Ivy counters, especially since Flywheel isn't as strong of a trait in against Opera Singer. So potentially by just banning Opera Singer, you can just naturally bring Flywheel without any kind of repercussion. Meanwhile, we still a lot of questions here as for what Prototype is going to ban. I do think realistically, and I think much more in tune with what they should do, is definitely just ban the Opera Singer. You have to respect it. Top of the leaderboards, doesn't really matter if it's NAE or not. He's top for the reason. He's one of the best in the region for a reason, and you have to respect that.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree. Opening yourself up to that vector of attack with the Goatman is probably the lesser of the two poisons that you're gonna have to deal with if you are in the shoes of Prototype right now. Just having to deal with it. Sure, it sucks, but maybe at least you have a good idea on who the hunter is going to be. And as well, a point you brought up that is actually really interesting that I have not personally thought much about is banning Opera Singer for the reason that you can just be fairly confident Flywheel is going to be significantly more successful than Knee-Jerk Reflex, and be able to just bring a whole bunch of that on your Survivor persona, which is not an angle I was really ever looking before. So I think that's a really interesting pickup.
Yeah, and I mean, that's actually something that we see at the highest form of levels, is the fact that sometimes the ban, like the Opera Singer ban, comes over the Hullabaloo ban. And I think the main reason why this is the case is because, let's say Goatman gets round 1 pick, right? If you ban Hullabaloo, then the options here are potentially Opera Singer, as well as maybe the Ivy, and also maybe characters such as Breaking Wheel or Clown, which have been substantially used. And the thing against these characters is that they're all really weak to Flywheel, except for Opera Singer, who isn't that weak against a Flywheel. Now, if you take out the Opera Singer, on the other hand, Hullabaloo isn't as strong against Flywheel as well, because you can Flywheel the tree marks off, right? And that's something that a lot of teams have actually started considering moving forward with the bans. It's also why we saw Hullabaloo bans a whole lot less, and Opera Singer bans kind of spark up, especially in the Japan leagues, both in IGL and smaller tournaments such as the ICC. And this is something that we have to recognize when it comes to the ban picks. Again, meta is very volatile. I've stated it many times in this stream and in this match. Anything can really happen here. And for the side of 7 Luo, as he are going to head into this ban picks, I do wonder what his first 2 bans are going to be, because those are going to show what he may be considering to play. And that's going to be the Priestess Coordinator, which, is a very conventional ban here. Really, any character is still very much available, and we are seeing, indeed, Opera Singer does in fact get banned.
Yeah, Prototype agreeing with you on that analysis, thinking about it perhaps a little bit more deeply than I was, but, the downside, we actually haven't seen a lot of Priestess be banned, not ban or pick, especially because Goatman, namely, but a lot of other hunters these days just have ways of dealing with Priestess that, you don't love to see a Priestess still, but like, it's something you can deal with. But the downside of that is that you do see Antiquarian being brought out in this map, which is something that has had a near 100% ban rate so far in this tournament. People really don't want to see that Antiquarian coming out. 12-second disarm is a long time. The support potential being very good as well. Like, there's a lot of things that Antiquarian can do. The flip as well. Of course, speed boost. She really has it all in one character. So, I mean, yeah, that's gonna be available to Prototype, and they are not skipping a beat. They are gonna take that right away. And yeah, I mean, we'll see what their whole team comp ends up shaping out to be, but right now it looks not too much like a Goatman counter, so maybe they do not expect that to come out at all.
I mean, you know, it does seem as if this comp is just accounting for everything. Like, in general, against Goldman, this is a pretty decent composition. Yes, First Officer may have some issues, but with Antiquarian Magician and now Professor up in the books, I mean, this is not the best composition up against up against Goldman, actually. And for the side of, you know, Professor, very interesting pick. We've seen it a bit more in the Chinese leagues than we have in Japan. And the main reason and the main ideology of Professor is that Professor's kind of a riskier character, but something that kind of pays off, especially if you know how to properly use it. Has its ways to deal with Ivy, has its ways to deal with Goatman, which seems to be the case. I do wonder, we've mentioned it so many times before, I do wonder if Clown is in the cards. Not necessarily scared, because a lot of these players, or these characters, their items can be baited before you go ahead and take the rocket dash. And I'm not actually sure if Professor actually stuns if it's a rocket dash hit. Correct me if I'm like wrong on that. Anyone in the chat, do correct me if that is the case. But you know, I mean, you can bait the items here, especially Antiquarian. Antiquarian's pretty tough, especially against Max Presence Clown, because of how fast he is. So I mean, I really want to see the Clown. Goldman's still very much a possible pick. Ivy too, though I wouldn't be too confident with Ivy, but no, he said no to all of that. No, he's playing Clerk, and I'm a bit surprised. I don't think Clerk is the best pick here.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of options to go with. Clerk is a bit of an oddball. I do have to agree with you. I think Clown actually is very strong here, because, you know, Antiquarian and Magician, you know, maybe on paper they do counter him, but, you know, really good Clowns, they will have ways to bait those things out. Officers, you know, pretty tough character for Officer to deal with. Professor, once again, it can be baited, but opting for a Clerk, which, I mean, these survivors all have individually, I think, against a Clerk, fairly strong kiting, so I'm not sure what the plan is.
I do also wonder if the Clerk plans to bring excitement here, with the Antiquarian just possibly being a problematic character. And if he does bring excitement, he can consider chasing the Antiquarian. So I feel like that's very much a potential case here. I also think he can chase the Professor with the excitement. It does seem as if they all have flywheels here. The Professor did bring 12-9 as well. So I'm not sure. Again, this pick, super interesting that they actually went for the Clerk here. Not something I was expecting, truthfully. This was a complete blindside for me. I'm not sure how good 7 Luos Clerk is, but I do hope it's really good, because he's going to need all that skill here to play against this matchup, because this is not an easy matchup for Clerk.
It definitely isn't. I mean, I'm sure, you know, he's definitely got some hours on Clerk under his belt to be bringing it out, you know, in such a difficult comp to go against, you know, such a difficult matchup. I'm sure he's definitely earned his stripes on this character. Although, I mean, how much he's been playing it recently and how much practice he has on it is definitely something you always have to question, whether it's something that they have played very much in the past and feel comfortable with, or if it's something that's kind of fresh off the roster that you've just been practicing, just been preparing to break it out in a time of need, like in this second match. I mean, lots of conventional meta still available to be picked, but goes for the Clerk. I mean, I guess we'll just have to see how it works out, S'mores, because, you know, I really struggle to make predictions on this.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing he's going to be heading right towards Problems, which is the Antiquarian. Seems as if he's brought Blinked instead of Excitement, which still makes a lot of sense here. And he is looking towards the Professor's end, but seems as if he's not going to be chasing right towards that. No, actually, no, he's going to make the switch here. Yep, we are going to see now Professor is going to be getting eyed out here by 7 Luo, who is already heading towards the hotel here.
Yep, immediately putting that recording on the Professor. Not going to matter too much at the moment, as it is going to just be a pallet stun. But that value does come into question once you go to this second pallet. Now Professor unable to throw it down, using the scales, his only item, now being baited out. Probably not even going to have another opportunity to even try to use them as he makes a break for this amazing pallet up top here.
Yeah, we are going to see here, he's got another mind game to be played here. Does get the pallet drop here. Unfortunately, doesn't get the hit, actually. So, he doesn't get a hit once again. So, Poland is actually going to be able to rotate this pallet once again, who was just, you know, undropped, basically. He is going to be able to get the hit here. I believe his second scale is going to be ready here. I'm not sure. Oh, no, never mind. That's actually really long cooldown. So, we are going to see here, Polak trying to stall a bit more time, but Blink is going to be ready, and he's going to get the Blink. Wow. Gets the terror shock, and that's going to be a down on Polux. And this is a pretty strong pressure hunter, so the ciphers are looking pretty decent, but definitely need to step up here from the side of Team Prototype.
Yeah, that blink basically being used the second it was available. Didn't want to waste any time with it, and just being presented with the perfect opportunity. I mean, that blink not coming out, the Professor Pollux there being able to make that one more window rotation would have made a really big difference, because Cleric is now very much free to pressure the ciphers and do these things that, you know, give the survivors a lot more of a hard time getting their teammate off the chair. All of this.
Yeah, we are going to see here no recordings to use. He's been using it all on them decoding. As we are going to see Pollux has his second scale ready. Does manage to bait it out. Baits it out once again. So this is going to be a down on Pollux. Problems is getting ready to harass. And this is going to be one of Clerk's main weaknesses, is the fact that he's unable to actually just deal with this Antiquarian. But I think Antiquarian might be a bit too late. But no, he's actually heading towards Antiquarian's direction. Manages to get the flywheel off, so good job here. And Pablo stalling additional time here, so he's going to be able to get the harass here. He even gets the pallet stun, and good job here, as now Pablo's managed to buy a lot of time for their survivors. Pollux is going to be making his rotation away, but he is going to be going back here, so I wonder if Antiquarian is going to be going for the harass again. Does seem as if that's going to be the case. Antiquarian's already in the vicinity. Let's see if there's a second stun. Unfortunately misses there on the side of Team Problems here and Team PT. We are going to see Scale is ready once again, manages to bait it at the very least, but unfortunately he is going to get the pallet drop, or the pallet vault there. Does manage to get stunned once again, so Pollux doing an amazing job. Flywheel is also ready. Look at the ciphers. There's about to be one cipher remaining too.
Yeah, one last stun coming down from Paulblums. Really, I mean, using that entire fluid here to help on the side of Pollux. Now trying to use his health, but not successfully doing so. But I mean, in this time, we've seen a lot of ciphers be completed. Antiquarian's still looking very healthy. I mean, no more stick to help support, but still a very much able body to come in for this rescue. And, you know, two survivors available to go decode on the cipher, so Cleric's pressure is less.
Yeah, Blink is going to be ready once again here, and Problems just pressuring the Hunter to try and hit her, and he does seem to be the case here. Two ciphers are being decoded, so even if he tries to block one, another one will be decoded. Tries to go for the body block. Unfortunately, he just passes right through it here. Does use the scale once again, uses the Blink, and now he needs to get this hit. Unfortunately, he doesn't get the hit, and Problems is blocking once again. However, Pollux is actually leaving the vicinity. Instead, ciphers are now at 40% here, so trying to stall additional time, but unfortunately that's going to be a down from Pollux. Problem tried to body block, unfortunately to no avail, and that's going to be one survivor out, so at least a saving grace there for 7 Lua. Now a chance to potentially try and go for the tie, as both ciphers are being decoded here, but he's heading right towards Newberg.
Yeah, I mean, 2 ciphers definitely on the works. Actually, a third one being started, I believe, by Problems there. So, I mean, these survivors definitely aren't leaving anything to chance. You know, they're not gonna bet the whole cart and the horse on just one cipher. They are gonna open up multiple ones, give themselves multiple chances, not allow the Clerk to really effectively, you know, be able to chain off both ciphers without, you know, the other one being decoded. She cannot fully stem the bleeding without removing basically all of her recordings from this game, which is something she relies on to get her down. So, difficult situation to be in if you are 7 Luo here. You really you really want to get this down, but it's difficult because, you know, the ciphers are just going to be done and there's not really a whole lot you can do about it if you're going for the ladder. So yeah, it just looks like a very stable draw at this moment.
Yeah, at this point, I think he's just trying to force out resources from the side of the survivors here, as now the cipher is going to be hitting 90. I believe that is the cipher of the antiquarian, so they're going to be able to get the cipher prime, trying to stall more time to get his teleport ready before this pop does go down. Numer's going to be heading towards the gate already, but with 7 Luo having vision on that, he does recognize that they're going to be able to just block the gate that Numer is going to be trying to decode, as now the pop comes in, blocks Psyche there from going for the vault. Unfortunately, just too much distance for it to actually have any use, as the second watch does come in. And keep in mind, wait a second, Dungeon is right here, so he decides to go for the teleport, not risking anything anymore, and Problem's probably going to go down here. Flywheel does not work, but unfortunately he does go down. Luckily for them, I believe they're going to be able to decode this gate on time. Well, yeah, they are going to be able to decode this gate on time, so I believe this is going to be a tie here from the side of Team Prototype and YSL.
Yeah, that gate there, decoded just in time. I mean, Clerk has no real conceivable way of getting all the way over there in time, and just going to see them kind of stand here, resigned to their fate at this point of this draw. Now, once again, that has kicked the ball back over into Prototype's court. Fafa has another crack at this. Once again, looking for that win. I mean, we saw a similar situation in the first round. YSL survivors able to step up to the plate just the same as Prototype survivors were able to, and get a draw against Fafa IDV. Really, all eyes are on him now. If he's able to get this win, they will be taking the second round win. Or not the second round win, pardon me, the first round win for them, but they will be winning the second round, and going into round 3, that will be a that will be a mountain that that YSL will have to climb if they do manage it.
Yeah, and that's definitely something that we have to consider, is that this is Prototype's map, so definitely something worth mentioning, because Chinatown, again, I think I mentioned this early on, but Chinatown's a solid map for the Soul Weaver, so I wonder if that was selected due to that fact. And I mean, we have realized that Fafa is probably one of the best, if not the best, Soul Weaver in the region. So I mean, definitely some pressure here on YSL as they try to at least tie or win this match. Definitely want to win it, because of course you want to get that lead at this point, because if you're heading into round 3 and you still don't have the lead, then definitely something, or a bit of a concern here, especially if you want to try and move into the semifinals here.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, we see Fafa actually coming into the custom lobby, readied up. I didn't even have time to see that he joined before the ready button was clicked. Like, he is in the mindset, ready to go, like disciplined, ready to go against these survivors with a plan, and just like very prepared, very confident. Like, I'm very excited to see what he's going to be bringing to the table here.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of, you never really know though. Like, we mentioned how many the other hunter picks from the side of Team YSL. In the end, they pick the clerk. So honestly, we never truly know when it comes to these hunters. Meanwhile, here for Team YSL, right, we could see potentially the Soul Weaver, but we can also still see the other meta picks. We could see the Ivy, the Opera Singer, the Hullabaloo, if it's all out there for the card. So for Fafa, a lot of choices here, actually. I do wonder what he's gonna pick here in the end. I do think Prototype should try to go for the win this time around, because heading into round 3, keep in mind, YSL's Hunter has only given up the Hullabaloo as well as the Clerk, and at this point their global bans are looking fresh as ever, because Prototype survivors also gave up not just the Seer in the first round, but now they've given up the Antiquarian and the First Officer, I believe, in that second round. So I mean, for Team Prototype, you're giving up a lot of resources heading into this round, and if by the time the third round you don't have the lead, then definitely going to be some concern here.
Yeah, definitely some concern indeed. I mean, going into round 3 is almost like saying, it's almost like a best of one in the way that basically if you win that round, you win the whole thing. You know, like we don't go to overtime unless everything is completely drawn out. And, you know, obviously if you're going into a best of one, you want to be able to choose the characters that are going to be doing the best for you, but you don't have that luxury when it is a third round. It's not there for you. And like you mentioned, the global bans looking a lot more healthy in terms, or for the side of YSL, at least right now. I mean, we'll have to see what is taken in this round, like what YSL decides to burn on their survivor side. You know, maybe that will give them a larger or smaller disadvantage in the third round. But in terms of hunters, you're absolutely right. You know, 7 Lua has not given up really anything in extreme value. He still has a relatively deep pocket of picks that he can go for. I mean, so does Fafa, of course, but it in terms of conventional meta, it is definitely a much scarier situation for Prototype.
We are going to see here Seer and Antiquary and conventional bans on the side of Fafa IDV. Also, I just want to briefly mention as we head into this game, a lot of Fafa fans in the chat right now. I literally saw an account called Fafa IDV fans. So, you know, definitely a lot of fans for Team Prototype. I do want to hear the voices there of the YSL fans. Please show yourselves up because they might need it this round, as the opera singer is gonna get banned. As previously mentioned, Hullabaloo is not the BO2 hunter anymore. We've seen that very over time, and we are gonna see opera singer is gonna get banned considering the fact that puppeteer is not available for Team YSL. It seems as if they're hovering over priestess, so we might finally see a priestess match. Oh no, they decide to drop it, and now we are gonna see forward and psychologist show up instead.
Yeah, psychologist coming in. Forward, actually a character, you know, not seen. Actually, ooh, a novelist ban. That's a little bit interesting. You know, novelist, a character I think is personally very underrated. He has pretty good kiting, pretty good support. Like, he's a great all-around character, kind of in the same form as Lucky Guy, except he can just do everything significantly better than Lucky Guy can a lot of the time. The only thing he can't really do is decode. That is his one big weakness. So I am surprised to see him not picked more than he is, but I mean, he is being banned out by the side of Fafa IDV, so clearly he doesn't want to deal with it. Prospector being banned as well. I mean, if that doesn't scream disciple pick, I don't know what does, S'mores.
I agree. I mean, Prospector ban is kind of crazy, but also still, Novelist ban also kind of screams great gamekeeper for me. So who knows fully as to what these bans are. I am very surprised they banned Prospector, even though forward is already available. So genuinely screaming the disciple for me. It makes a lot of sense. I mean, again, all they need is a tie to move on to third round and they'll still be all tied up. But as you've mentioned before, Prototype kind of wants to win here. So not sure if Anne is a pick that you want to be playing if you want to win. Then again, we saw Fafa's Anne, and it is absolutely diabolical the way Fafa plays the character. So sure, it might be an Anne, but on Fafa's hand, it might not even be a tie. Hunter might be a win. So definitely something worth considering here. Forward psychologist, female dancer, and acrobat, though, on the side of Team YSL. A pretty solid team composition, if I do add. And definitely, I think some pressure here on Fafa's shoulders, as I think the best scenario for them is to try and win.
Yeah, Fafa definitely put in a pretty tough position. I mean, obviously, it isn't, you know, it's not the end of the world if you only draw out this match. But as you know, as we keep saying, you know, this this mountain that's happening with the global bans and with the, you know, with the globals and all these things in the background is slowly a hill that is, you know, continuously getting bigger. And yeah, there it is. There's the disciple pick. I'd like to be surprised, but I'm really not. Like, Fafa is terrifying on this hunter.
Yeah, and I've been hearing all the talk, whether that's in the stream itself, whether that's from you or whether that's from the chat saying that the Anne from Fafa is insane. And I think I have to agree with that. Fafa's Anne is a force to be reckoned with. So the question is, can they reckon with that Anne here? As we are going to see Flywheel actually from basically all the survivors. Very interesting. And 12-6 on both Acrobat and Forward as Fafa IDV. Going to be spawning right on top of the Psychologist. I do wonder if he's going to be chasing them or going to be even considering potentially chasing the female dancer or the Forward, if he does have the warp to potentially close out the distance. A lot of questions heading into this match, but one thing remains clear. Both teams want to try and win here and get this early lead, or actually not even early lead anymore, but try to get this lead here and hopefully bring it to that third round.
Yeah, I mean, Fafa actually, the last time I saw him, actually not opting to bring warp on Anne, which, I mean, at this point is kind of just what most disciples bring, but Fafa not opting to go for it, so I'm really interested if we'll see that same decision once again. But as we hop into the second half of round 2 here, I just want to quickly mention that the matchup between Disco Ducks and Persona has concluded. Persona is going to be taking that one with 2-0 in terms of round wins, so congratulations to them. They will be making it into the semifinals along with Frogfin and one of the two teams you are seeing here.
Yeah, and actually they are going to be heading up against Frogfin in the semifinals, if I'm correct. So something worth mentioning. But we're going to be focusing here first on YSL versus Prototype. A chance here to get the lead or a chance to tie it once more here. It's going to be an Anne, so I'm very excited to see how this match goes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right on that same boat with you. We see once again the same kind of red skin with the same accessory that we saw Fafa using yesterday. I mean, potentially a lucky skin here as we see him make his way slowly but surely along his way to this Acrobat at the balcony area here.
Yeah, it does seem as if Acrobat's going to be the immediate first chase here. I wonder if he's going to go for the drop. He does get the drop, but nice jump there to immediately close the distance. Forces the pallet breaks here, so a red ball's actually immediately going to come out. I'm not sure how I feel about that because he's actually still going to take the hit regardless. And this is, yep, we are going to see, yep, there's going to be the hit right here. I'm not sure how I like this for the side of the Acrobat because now he's unable to actually block this next set of cats here with the red ball. Going to use the black ball to slow down the hunter at the very least, but Fafa gonna go the long way here, and the cat actually the cat did in fact connect here. So I mean, this is looking pretty difficult for the survivors. He's not actually gonna go for the jump here. Oh wait, he does go for the delayed jump. A good play there, but a Forward going for the stun, so great support right on time there. And so now Blink is gonna be ready. He is gonna go for the blink and does manage to get the down. So pretty solid here on both ends there, looking pretty dire there after the delayed jump from the side of Anne, but luckily Forward saves the day, and now he's planning to go for the rescue as well.
Yeah, I mean, this does look very much like a draw situation, I have to tell you. It really does. We are going to see the cats coming out right away. This could be a potential stuffing situation for the Anne. Looks like it's not going to happen. Both cats actually missing. One only connecting onto the Acrobat Forward. Missing that dash there. Cancel is going to come out from the cats onto the Acrobat. Looks like he is going to be able to take the hit here. Not really much he can do about it. There it is. Goes down. And Acrobat will be seeing a second chair very shortly.
I do wonder if Psychologist is going to consider trying to Wi-Fi heal this Forward. It seems as if that's going to be the case. So, might be a second rescue here from the side of Forward. Not sure if he's going to insta-stun rescue, though. And we are going to see that's going to be the second chair here for the Acrobat. Forward is now within the vicinity. So, the question is whether they're going to sell, whether they're going to go for the rescue. But yeah, definitely a lot of questions because Acrobat does also have his second red ball very much ready.
Yeah, second red ball ready. The cross is going to be coming down shortly. Will we see a hit in time? It's going to be Flywheel. The hit is not going to come down. The pallet is going to be thrown. Both cat stuns utilized, and Forward is going to be able to get this rescue scot-free. A stun coming in. The stun actually missing. Forward going down, and it is going to be a double down now on the side of Fafa with this Anne. splitting the cats, going for the acrobat. Red bomb has been utilized. Not going to be able to use those cats really any further. Will it matter? Acrobat is going to be able to get to this cat or this pallet. Cat's coming out now. Red bomb worn off, and acrobat's going to be falling down.
Yeah, and that was an unfortunate mistake there for Ford. Tried to get greedy by going for the stun. Unfortunately, did not work in his favor. We do see Psychologist does get the heal off on this forward, and I wonder if Fafa is going to be committing to this forward, or he's going to go for the Psychologist, who seems to be going to one of the ciphers here. Now he's going for Johnny 2016 here. Bunch of balls still to use here, and so I wonder if he's going to use it now. He should consider using it now, and he does manage to use it right there to just dodge the cats right on time. Teleport comes in, and now he's switching to the Psychologist.
Yeah, removing resources from the forward, potentially preparing for some endgame shenanigans. I'm not sure. I mean, we are definitely going to see one hit come out onto the Psychologist. The second cat has arrived, but the stun is a lot shorter, and you know, she's going to be able to make a distance, but not quite as much distance as she probably wanted to make, as the second cat is already ready to be used, and she's going to be seeing the rocket chair pretty shortly. Now, I mean, the ciphers are working. The ciphers are basically primed on the side of YSL here, looking very much like a draw kind of idea. Female Dancer is just gonna walk right past, like just gonna fly directly past the Disciple there. Looks like she is gonna opt to go for this forward, potentially catching on to the fact that forward probably doesn't have borrowed time, nor does he have any football left. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, that is gonna be a stun, and that is gonna be a down on the forward. Fafa potentially being able to pressure the gate, although it is very difficult to do as and not as much map presence. He is gonna go for it though, because he is chairing this middle, and the survivors splitting up, potentially gonna try to. Oh wow, he's going like really far with this.
Yeah, he's going to be trying to go for the far chair. Unfortunately, this is what we're talking about, so he's going to get the struggle and the pallet stun. And this is looking pretty dire, because guess what? That gate is being decoded right now. And Johnny 2016 trying to go for it. Unfortunately, could not get it in time. Gonna use
will
the
the stun
cross
happen in time? It will.
Psychologist does manage to get the down here, and this is looking pretty bad for the survivors. I think they can still possibly go for the tie. Johnny 2016 is within this vicinity though, and he's gonna vault this window almost immediately. I think they're just gonna go for the chair.
Yeah,
I think
teleport probably coming out. Will it catch the forward or not? It looks like it will catch the forward in time, potentially. Teleport animation is not very fast. Another draw.
Yeah, and that's gonna be it. Another draw from the side of the survivors. Very close there. Seconds actually close there. But unfortunately for Fafa, could not get the extra down there. And fortunately for the survivors, another tie. And we're heading into third round, still even in points.
Yeah, I mean, no team has managed to really gain a tangible lead over each other. They haven't given each other an inch as of yet. I mean, there is still that potential invisible force, that invisible advantage of those global bans, like we have been, you know, kind of mentioning this entire time. That is an advantage that YSL does have, and that something that could materialize here in the third round. But I mean, really, just both of these teams not giving each other anything, just refusing to allow the other side to do anything more than get a draw.
Yeah, and now this actually for Team YSL a bunch of advantages here. We've mentioned before their global bans does look a little bit better than Team Prototype, and to add to all of that, they I believe also have the map pick. So I mean, this is looking pretty dire here for the side of Team Prototype, as they still have a chance to potentially win this. Of course, still even in points, remember that. But definitely some small advantages here from YSL, and I think they'll just take it with them, hopefully using those advantages to finally secure the win here in this third round. Then again, you never know, we could go overtime, so a lot of things at stake right now for both teams, as scores are tied, but definitely again, the conditions and the, you know, resources here are completely different.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about you, S'mores, but I would love to see an overtime. Perhaps a little selfishly, I would love to see an overtime. I want to see more from both of these teams because so far, I mean, they have just shown fantastic gameplay. I mean, Prototype, the biggest example, I think, for their survivors really shines through in that first match. But, you know, YSL has had some great moments as well. Like, there's just been some fantastic Identity 5 being played all around. But I mean, yeah, like we've said, or like you've said actually, there is that slow ticking time bomb of all these small advantages in terms of the global bans, and now map pick being on the side of YSL once again. Like, these small things are starting to add up, and, you know, collectively do make a bit of a hill that Prototype is going to have to climb.
Yes, I 100% agree with that. As we see 14 Prototype, they're actually going to make a substitute here. I don't know who this player is, so I'm really sorry, but they are making a substitute. But also on the side of Prototype, they have decided to ban the red church here on the final map. That is some of the few leverages that they do get, as well as the faction pick. So for YSL here, a bunch of maps to use. I think they should go for a slightly larger map. I know that they banned Moonlit, but I do think Moonlit's actually a very solid map to pick at the moment. You have Goatman, you have Opera Singer, you have Clown as well, if you really want to go with that. You could play Ivy in that map. We saw a while ago, FNE FF. That was actually very close, despite a bunch of mistakes on both ends. So, I mean, you have to admit, a lot of choices if you go Moonlit here. I do wonder if that's going to be a map that YSL is considering, but no, they actually go for Arms Factory. Complete 180 here from what we were expecting.
Yeah, Arms Factory, I mean, potentially, like, kind of goes against what we were just saying. I mean, maybe not so good for Clown. I mean, Goatman definitely exists here. Goatman exists everywhere. Like, you cannot remove the Goatman, of course. Well, actually, we'll talk about the Hunter picks for Team YSL in a second here, because it looks like Prototype has chosen for their Hunter to go first, so we will be seeing Fafa IDV coming in to start this third round. Back-to-back performances. Disciple now being global ban. Obviously, potentially, this is an okay map for a Spider. Like, there are places, it's not Red Church, but, like, there are places for a Spider, so we may see that, being released from Fafa.
They are saying in the chat of YSL Prototype, Wu Chang incoming. It'd be so funny if we see the Wu Chang as soon as they say that. And I do agree with you. I think for this map, they should just ban, immediately just ban Ivy, Hullabaloo. They could ban Ivy, Soul Weaver if they really want to, but I feel like, you don't want to let out the meta threats almost immediately, especially since Ivy in this map, especially in smaller maps, just really problematic. Opera Singer is not as big of an issue, in my opinion, in a map like Arms Factory with so much palettes, with so much windows. Even after the changes, still a problematic map for hunters in general, especially those that are forced to break pallets. And Soul Weaver could be a potential pick here, especially since distributing the ciphers in this map is a bit more difficult than in other maps, especially with how small it is. They could also play Wu Chang. I don't think they should play Wu Chang. I would want them to play Wu Chang, but I think, from just a analysis perspective, I feel like Wu Chang's just not fit in this map specifically.
Yeah, I mean, not enough size in this map, I think, to justify Wu Chang. As much as I would love to see the Wu Chang come out, it's just not quite big enough. Something I would personally love to see. I don't think this will happen. I mean, maybe there's a small chance, but Guard 26. Maybe. I'm just saying there's a chance. I know you don't know S'mores, but like I really love Guard 26, so I'd love to see at least one gameplay of him in this tournament. He's okay on Arms Factory. It could happen, although I do think Fafa will probably reach for a Hunter that's has a little bit more potential to win. Not that Guard 26 doesn't, but his buff is still fairly new. People still getting used to it a little bit, so.
Yeah, I mean, actually, one thing for everyone, Bonbon is meta. Bonbon is meta. It's crazy, right? A lot of people say like Bonbon's not meta. No, he is. Don't let him lie. You know, Bonbon has, ever since the adjustments, Bonbon has actually had ways to really mitigate some early game mistakes, especially since, right, the early game chase is somewhat unforgiving. His new changes really allow him to not just, you know, kind of revert those mistakes by forcing the survivors to rescue, maybe get the stuff in the process. But in addition to that, it allows him to actually capitalize on good chases, because if you get a good chase, you start putting bombs on the chair. They're forced to rescue even though it was a very early down. So, you know, Bonbon, I actually think if Fafa has the Bonbon, he should consider it as a potential pick here, because it does have some benefits for them, especially with forward gone as well. No more immediate harass or immediate like insta stun rescue unless they go for like a weird antiquarian 12-6 build. But I mean, a lot of it's actually very possible, especially if A, Fafa has the character, and B, they decide to play a composition that's not so strong as the guard 26.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, only time will tell. I've I've been begging for a guard 26 pretty much the whole tournament. So maybe Fafa will be the person to finally give him to me. But I don't know. I don't think Fafa really knows the character too well, which is the main reason why I don't think he will be picked. I mean, I do think the conditions are definitely right for a guard 26. You know, he's fairly good right now. He does have maybe a little bit of an advantage based on the characters that I'm thinking YSL are gonna pick. You know, just they don't really have too much committed in the way of global bans, but a lot of the characters that are committed are characters that take a lot of hits, which guard 26 doesn't love them because then he can't stuff them easily. Especially Gravekeeper is an enormous pain because not only does he you know, take chips so that you can't really force him out of his shovel as good as you used to be able to. He also rescues faster, which gives you a way less chance of a terror shock. So, I mean, hey, maybe it'll happen, but you know, maybe we'll see Wu Chang. Who am I to say?
Someone is calling that you're on copium right now in chat. You know, hey. Listen, it's you never know. You never know. I mean, we saw the clerk a while ago. I didn't even like see it coming at all. Like, it genuinely blindsided me. You never know with this tournament. Maybe the Bomba will show. I'm actually surprised. I because I haven't watched all the matches, so I'm actually surprised that Bonbon hasn't showed up at any, because Bonbon's actually a really decent character, you know. So like, you know, to all the Bonbon mains there that are still in this tournament but in hiding, show your Bonbon. Do not be afraid, you know. It is actually a good character. As we are waiting, I think for the substitute here from the side of YSL, because they did say that they were gonna sub someone into the game. So I do wonder who it's gonna be. It is not Johnny 2016 though. Shout out to Johnny 2016. It's such a funny name.
It really is. It's such a simple name, but simplicity leads to greatness. I think that's what it is. And Johnny 2016, shout out to you, man.
Yeah, shout out to Johnny. I don't know what the 2016 is for. I'm gonna hope it's not the day they were born, because oh my god, if 2016 kids are playing this game, I'm actually gonna have like a crash out mid stream here. So pray to God that the 2016 is like some secret deep meaning there for Johnny. Though, shout out, it is quite a funny name here. And also shout out to everyone in the chat. I've seen a lot of Fafa fans. Genuinely, I'm still laughing over the one person Fafa IDV fan. Shout out to them. I've been seeing them a lot. And again, root for your favorite teams, guys. Like, just root for your favorite teams. I mean, they need it right now. This is the third round, so stakes are high, especially since they're both tied still.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, definitely make sure to send your energy to the teams through the chat. You know, put like emojis in that represent for them, or you know, however you want to do it. You know, make sure to, you know, make sure to root for them, because you know it does mean the world to the teams that are playing, of course. And you know, it's always great to see that you know, people are enjoying the show as well. But it looks like we are having our entire lineup for YSL in the room now. Just just waiting for it to start. Not quite. Have I actually, S'mores? I have a really bad memory. Have I talked about Disco Ducks and Persona, the matchup that?
Oh yeah, you did. So I will reiterate it again for everyone who just missed it. Off stream. So off stream there was a match between Persona and Disco Ducks, one of the quarterfinals match, and Persona just won it 2 rounds to none. So Persona will be one of the semifinalists going up against Frogfin, I believe tomorrow. Correct me if I'm wrong. But
yeah, it should be tomorrow. The real question is, I think it's still a best of 3. I know we did finals were best of 5, I believe, not semifinals. So it should still be a best of 3. But once they, you know, providing they get to the finals, it will be a best of 5 match. So you know, you'll get to see maybe some crazy picks there. But yeah, thank you. I just couldn't remember if I had mentioned it or not, because you know, sometimes, all right, in my old age, these things, they don't stick well to my brain.
In my old age. God damn, in my old age is so funny, bro. Especially after we were just talking about how Johnny 2016 might have been born in 2016. But we are going to be heading right into this match. It is Fafa IDV playing the Hunter. He's going to be banning the Seer and the Archer, letting the Antiquarian up for grabs here. 2 Hunter bans now because it is the 3rd round. We know for a fact that both Goatman and the Ann is no longer up for grabs. So
and
it seems as if
gone.
And Soul Weaver are going to be the bans. Decides to let the Ivy loose, decides to let the Opera Singer loose. I'm very curious to what their picks are going to be, which is going to be the Acrobat Gardener.
Yeah, Acrobat Gardener not snagging the Antiquarian. I mean, I guess you can probably assume if they haven't picked it already. Well, Fafa's gonna ban it anyway. I was gonna say, you know, if you're gonna go Antiquarian, like this is the time to do it. But I mean, not anymore. It's gone off the cards for the side of YSL. I'm still that respect ban on the Spider. It leaves Fafa room to breathe with the meta.
Yeah, I do think it's actually quite interesting because with the picks they're coming with, it does feel like they're countering more of Opera than Ivy. So I'm curious whether Fafa even has the Ivy in the first place, because I mean, with the way that YSL is playing this ban pick, it seems as if they're incredibly confident that he's actually not going to be playing the Ivy, especially since Gardener and Acrobat came up. Antiquarian was also available, who's kind of a 50-50 character against the Ivy, but relatively decent with the way that her stick works. But now Coordinator is going to come up as well, and I mean, this is a pretty good composition for Opera Singer. We did see that YSL respected the Opera Singer a while ago after banning it in Chinatown. So I do wonder as to, again, does Fafa have Ivy? Because I feel like Ivy would make a lot of sense in this pick.
Yeah, I mean, if Fafa has a great Ivy up his sleeves, like I think if he is to break it out right now, it is the perfect time. This is a great comp to be playing Ivy into for the most part. I mean, Mercenary, maybe he can avoid the final presence with his elbow pads in the late game, and you don't want to deal with that. But otherwise, Acrobat, I suppose the same. But for the most part, it's a really fantastic opportunity to play it. So if he has one, this is definitely the time for it, and this is a great situation for it to be able to get results. But I feel like YSL pretty confident he doesn't.
Anyways, again, shout out to everyone that's just supporting the team Persona, but look at that, it's gonna be Peddler. You'll never see this one coming right here. And I mean, oh my god, actually I'm very excited because Peddler, I was just mentioning like early on, I did want to see a Peddler, and Peddler's gonna show up, so I'm excited. I will say, I don't think Peddler's a good character in general, but I have seen some pretty decent results in this tournament with the characters. I wonder how this is going to translate in this match here. We do see 12 tree and 12-9 for the Coordinator, 12-6 on the Mercenary. Very
oh my gosh.
And we are going to see tree 9 on the side of the Gardener, who is spawning at the factory.
Wow, I never would have seen that if you didn't point it out, because I didn't even look at Mercenary because I was just so sure he was gonna have. But yeah, that tied Flywheel is actually coming out into this match. I mean, you are a Peddler main, I believe you said earlier. Like how does Flywheel stack up compared to Broken Windows against the character?
I do feel like to an extent, Flywheel does give you a lot of uses. And actually, Flywheel on Mercenary really saves a lot because one thing that a lot of people tend to underestimate with Peddler is how good Peddler's camp is. And actually, the Flywheel from Mercenary is like he's able to use Flywheel to at least dodge one of the chips away from Fafa IDV. I do think that, I think both have their own uses. On one hand, I think Broken Windows is really good for just maintaining a lot of distance and getting out of those mind game situations, but does lose to Divine sometimes. And meanwhile, Flywheel can provide a lot of that clutch genes, as I like to call it, but does have a lot of issues with kind of the way the Peddler's kit generally works here. So I feel like it just boils down to preference, actually. As we are going to see here, we're heading right into the match. Not sure if it's loading on my end just yet, but yeah, this is going to be Peddler up against Acrobat, Coordinator, Mercenary, and Gardener.
Yeah, I mean, I think all things considered, Peddler's a pretty good pick here, especially in the factory where there's like these kind of long T-walls area where she can just say no and go right through them. So, it I would think is one of her best maps. Of course, you have the knowledge, so correct me if I'm wrong, but like I think it's one of her better maps to be playing here. And I mean, Peddler has a 100% win rate so far in this tournament, so we'll see what she does with it.
Yeah, we do see here Peddler just casually getting into the pallet out of nowhere. I think he actually hit Gardener's, what he calls Gardener's bubble right here. And we're going to immediately use the Vine right here. Let's see if he's going to be able to get the Gardener. Unfortunately, just a bit too far here. One chip to use here. Meanwhile, Gardener might actually take a second hit as well. So needs to be very careful moving forward here. Does manage to dodge a chip, but that's going to be a hit here.
Yeah, dodges the chip in favor of a basic attack. I mean, I think probably a trade Fafa IDV is more than happy to make, especially now that he's come back, actually taking care of this pallet ahead of time, cleaning it up. Doesn't really have a Vine to work with quite yet, so probably just gonna wait to get that. Looks like now that he has it, I mean, Gardener a bit out in the open, probably gonna just get caught by this one.
Yeah, trying to dodge the Vine here, and he does manage to get the bubble right on time. Tries to use this chip to get the bubble out, and amazing actually from the side of Fafa, using the Hunter's hitbox there to force Gardener to not be able to get to that pallet, and that's going to be a down here, and Blink is still available. So good stuff here for Fafa IDV. The question is now going to boil down to the rescue.
Yeah, I mean, will the rescue be good? I mean, Mercenary did really put his cards on this rescue with that Flywheel tie turn. I mean, he has everything ready to throw at Fafa, and I don't think Fafa is going to be prepared for that probably. So we'll have to see how he chooses to use it. The elbow pad being blocked though, actually. And the Vine capturing him, not quite capturing him ahead of time. Flywheel missing, and it is still going to be a double down. Blink still available for the Gardener.
Yeah, and we are going to see Vine is going to come into play here. Unfortunately, does get the miss. Tries to use the, door here to try and get the Gardener. Unfortunately, to no avail, but Blink comes in and downs the Gardener. And all of a sudden, this Flywheel looks absolutely useless because he missed it. And Fafa looking like at the prime position here to potentially get a 4K. Tree Ciphers officially popped. They need to go for this rescue because they need to stall additional time, as now we are going to see Acrobat working on a new cipher here, as we are going to have the Coordinator come for the rescue.
Yeah, we see the enlarged hitbox really coming into fruition there. Another Vine missing. Really great job from YSL to be baiting all of those out, but Gardener is not going to quite be able to make it. Now Coordinator's going to have to pretty much do her best to harass. I don't think she's going to even try with the gun because of the Vine's existence, and Gardener's going to be eliminated. One cipher not even started. One cipher nearly completed. Only one needs to be done, but they might have a hard time getting it.
Yeah, he was planning to use the Vine to potentially pressure the cipher of the Acrobat, but just pops it right on time. Now he's going to be heading towards Johnny 2016. One elbow pad to use here, and no last cipher just yet, as now Johnny is going to be trying to make his way away from the cipher, going to Sandbags area now. Vine is going to be coming out here. Can Johnny dodge this? Does seem as if that's going to be the case here. So we are going to see Chip here. He does manage to dodge the chip as well. well. So good stuff here from Johnny 2016. Tries to use his skill there, unfortunately messes it up here, but a Vine will clutch it out here. So now Johnny gonna be getting away from this Cypher here at the corner house, and we are gonna see he's gonna be dining right here at Sandbags. They are working on a new Cypher though, so it does seem as if that's gonna be pretty good for them, as we are see actually Acrobat open a chest.
Yeah, Acrobat opening a chest. Potentially to give coordinators something to work with in the future. Well, I say potentially. That's pretty much the only reason you'd ever do that, because she's gonna probably be going near that gate. Has the flare gun. Maybe we'll just have something else to work with endgame. Not allowing. I mean, Acrobat can't really be useful in any other way, so might as well just have it on the map, available. Coming in, yeah, from a pretty sneaky angle. Fafa not really seeing it coming. Potentially catching on now. No, he goes back. And while this is Cypher is being quietly primed.
Yeah, I think, you know, Fafa's just at this point trying to hog resources at this rate. It does seem as if, like, he's not playing aggressive enough, and so all of a sudden, this potentially 4K situation from that really good early game is now going to be at a pretty tie scenario. Acro has to do a good job, though, and he uses the red ball here to force the Hunter to potentially try and down this Acro. Keep in mind, the Mercenary does not have that, you know, tie turner, but unfortunately, we are going to see Mercenary does go down. And keep in mind, this is looking really dire because the Hunter actually has teleport ready, and they just started opening the gate, so TP might come into play here.
Teleport coming in, a Vine available still for the Peddler. Coordinator going to get that shot on the gun. Now, Acrobat is going to have to go to the other gate. That is basically a forced thing at this point, and the problem with that is actually Vine is going to connect on the Coordinator. Coordinator is going to go down. Acrobat slow gate decoding. This could come into play here because Coordinator is going to go on chair, and Fafa is going to have a long time to look for the Acrobat. He cannot go for that gate. Going to probably be able to know where dungeon is if he looks in the center area, which it looks like he has seen. Knows exactly where the dungeon is going to be able to prevent the Acrobat from getting there if he possibly can. This is all of a sudden looking amazing for Fafa.
Yeah, and all of a sudden 4K opportunity here for the side of Fafa. Mercenary not being able to kite for a prolonged period of time really put their situation here into a bind. But now look at this. Acrobat's going to be trying to decode this other gate here, and Fafa making his dash towards the gate. He is already at 60%, 70 here. 3 seconds until the Vine comes in. 80%. We are going to see
Vine
he's right there. Oh my god, it's going to be very close.
He's going to catch him with the Vine. He's going to go down. Down goes the Acrobat, and the force Cypher elimination has come to fruition. Did I just say force Cypher elimination?
Force Cypher elimination, indeed. It's not a Force Cypher, but a Force Survivor elimination. This is what Prototype needs. This is exactly what they needed. A lead against YSL. We mentioned so many times that YSL had these small advantages. They had the band pick, they had the map pick, but all of a sudden that kind of goes into the fray because Prototype is now in the point lead, and YSL needs to make sure they can actually capitalize in this moment.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, all these small advantages, and now all of a sudden, I mean, even if you take advantage on the Survivor side of YSL right now, the best they can do is force an overtime. A forced survivor elimination from YSL's Hunter, the peak you can get, that is only forcing an overtime. So, I mean, Fafa really putting Prototype in a very comfortable position here on the Survivor side, able to play extremely safe, and like 7 Luo now in the hot seat for sure.
Now all the cards kind of in play here for Prototype. They may have been dealt a bad hand initially, but now they're actually playing really, really well here. And for Team YSL, a 4K is what they need to send this to overtime, and that's the only way they'll continue living in this match here. If they don't get that, it's officially goodbye for a potential finals dream here. And we are going to see, this is going to be very intense. I mean, yeah, I mean, they have the advantage technically if we mention it. They have the bans, they have the map. But I mean, at this point, none of this even matters because, like, especially for the global bans, I mean, all they need is a tie, and Balmer is still up. Painter is still up. A lot of other characters that have very strong tie potentials is still up here for this team. So, I mean, really, as you know, this is kind of looking like a dire situation. Actually, something very similar to FNE and FF, where we also saw like how FF got that very early advantage, and regardless of how bad the ban picks looked, I mean, in the end, all they needed was tie characters and a tie to officially win it. Good news, however, for Team YSL is that you have to deal with Tree Face. You either have to deal with an opera singer that a lot of people are saying is one of the best opera singers in the region. You have to deal with Ivy in a small map, or you have to deal with Goatman. And I mean, that's the advantage of having a good ban pick from the very start, is that you have access to all of these characters. They could only ban 2 of these hunters, so one way or the other, one of these characters is going to show up, or perhaps we might even see those non-metas come into play.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Clown, I mean, 7 Low does have a Clown, but not the map for it. And technically, like you said, the advantage is still on the side of YSL, if you really think about it. These small things, I mean, it is their map. It is... Actually, was it Prototype's map? It was YSL's map, wasn't it?
It's YSL's map, yes.
Yeah, it was YSL's map. So it's their map. They have, particularly on the Hunter side, they had a really great early 2 rounds where they played a little bit more off-meta, little different things. So they have really fantastic Hunters ready to go. So technically, the advantage is in their favor, you know, if we were all like, you know, robots playing perfectly at all times. But I think this is one of those moments where we may see the human element kind of come into play, the nerves maybe being on display, or I mean, 7 Low may be able to just turn all that off and perform amazingly, and Prototype just simply has a good game. Like, we'll have to see.
Yeah, and for Team YSL, tournament life on the line here, so lots of pressure, and as you mentioned, this is where the human aspect comes in. So one way or the other, YSL needs to somehow shut that all off to keep their chances of staying here possible. Yeah,
they do, and just a very difficult thing to do at the end of the day as we kind of prepare for the second half of round 3. I mean, it has been a game of inches, really, if you had to describe it as something. You know, I've often heard IDV described as a game of inches, and you know, I agree to that to a certain extent, but I definitely think this set has been a game of inches. You know, YSL building up, you know, these small advantages over time to really giving themselves a great, you know, kind of suite of advantages here in this 3rd round. But you know, Fafa IDV from Prototype, really, when the cards are down, you know, performing fantastic when it really mattered. And now all of these small advantages suddenly become almost necessary, I would say. Perhaps not necessary, but, you know, almost more of a comfort, you know, if anything, instead of like a win. But yeah, it looks like we are going to see the survivors here banning out the Opera and the Goatman. So it looks like out of the 4 horsemen here, they have chosen that they will allow 7 Low to have access to the Shadow. If he decides to play that or not is a different question. For his part, the YSL team here banning out Forward and Coordinator. You know, 2 kind of drawy survivors, I guess, but leaving in Balmer, maybe the face of draw survivors on the table. So a little bit of an interesting decision there. Not wanting to deal with any harassment. That might be a little bit of a clue who they're playing. We'll see.
I'm not sure if the Hunter expected actually for Ivy to be free, because I mean, forward coordinator ban is interesting. He should have probably banned Embalmer coordinator instead. But now not only do you have the psychologist, which deals really well against the Ivy, but you also have the Embalmer, which also deals really well against the Ivy and is a tie hunter character. And now with the mercenary ban, I mean, this is looking more like an Ivy, you know, ban pick. I mean, mercenary is pretty decent against the Ivy as well, but I mean, you know, this is still a very tough matchup. You already have two characters that are already really strong against you, so I wonder if he's going to consider other characters as well. Gravekeeper is going to be showing up here in this round tree. Very interesting, because Gravekeeper isn't the strongest against the Ivy, but still a solid rescuer against any other potential options here.
Yeah, maybe prepare it. Like, you know, Prototype definitely doesn't want to overcommit themselves with, you know, just a whole bunch of Ivy bans, you know, and 7 Luo maybe revealing his hand a little bit there with a prisoner ban, I think is very indicative that he is, you know, planning to go for that Ivy. Definitely, and, you know, Novelist picked, of course, not a super big Ivy counter, but I'm happy to see Novelist, you know. A character, like I said, I think is very underrated, but I mean, we will just... It is really so hard to tell. At the end of the day, you can only go so far with theorizing, and potentially they just have something up their sleeves that we don't even know about. So we will just, you know, I mean, the survivors have picked their personas. Oh no, they just confirmed their characters. They didn't pick their personas. Persona picking is still happening, but I mean, we'll just have to see. We really will just have to see.
Yeah, I mean, Ivy is still up for cards here, especially since Gravekeeper and Novelist are not necessarily strong characters against the Ivy. So we are gonna see, though. Yeah, they are picking the personas. I do think Novelist is going to bring 12-9. We may even see 12-6 Gravekeeper as well, trying to imitate the 12-6 Mercenary, if they do expect the Ivy pick to come out. And that does seem as if that makes the most sense with the Mercenary Prisoner ban. So, I mean, yeah, as you've mentioned, though, we can't really theorize at this point. I feel like a lot of options are up for grab here for 7 Luo.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'll tell you what, S'mores, I never really thought I'd hear myself saying, and, you know, in the end, the second half of a third round, that it's still anyone's game. Like, really, I very much see a world where 7 Luo can pick up all 4 survivors he needs here, and, you know, actually force us into an overtime where, I mean, who knows what's going to happen, and we'll cross that bridge when we get to there, but we're going to see a Bloody Queen in a round where he needs all 4 survivors eliminated. This madman is picking the tie queen in Arms Factory. Wow.
You know, I love the pick, I love the confidence, but I'm not really a big fan with this one. This is a pretty risky pick. Psychologist can take 3 hits. Gravekeeper has a shovel. Novelist can use a book to cancel your, you know, to cancel your, what do you call it, your mirror. I mean, this is not the greatest pick in the world, and I feel like to an extent Prototype knew exactly that this was gonna happen, and all of a sudden 7 Luo at the back title here.
Yeah, I mean, I was seeing in chat, people were maybe saying, you know, potentially Bloody Queen, you know, 7 Luo, he does have that Bloody Queen available. So, I mean, maybe we'll just see the most remarkable Bloody Queen game, you know, of a lifetime. But I really have to say I'm on the same boat with you here, S'mores. Not a big believer in this pick. A tie hunter, usually at the best of times, and there's a lot of tankiness happening with that Gravekeeper, with that Psychologist. You can't really get extra damage because of the Embalmer Coffin. Novelists can get unlimited books and permanently be canceling your mirrors or supporting people that you're trying to go down, and you don't have the greatest ability to deal with that support as a Bloody Queen. So it's a rough matchup. On top of that, we see 3 of the 4 survivors have opted for that full kiting build, which includes Flywheel, which is a huge counter to Bloody Queen. So it's going to be tough, but if anybody can do it, it is 7 Luo from YSL.
Yeah, and this has been quite an interesting match, but for YSL, they need to 4K because in the end, this could end right here, right now. Maybe the pick might be a mistake, but maybe it might just be the miracle that they need. So for Team YSL, 4K is exactly what they need right now. And for Team Prototype, a single escape, that's going to be enough.
Yeah, a single escape, and they have the potential. That Embalmer pick, looming over everyone's shoulders, I'm sure. Very, very much a draw character. A character potentially not even meant for draws, but Embalmer can really sneak an extra survivor out of the gate and out of that game when maybe they would not have under any other circumstances. But I mean, we'll see what 7 Luo is able to do. They have the what is this skin called? It's from they got the perfect marionette accessory. I forget what the skin is called, but it's one of the S tier ones for Bloody Queen, and it looks like they're going for that novelist first.
An immediate hit here. That's going to be amazing here from the side of Bloody Queen, as we are going to see he's going to be trying to close the distance here to Pollux, and that was actually really good mirror on their side. Unfortunately, goes in right inside there and kind of gets blocked. So now Pollux going to be able to get a bit longer here. He needs to use this book to his full potential here. So I wonder, he is actually going to get the vault. So a good mind game there from the side of 7 Luo. Unfortunately, does not manage to win that pallet mind game here. Gonna drop the pallet now, or gonna break the pallet now, and he's gonna use his second mirror. But there we go, we are gonna see that book come into play, and this is the issue up against a novelist matchup. We do see Blink is gonna be ready very soon though, so I wonder, with Flywheel up for grabs as well, let's see what Pollux can do here. I think he's just going to use a third mirror instead, however, but with with Flywheel coming into play, unfortunately, it does not in fact come into play. So that's going to be actually a down at around 60 ciphers.
Yeah, I mean, if the survivors... This is the other thing about Bloody Queen, So now we see that Novelist has been chaired very far away from everybody. It looks like they are going to opt to rescue, but Bloody Queen doesn't have a really great way of forcing the survivors to rescue. Really great map pressure while she's on the chair. She is going to opt to do it here, though. Actually getting that... Wow, getting that blink by a fraction of an inch. The mirror is going to come out. Will it be enough to stop the Gravekeeper in time? It will not! Gravekeeper is going to be hit. It is going to be a double down, but the rescue is still coming forward on the side of Prototype, and the mirror tilt is actually going towards the Gravekeeper, not against the Novelist, so she is going to have to walk all this way against the Novelist, potentially giving him the opportunity to get another book and kite out Tide Turner.
Yeah, and the advantage, at least for the survivors, is the fact that Pollux still has Flywheel to use here, so not yet the end here, at least for Prototype. They can still stall a bit more time here. We are going to see there, unfortunately, Flywheel doesn't show up once again, so I'm really wondering whether this Flywheel is going to be of any use for the survivors, as this is going to be the second chair here for Pollux. He's even going to chair middle, so Problems isn't going to be able to pop the cipher just yet here, as we are seeing they are working on their fourth cipher. Numer is going to be decoding very soon. It seems as if it's going to be Problems now ready to rescue, but Mirror is ready, so I wonder, will it come into play here? And that's going to be exactly the case. Flywheel does come in clutch, unfortunately does not decide to does get another double down actually from the side of 7 Luo, and this is looking very dire again. Mirror on cooldown, Flywheel up, will he use it or will he not? Big questions here. He's deciding not to give Novelist a chance to potentially farm a book. They're now finally working on the last cipher, so Pollux needs to get this Flywheel up after this mirror.
Wow, I mean, the Novelist did get away there with Flywheel, but just amazing game sense, and down goes the Novelist. Amazing games. Look at that, where that mirror was placed. And 7 Luo had no way of knowing where that Novelist was. I mean, maybe that was nostalgic. I doubt it. It just looked like they knew exactly what that Novelist was doing at every moment of every second and just predicted them perfectly.
Yeah, now he's going to try to mirror Psyche here, who does have a shovel to use, does manage to get the shovel right on time, but more resources spent here for the side of the survivors. Good news for them is that they still have resources, but an amazing hit there from the side of 7 Luo. He is doing the impossible. He is trying to force a win situation in his hand here. They're going to try to make a new cipher now that Psyche is going to be injured. He's going back to his cipher, however, and this middle cipher not being popped a while ago is a huge issue issue for them because despite of it being 80%, they're unable to pop it. Psyche does have another shovel to use here, forces him out once again, and now they're working on two completely new ciphers here.
Yeah, I mean, so actually going to go commit to this Gravekeeper, has Blink to use. Coffin, maybe in play, I'm not sure. Actually switches right to Teleport, just baiting out that Psychologist. Maybe wasn't sure where that Psychologist was. Now has eyes on all three survivors in this match. Gonna be trying to mirror either Problems or Psyche repeatedly. I would more than think. Probably not gonna waste that on the Psychologist. Just wasted map pressure. The flywheel coming out. Is 7 Luo gonna be able to get this hit? It doesn't look like it. The barrel stepping in the way. Psychologist is gonna be able to finish this last cipher, and now this winning situation that 7 Luo was trying to force is swiftly turning back into the side of the survivors who are just trying to get a tie out of this.
Yeah, and this is looking pretty dire right now. 7 Luo is going to use his mirror on this Gravekeeper, but unfortunately, after he uses that, that means they can just decode this last cipher scot-free. Now he is going to be able to get the chair on this Gravekeeper, but unfortunately, by the time he does that, cipher is going to be primed, and this is not looking great here. The question is, does he know the Psychologist has 12-9? Because if he knows, he could consider going for it, but no, they decide to pop instead. I wonder if this move is actually worth it here. Now Numer's gonna try to go for the gate on this long side while Problems is gonna stay here. Keep in mind they only need a single escape. Unfortunately, Mirror does not spot Numer there, and so Problems is now the one getting caught in the mids here. He 7 Luo needs a miracle right now. He needs to somehow down this Embalmer without using a single mirror. This is all or nothing now for 7 Luo. A mind game to play and a mind game to win here. We are gonna see he's gonna be able to get that mind game. Now he does use the Coffin here, but with Mirror ready, this is going to be a big question. He needs to get this on the dot, then go for the Teleport here. We are going to see big question now for 7 Luo. Can he get the down? Unfortunately, that borrowed time is going to stall a lot of time here. He is going to get the down.
He is going to be able to get it. Gate pushing 90. The Teleport is going to be coming into. Will the Psychologist be able to get out of the gate in time? Flywheel coming into action. It's hit to the side. Is she going to be able to crawl in time? No. Sticker on the Psychologist, but it's not enough.
And this is insane, a chance to 4K here for 7 Luo. This is looking absolutely bad for the survivors. Embalmer needs a self-heal and Kite for his life. Flywheel is ready, but unfortunately, no. They decide to go for the surrender. There was still a chance to one escape, but they decide, no, we're not going to be playing this. Let's go overtime, and that's going to be the case. That's right, everyone. We are seeing an overtime, an absolute insane game there from 7 Luo.
Oh my gosh, to tell you the truth there, I really thought it was over. I mean, Embalmer, there was so much in the favor of the survivors, and 7 Luo just manages to deal with all of it perfectly. I mean, Embalmer is up. You cannot use anything on this Embalmer because if he just coffins and he gets the rescue, even if you teleport and delay it a little bit, you're probably not going to be able to chase down those last two survivors before you get the gate, before they push the gate, because they're all up. I mean, actually gets the Embalmer, mirrors over to the Embalmer. The Embalmer couldn't quite last long enough. I mean, just another second and that Psychologist would have escaped the gate. Manages to hit just quite to the side. The Psychologist just barely not being able to crawl into that escape zone. And what a match that we just witnessed.
This will definitely go down in tournament history, and YSL gets a breath of fresh air, tied it up once again. We're going to overtime right here, and this is absolutely insane. No one expected it. It was absolutely crazy. We didn't even think Problems was gonna get down from that mirror after the knee-jerk reflex came into clutch. And after he does get down, I mean, the gate was open after the teleport, but Numer, no sticker, really sold him here because he was unable to crawl in time, and now all of a sudden YSL a chance to bring it all back. Good news for Prototype at the very least here is that they have the map pick, if I am correct. So a bit of advantage for Prototype. I feel like everything that we mentioned about advantages comes out of the gate as we are heading into overtime.
Yeah, I mean, YSL, the cards potentially stacked a little bit more in their favor. Now, survivors do have in an overtime round, I believe 3 bans to work with. So, I mean, there is a lot of blockage that can come out for the hunters. Like, they are able to, I mean, for both sides, they are able to get rid of the entire meta. Like, the entire meta is basically gone off the table if the survivors choose to get rid of it. You know, depending on what the map is, they may not, but I mean, there's a lot. Hunters still working with the exact same number of bans as they started with. Only thing really helping them out is the global bans, which are going to be very nice for them, because it gets rid of a lot of survivors at this point. I mean, round 3, we are talking about 9 survivors that are all fairly good because they've been used, that are not available anymore. So, wow.
Yeah, I mean, this is going absolutely insane. Good news is that one more match equals one more chance for Bonbon to show up. All right, guys, give your praise. Come on. Let's see the Bonbon. I'm kidding. But again, this overtime match is going to be incredibly crucial for both teams, because this is now officially all or nothing. Even if you tie this, it will boil down to time. So, you know, a lot of pressure on both teams, man. This is looking kind of, yeah, this is actually kind of insane. I just did not expect an overtime here, especially with the way that match was going. But somehow, some way, 7 Luo manages to bring life back to YSL, and now a chance for them to maybe try and get the final win here. But for Prototype, after all, they were the ones who got themselves in the lead first, so maybe they can do that once again.
Yeah, I mean, wow, just YSL really managing to, you know, to keep their run alive there right at the end. We all thought it was over. I feel like everybody just thought it was all about to end. It was going to be a great set, and we were just going to pack it up and be done for the night. But no, YSL refusing to go into the night without a fight, and they are putting up a real good one at that, because Prototype, just even with that major advantage of that forced survivor elimination in the first half of round number 3, it's not enough to put YSL down, and they come roaring back with a forced survivor elimination of their own from a bloody queen, no less. Like, I really am. I'm floored. I am floored right now, S'mores.
I am honestly, I mean, this is my second match commentating this tournament. It's overtime. Not even, I wasn't even in there fully for the first match. So, you know, imagine my surprise when it went overtime with a bloody queen pick, man. That is absolutely beyond me. It really reminded me so much of when I believe it was Bailu who played the bloody queen up against Weibo Gaming back in Koa 7. It's just the impressiveness. Like, that's just how impressive, you know, 7 Luo played. Like, an absolute demon on that bloody queen. But also respects as well to Fafa. I mean, 7 Luo wouldn't have been forced to 4K if Fafa didn't get that 4K first. And that peddler was just amazing work. Double down after double down after double down. And that was the theme for that match. And now heading into this overtime, still a lot of options for the both teams here. I mean, you still have the same issue that we previously mentioned with the Opera, Ivy, and Goatman being available for Fafa, or sorry, not for Fafa, but rather for 7 Luo. And for the side of Fafa, Soul Weaver, will you ban it or will you not? That is the question for both of these teams.
I mean, I think the answer to that question will all lie in what map Prototype decides to go for. I mean, I imagine they probably have to choose something that at least gives Fafa that option to go for Soul Weaver that way. YSL is probably forced to take it off the table, get rid of it that way, you know, because it is a very respectable Soul Weaver. I mean, you did see Fafa on the Disciple as well earlier, so they're not going to have to respect ban that. but it is a comfort character for Fafa, that Soul Weaver, especially, you know, in this third round where the Hunter character pool particularly is starting to scrape rock bottom. I mean, you are getting to the bottom of the barrel here when it comes to picks. I mean, no team is really preparing for a situation where you have 9 survivor bans, 3 hunter bans, and that's just the global. You get another 3 hunter bans. You're dealing with 6 hunters off the table and a total of 12, actually 13 survivors off the table. So it's a lot of characters that are, you know, crossed out of the books, that, and you don't prepare for this kind of situation, at least not thoroughly.
Yeah, actually, one thing I would be surprised among the global bans is the fact that in both teams, Aeroplanus is still not in global bans. I mean, come on, guys. Aeroplanus is probably, you know, if you think Novelist is your underrated survivor, for me, it's Aeroplanus. People tend to sleep on my dude. He is so solid in most matchups. And I really hope we see the Aeroplanus in this extra round. I believe he even has a decoding buff, right? Even though he's so, like, apparently he does, like, a very minor decoding buff.
I think it's an extra
like
2%, but it's for everyone that touches that cipher. Like, he touches a cipher and it permanently has 2%. I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
Yeah, it's something like that. So I mean, he even decodes slightly faster, you know. So I feel like that's something worth mentioning here.
Yeah, I think the I think the Achilles heel of Aeroplanus, why he's so slept on, is he's hard to pick up. Like, he is a tough character to really use effectively, I think. And I feel like that translates to people, you know, like when you pick up Novelist, you flip people with the book and it's like, that's pretty cool. You know, or something like Antiquarian, you just have so many stuns where it's like, okay, well, how could this character not be good? But Aeroplanus, it takes a pretty high skill, I think, to find value from the character, which is why I think he is he is rated so lowly by a lot of players.
Yeah, and before we're gonna head into this next match, I'm just gonna shout out the chat, bro. I mean, the hype is kind of real. I think Zeus was ranking a while ago, but they're here now, so shout out to them as well. So, a lot of people hyped up for this overtime match, and who wouldn't be? I mean, we just came off an insane 4K from both a Peddler and a Bloody Queen, 2 characters that aren't even conventionally considered meta at all, but that really explains to you the kind of state IDV's in. It's so volatile, this meta, and even against a team composition that's super difficult, somehow both teams kind of just find a way to get the 4K. And I mean, this time around, heading into overtime, I'm really curious, are we gonna see the same theme, 4K from the Hunters, or maybe we'll see the Survivors be the ones to finally step up here and get the win? Because that's definitely a big question here for both these teams.
Yeah, it definitely is. I have to say, I mean, it really, at this point, it could just go either way. It could land on anything. For all I'm concerned, all bets are off. Everything, you know, all the chips are down, the cards are on the table, everything is out in the open now. Like, neither one of these teams are really looking to hold anything back. They've brought each other to the edge, they've pushed each other to the limits of where you can go, and I mean, we're just gonna have to see what they decide to throw at us, because we've seen just crazy things from both sides. I mean, Peddler we never expected, a Bloody Queen, I mean, honestly, a Clerk coming out, like, all of these things. Where is it coming from? It really is bananas. I mean, a Disciple in round 2 by Fafa as well. Like, it's just been such a remarkable set in so many different ways. Like, it's so difficult to predict where it's gonna go next, S'mores.
Agreed. And I mean, this is just honestly, come on, let's get this match started. We're still waiting for them to set it up, but I'm like so antsy right now. I'm like so ready, and we're actually gonna finally see the map from Prototype, Ever Sleeping Town. So scratch what I said about Survivors winning. We are picking a Hunter-sided map instead. So I mean, this is gonna be intense for both teams. In this map, this time around, I mean, we do know for a fact that DMYSL 7 Luo does have access to the cloud. We've mentioned it so many times, and yet it has not shown up a single time. So maybe this is the time. Maybe we can even see a Breaking Wheel, because Breaking Wheel is indeed a meta character. And we are gonna see survivors first for Team YSL. So Fafa IDV on the block once again. I guess, I think 7 Luo needs a bit of a break after that thriller of a match. I mean, your heart must be pounding after getting such an insane forfeit.
Yeah, I mean, I can't, man, gosh, I don't even know what to say. It is just such an exhilarating feeling. I'm sure that they're feeling right now. Probably a lot of relief. That must have been some of the most stressed they've ever been. I mean, I know if it was me, pulling up with a bloody queen to, I mean, you basically brought a knife to where you need to get a 4 survivor elimination, and like pulling up with that and still getting it, like it had to be some of the most stressed they've ever been. So I'm sure they do need a little bit of time to recover, but we've seen Fafa IDV going first once again. I mean, it worked out for him last time, got that 4 survivor elimination, and I mean, we'll see if it works out for him again. Ever Sleeping Town's it's a really hard map to really predict what the hunters are gonna do, because like Ever Sleeping, you could play anything. Like, you have the clown available. I mean, we've talked about the clown so much, but it's here, it's available. Like, you could even play a gamekeeper, a Breaking Wheel could come out, like you could see Wax Artist. There is so much that's available to you. I mean, we could see Fafa IDV's Spider come out, we can maybe see a Bonbon, hint hint, nudge nudge, but it's so hard to say.
Bon Copium goes insane, dog. But, like, I mean, this is actually very interesting, because he can also consider like a tie character like Wax Artist if he wants to. If he has the Pressure Hunters, I think he can also consider it, because like, thing with Pressure Hunters is, if you don't think you're gonna win, you might as well play a Pressure Hunter, because at least you're gonna make them winning a really long time. So for Fafa IDV, I think a lot of choices here that he can kind of make. And oh my goodness, geez, Vero, there's just a lot of global bans. It's kind of impressive the amount of global bans there are right now. And for everyone in the chat, again, root for your favorite teams here, not just the hunters rather, but also the survivors, man. Like, I know a lot of people love Fafa and 7 Luo, but come on, give it up for the survivors, who have done an amazing job, especially in those first 2 rounds, like being able to get those really solid ties to put them into this overtime in the first place, right? So give a round of applause for everyone in this matchup. They have been doing absolutely amazing.
Yeah, they really have, and everybody here, like I said before, like, these 2 teams have pushed each other to the limits, to the edges of where it's possible. I mean, we're sitting here round 4 overtime, like basically as far as you can go. The only further commitment you could really make is having things come down to a time decision, and I'll be honest, I really hope that it doesn't come down to that, because that's just, that's an unfortunate way to find out you've lost, and potentially not a fulfilling way to find out you've won, is just that time difference. But, we have to break the tie somehow, and if these 2 teams just refuse to give each other even an inch, then, there has to be some sort of deciding factor to it.
I do wonder, what is Fafa IDV gonna play? I'm seeing some in the chat say that he will be playing the Ripper. Very interesting mentions from the chat. I also think there's a chance here for potentially the Hermit. It's also possible. I just think that, like, he has access to like so many hunters that I feel like again, trying to guess what he's playing is a bit tougher than it is. Wu Chang also is a possibility now that we're on a larger map. So, lots of choices here from Fafa IDV. I cannot, lie. I think, for me, I'm really hoping it's the Wu Chang. I like watching Wu Chang a lot more than the other hunters, no lie. So maybe that will be the case. Maybe Breaking Wheel, because I did use the main Breaking Wheel as well back then. So maybe we'll see that too. But yeah, lots of options here for Fafa. Lots of winning hunters for Fafa. Surprisingly, not a lot of Thai hunters, especially since he's given up and that early. So I do wonder, kind of gonna bet big here for Fafa IDV and try to go for the win, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I do know Fafa does have a Ripper. I've seen him play Ripper a couple times before. It's been, I mean, he's done a very, very great job. I don't know how practiced he is on it recently. I mean, to be fair, I didn't know he was practicing Peddler recently either, so... I mean, I get this at the end of the day. I don't really know all that much, but... I mean, I'm just here going through the list. Like, I have a list of all the hunters on my right-hand side right now. And I'm just going down the list and thinking, okay, well, maybe... And just looking for possibilities. And the first character that I arrived is like, oh, maybe Photographer probably won't get played. Hell Ember, that's probably a no. But then there's just so few.
One of those two. Yeah, I mean, actually, no. I feel like it's still a lot of characters. I mean, you also have to remember that outside of all of this, I mean, they do have 3 hunter bans now heading into this round. So for the side of team YSL, a lot easier to ban his characters, but then again, it's just a lot of characters, as we are going to see Hullabaloo, Opera Singer, and I do wonder, Soul Weaver is going to be the bans here, and this makes just a lot of sense for the Survivor team. I mean, gotta respect the Soul Weaver, right? And
yeah.
For the side of, Fafa, I mean, Breaking Wheel is up for grabs. Wu Chang is up for grabs. Ripper is kind of up for grabs. I'm not really a believer in the Ripper. Axe Boy too, I think they also play Axe Boy, correct me if I'm wrong. Like, way back then. Actually, this Ento pick, it's giving Ripper Axe Boy counter, so very interesting that they pick it up.
Yeah, I know Zeus is in the chat right now, probably very happy to see an entomologist pick. That's his favorite character. I mean, I don't know. We do actually see something kind of interesting in that Ivy is still available. Like, Fafa could pick Ivy in theory. I mean, I feel like although, maybe Ivy is theoretically a good pick, we probably assume Fafa does not have an IV if the survivor's not, like, at least counter-picking it at this point, so... Yeah, there's something off the table.
Yeah, and one thing to actually note is that there has been some tech, and there has been some matchups where we kind of learned that Ento is actually really decent against an Ivy. Like, I don't know if people have realized that Ento has a pretty decent matchup against Ivy as of recent, but look at this team composition. I mean, I'll have to say this is kind of disgusting, man. I mean, you have the mechanic, but also the postman to make this decoding a lot faster. You have a harasser, but also entomologist. And in my head, I feel like in their view, I think they're actually going to give Ento the Tide Turner, because in my opinion, I think they're considering that Ripper or Axe Boy might be played, and if that's the case, no one can really rescue as safely outside of entomologists. So I think very possible if they're gonna give someone the Tide Turner, it's gonna be the Ento. I'm not sure if giving it to Cowboy is the right choice, but I mean, again, anything can happen here. Any character could be played. Hell, even Hermit could be played, albeit I don't think it's that likely.
Yeah, nor do I. I mean, really, this Survivor team comp is just... This is... I really don't know what to say to this other than it's just a little of this, a little of that, throw it all together and hope that it works. Like, this is like the first iteration of building a deck in like a deck builder game, like Yu-Gi-Oh or something, where you throw it together and like hope that it works well because you don't know what else to do. And I feel like this is what we're seeing here from the survivors, and it is going to be the Wu Chang.
Let's go. I was gonna say that this team composition countered the sculptor so much, but we know Fafa doesn't have sculptor from my memory. But Wu Chang, this is kind of the big concern with playing Ento, because with Insolence, Blackguard just has a lot of ways to deal with Wu Chang. Hell, White Guard does too, to an extent. This is kind of a bit of a concern. We do see it wasn't actually the Ento that brought the Tide Turner. Indeed, it was the Cowboy who ran 12-6, Mechanic on 12-9 as well, while Ento and Postman are on 12-3. And yeah, Wu Chang seems to be the most reasonable pick. There's not an immediate counter against Wu Chang in this composition. One thing he has to note, though, is he needs to hope that his early chase is going to be as good as can be, because the ciphers are going to be fast AF. So he needs to be getting this chase as fast as possible. Maybe bring Blink here for his end, maybe bring 12-6, or he could also consider bringing 6-9 if he really wishes to get that chase as fast as possible.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, probably just goes for the Postman here. We can just teleport over and really cut him off from getting into that house without taking a hit. So I think that's probably what the plan here is for Fafa. But I mean, you can go for anybody as Wu Chang. Maybe tries to jump scare the Cowboy or Entomologist out of surprise, even going all the way for the Mechanic and potentially trying to get some extra presence from the bot, because Wu Chang is definitely a hunter that scales with presence. So the faster you can get that, the better. And I mean, like, again, much like the character selection, really all options are open and on the table.
Yeah, so definitely, actually very interesting that they didn't play Breaking Wheel here, because it was very possible to play Breaking Wheel here, but instead we're seeing the Wu Chang, and honestly, I'm just as happy. So we're heading into overtime. First half here, up YSL Survivors up against Prototype Hunter Fafa. This is going to be huge, and Fafa definitely wants to 4K, meanwhile YSL Tree Escape is the goal.
Yeah.
We're gonna be.
Oh, go ahead.
We're going to be heading right into this match here, as he is deciding not to chase the Postman, instead head into this Ento and immediately just throwing this umbrella, which was incredibly accurate, and Ento's bees immediately disperse. Not the start you want to see here. We are going to see he's probably going to hold the charge attack here and try to get the hit, and he unfortunately doesn't get the hit there, which was kind of huge here. Now Ento's bees will be quite ready soon enough. We do see Hunter decided not to bring Insolence, brought fast pallet breaking, but decided not to bring that window block or confined space. We are going to see here Entomologist is one of her advantages. She's just really fast with the bees on her. Now we are going to see those bees are going to get dispersed once again, and now Flywheel is going to be ready very soon, going to try to intercept this this Entomologist. I think he's going to get the hit here. What an amazing Flywheel here from this Entomologist, and I mean, he's doing an amazing job here. Yeah,
this Entomologist is just doing an extremely long kite. Blink coming out to secure the first hit here. The swarm of insects really at a low durability now. Probably one more hit and that's going to be going away. We do have these Twin Souls Umbrella coming up here in just a second. Entomologist making distance in this moment. It's not going to matter too much. Kind of sticking herself between a rock and a hard place with fast pallet breaking on this pallet. Not really gonna... Yeah, Fafa probably gonna be able to tag those bees and get the hit here, but the Cypher progress is looking stellar. Stellar, I tell you, from the side of YSL.
Yeah, and we are going to see here, this is the advantage of having both Mechanic and Postman, and Cowboy trying to harass. Unfortunately doesn't get the lasso there, kind of got a bit too quick with it. I think he missed actually, so very unfortunate from the side of Cowboy here. And we are going to see he now knows where this Cowboy is, but these ciphers are just so fast here. This is kind of the issue. I was very surprised he didn't go for the Postman, because now Postman just decoding this really, really fast. Now Cowboy's going to use one of his lassos, and I think he's going to try to go for the double down. Nice flywheel, actually. We are going to see here, tries to go for the hit through the pallet here, does manage to go for the cowboy, but now Entomologist making distance away, and now Fafa trying to make the read here. Unfortunately, does not get the read, and the pallet is still very much available for use here for the Entomologist, playing the mind game here. It's already past Tide Turner, so he's just going to break the pallet here and try to get this down.
Yeah, I mean, Entomologist kiting. Cowboy has fallen down on the ground, but because of Mechanic's robot, that actually isn't really going to slow down their decoding in a super meaningful way. They are going to have to send somebody to rescue the Entomologist for a second time, but the problem with that for the Fafa here is that the ciphers are basically done. Like, the ciphers are almost ready. They got one that they've already primed. They've decided that's going to be their last cipher. They're sending in the postman. Fafa is not aware where that postman is even coming from. He's not probably going to be able to get this soul siphon if he doesn't find him soon. Yeah, I mean, this is just looking great for the survivors.
Yeah, and he does decide to stun the hunter, forcing the soul siphon away here. I think he's gonna get the rescue. Doesn't immediately rescue here, but now down comes in to play, and now Fafa IDV trying his best to down this Ento as fast as possible. Keep in mind the tram is actually here in the vicinity, but he's not gonna go for it. I think he's gonna go for the blink down here, and I think it lagged on my end, so I'm not sure if it got downed. But
yeah, it looks like it. The gates are getting pushed though, and the gates are going to be open. I don't think Fafa has any sort of window to be able to get this. This is going to be a 3-survivor escape, everybody, from YSL. A magnificent performance from the survivor side, a dungeon escape to end things off here. And there you have it. I mean, there is a path back in for Prototype, but this is a tough ask for the survivors to replicate, actually even do better.
yeah, and I agree. I mean, this is the power of the Cypher Rush. Chasing the Ento, kind of a bit of a weird choice considering that Postman and Mechanic was available, and they were just gonna Cypher Rush them. And Ento doing an amazing job kiting, even though there was a bit of that early mistake there where Ento was forced to kind of expand their bees very early on. And so all of a sudden, this tree escape puts YSL at the lead, first time actually in this matchup. And all of a sudden, Prototype needs to win as survivors, which they haven't this matchup at all. So lots of pressure now on Prototype. Again, all or nothing here for both YSL and Prototype. So I feel like for YSL's Hunter here, 7 Luol, come on, just play the Thai Hunter. Don't risk anything. I feel like it'd be way too risky to try to play something more daring, you know, than maybe an Ann or a Wax Artist. And for the survivors, try to win. It's kind of the main thing that you have to do at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what we can definitely expect out of 7 Lua here is just, I mean, Wax Artist actually solid on this map. I don't know why I was stuck in Arms Factory, but Wax Artist is solid on Never Sleeping Town. You have the Disciple pick still available to you. I am not a big fan of the Disciple pick, but like in a tie situation, you know, like if that's what you feel comfortable getting that tie with, I mean, it is absolutely an option to you. Survivors, I mean, Survivors have 3 bans at this point, so they could get rid of the entire meta, which I feel like 7 Luo probably a little bit more familiar with, you know, conventionally meta hunters than potentially Fafa would be. You know, we see YSL just kind of leaving the Ivy open because they just know he doesn't have that pick available to him. But, you know, you did say, S'mores, that Prototype has yet to win as on the survivor side, at all of this set, and the same exact thing was true about YSL until just moments ago. I mean, I've said it before, I will continue to say it, pressure makes diamonds, and there is a lot of pressure on Prototype right now. If anyone can pull it off, it is these Prototype survivors, so it is just going to be a fantastic match to watch.
Yeah, one thing though for Seven Luo is actually, it's very interesting because he has the meta options, but he's played anything but meta. He's played Hullabaloo, which is, yeah, pretty meta, but not the same as he was back in Koa 7. Then he played Clerk in a team composition that wasn't that great against Clerk, and then played Bloody Queen in a team composition that wasn't that great against Bloody Queen. If anything, Seven Luo has kind of defied the odds here from the very start, and now at this very final match, all he needs is a tie. He's now kind of at a relaxed mode. He's not pressured as much. Yes, pressure makes diamonds, but sometimes you crack under the pressure, and that's something that Prototype does not want to fall habit into.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. Pressure does make diamonds, but it also crumbles some people to dust, and we'll have to see, which reality is going to be true for Prototype here. This is a incredibly difficult position for them to be in. I mean, Seven Luo just been very dominant over this set. I mean, you have said as well that he's played anything but the meta, really. I mean, of course, Hullabaloo exists. That has to be said, but Clerk and Bloody Queen both into comps that really were pretty rough to go against. So it's gonna be a hill to climb. It is a trek, a big mountain for these Prototype survivors that they're gonna have to get over. But I mean, like I said, if anyone can do it, I have faith in them to be able to, and we will just see. We will just have to see. There is just some great Identity 5 ahead of us. That's all I can tell you for sure.
Outside of Wax Artist and Anne as potential tie options, I can think of one short little dude that's also a very tie character here that you're very much a big fan of. Card 26, man. I'm not sure Seven Luo has access to it, but I do think it's also something worth considering in his slew of picks. Some people have mentioned he has Hermit, some people have mentioned he has Breaking Wheel, some people have mentioned a lot of things. Regardless of whether he has these things, one thing he has to remember is that all he needs is a single tie. If not even a tie, all he needs is a character that basically slows down the game. A character that basically forces the team to kind of just kind of play slower than usual, because their 4 escape was relatively fast for a team, and that's actually very advantageous for them, is because regardless of whether Seven Luo loses this, all he needs to do is stall time. Now, I don't think Hermit is still a great pick. Regardless, Hermit is one of those few characters that gets 4 escaped quite frequently, but there are many other characters that are very pressure heavy that could be picked up here, and I think Seven Luo either considers that or plays a tie hunter.
Yeah, I have to say I agree with you. I mean, you do have to be a bit careful when you're trying to slow the game down, because of course, if the Prototype survivors do manage to pull off a 3 survivor escape, they that slow game, I believe. Actually, no, you're right. You're actually right. They would have to pull off a 4 survivor escape, because even that slow game would slow them down. No, I was thinking about it in the opposite way, but no, you're correct. Slowing down the game actually is probably the play here. More than likely, we'll see a Hermit come out for that reason. I mean, other characters, I guess, could. I mean, maybe we'll see a Photographer. There is. You never know.
No, please, bro. But then again, I feel like Hermit, as I've mentioned, such a 4 escapable character, and honestly, even though I want them to slow the game, I don't want them to slow the game in a sense that they might get 4 escape. And I feel like Hermit's just one of those characters that we see get used in these formats. We see like, oh, our survivor team 4 escape, I just need 1 kill. And then they play Hermit for some reason and get 4 escape themselves. But we're heading into these ban picks now. Keep in mind, one advantage again of Seven Luo's game here. Seer and Antiquarian are in global bans. He doesn't even need to think about banning them, as now he is hovering at that Priestess. I do wonder what his next ban is gonna be. Psychologist is out. Wildling, First Officer, and Merc are actually all out, and he's hovering on that Novelist ban. I do wonder if he bans that Mercenary, forces them out of those rescue roles, but no, he bans the mechanic, wants to slow down decoding.
Yeah, I definitely think, I mean, just to go back to it, slowing down decoding is the name of the game. We see immediately all 3 meta hunters that are not globally banned are going to be banned by Prototype. Not immediately. Thinking about maybe switching one of them out, maybe two. We'll have to see. You know, they can definitely allow one of them out to play maybe, and just give 7 Lua potentially an option that's just too tantalizing to resist, but it looks like they are going to lock those bans in, so I mean, it's confirmed we will be seeing something a little bit crazy, and I do think the Hermit theory is great, but you know what? Maybe I'll hold on to my theory of Joseph. You know, you never know. It could happen.
You never, that is true, you never know. But they're holding on this coordinator right now, and I kind of like this pick, gives them a lot of the support. And Prisoner immediately comes out. They're realizing we need a decoder stat. We need to make sure we escape faster than them. So this Prisoner is a pretty solid pick here. One thing about this team is that so far, even though they have a cord, still somewhat fragile. Not a lot of strong kiters yet, as Novelist now gets banned here, as he was hovering actually about it a while ago. So I do wonder, Gamekeeper seems very plausible here actually, as he has yet to they have yet to pick a character against Gamekeeper, and Gamekeeper is really difficult to typically for escape against. So Postman does come in play as well here, and I do wonder, for Survivor ban here, he could consider banning a Rescuer, but I highly doubt that they're playing a Rescuer anyways. He could also ban another character, like a Perfumer perhaps, if he really wants to pick that Gamekeeper, but no, he's actually going to ban the Mercenary here. But I don't know if they're even going to play the Decoder, because it feels like they're trying to go with a fast decoding composition here.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Decoding is the name of the game. Got that Prisoner, got the Postman. Maybe because of the Postman, they could consider... Nope, no, it's going to be triple decoder coordinator. The coordinator being the character that, you know, the rescue character that can rescue and has the least decoding debuffs, because when she has that debuff, she's rescuing anyway, so it's not really a big deal. This is... If I had to describe it, it would be a glass cannon.
Yes, I agree here. And honestly, shout out to the one guy who has been waiting for a lawyer pick, like, in the chat. I have been seeing it's like the guy after Postman got picked. It's like, Postman before lawyer? Like, in the chat. So there you go. The lawyer has been selected. Your wishes have been heard. But yeah, I agree. This is very much a glass cannon composition. And I can actually see a character like Breaking Wheel just get played immediately, because like, what is your kind of, you know, options here? You're kind of just going to get pressured. If Breaking Wheel brings detention, even, like, you don't actually have a lot of ways around it, and you know, there's just a lot of ways to play this. But I think Breaking Wheel is actually a very potential character here, very force capable, but I think that's also the same that goes with Hermit and a lot of characters that have strong pressure tools. If he plays Wax Artist and Anne here though, I do worry that he may get Cypher rushed faster than the Fafa got Cypher rushed last game if he doesn't play it that well. So a lot of choices here. 4-7 Wolf decides to go for the Wax Artist though.
Yeah, I mean, I do think you're very much correct in saying that. It's definitely a worry that Wax Artist, he does have the pressure in the sense he can place the wax on the ciphers. However, if the survivors are, you know, kind of dying away from ciphers, as, you know, these really good players probably will be able to do, they will be able to find a way to just get themselves away. Wax Artist, he is going to struggle a bit with taking away their decoding progress, and potentially may fall victim to getting Cypher Rush by, like, you're at least getting 2 decoders. Like, Postman, Prisoner, Lawyer, at least 2 of them are going to be going on ciphers at all times, and they're going to be chewing through them quick. So, I mean, there's a big time limit on how long that this Wax Artist can spend on a chase, but if he can get his downs quickly, it's all but over.
Yeah, and one thing we do know, at least for Wax Artist, is that he can stall time. That's something that's really important. We saw that despite playing Wu Chang, he kind of never pressured the ciphers at all, and that's kind of the reason why they managed to code so fast, get out of the gate incredibly fast, and all listed above. But in this match, it's a bit different. Wax Artist, he knows he only needs a tie. In fact, if he only needs a single kill, as long as it's slow enough. And so for 7 Luo, if things get dire, things go bad, he may just consider using something like warp or teleport to go to the most Dakota cipher and just basically pressure it. And you can't really do anything other than maybe play for a dungeon escape. And yeah, that's something worth considering here in this match, as he's actually going to spawn right beside the coordinator here, so blocking the cipher here at Graveyard. And he could consider chasing Lord. He could consider also chasing Cord, forcing the gun out very early, and then maybe switching targets after that happens. But yeah, a lot of options here for 7 Luo.
A lot of options. I mean, I think we can both agree that this game really hinges on just what kind of kite we see from the survivors in the early game. If we see an early down or not, I think really is just going to define this, because an early down, it doesn't really matter who it's on. I mean, especially if it's on coordinator. Maybe if it's on a decoder, it will be okay, but yeah, I think that is just really the hinge that all of this is going to be hanging on.
And yeah, this is gonna be the last match of the night, the last match of the quarterfinals. Shout out to your teams here, root for YSL or Prototype, as we're heading right into this match. Wax Artist is gonna be heading right towards Psyche, who's already making the rotation away. Pollux, on the other hand, using that lawyer map, calling out for the survivors here. And it does seem as if this cipher is actually not that favorable for them. Problems is gonna be pressured away, and Numer is actually maybe just the first chase here for the survivor.
Yeah, I mean, we see he's already created this fortress area with those 2 pouts. Narrowly takes a stun, just barely escaping from it. But, I mean, Numer's already off to the races. He's rotated very far away. And potentially, I mean, we could see a Tram play. Tram is something that does exist against the Wax Artist. Not going to end up going for it. Actually takes a hit on his way, rotating into this graveyard area, but he's getting away from these ciphers. This is what they needed to do. This is the game plan. Actually might go on the Tram now if it's still there. It's not.
I do think that they're not going on a Tram because it might share right beside Lawyer here. And now Numer kind of with nowhere to use, does have a stun to use, does also have a flywheel to use. Unfortunately, he's stunned on that 75 range. He's going to get down here. Look at the ciphers at 60-50, and he's going to chair near Problems. So the cipher here is going to get pressured, and this is actually pretty good for 7 Luo, because again, yes, he needs a tie, but even a tree escape, as long as it's slow enough, as long as he forces these ciphers to go as slow as possible, it's still a good position here for the side.
There's no way this works. This is a thing, you can do this? That, you got it!
Yes, you can. Yeah, and now we are going to see here, Psyche is going to take the hit here. I wonder if the gun's going to come in play. Decides not to use it at all. Flywheel does come in clutch here. Blink is very much ready here. I didn't even notice that he had Blink here. And now Numer is going to be going down. And I mean, this is looking actually pretty bad for the survivors. They need a tree escape, but they also need to do it fast. And Numer is going to be on the chair the second time with 4 ciphers still remaining.
Yeah, I mean, 4 ciphers still remaining. The potential is there to get them done pretty quick, but I mean, Numer is going to have to do a rebound kite that's pretty remarkable to be able to last that long. I mean, we do see he does have his stun back available. That's going to be, that's going to be on the table for him, but no flywheel. Flywheel's pretty much done for him unless he can last a very long time, about another minute. So yeah, this glass cannon, that's the problem with them. You fire them the wrong way and they fall apart.
Yeah, now they're going to try to go for the rescue here. A gun is going to come out here to stall additional time. And now this is do or die here for the survivors. They need to support Prisoner here because Prisoner needs to stall additional time. But no, they're deciding not to here. Hot Wax is going to kill the Prisoner. He forgot that Hot Wax can kill him here. And now all of a sudden, Problems is going to take a hit. 2 ciphers still remain and they can't even harass because guess what? Problems is now at 84 Wax here. He could try. Unfortunately, that's not going to be enough, though. Dog may come in play here, but he's going to chair inside Graveyard. That's going to be one survivor down, and this situation is getting dire. Not only do they still need to make a whole cipher, they have to do it in time here, because again, they're playing against time as well. Now we are seeing problems is within the vicinity, and it seems as if he's actually running towards the Hunter. Very interesting that happened, as we are going to see the Hunter actually did not see the survivor, but at this point he's just stalling. He's just going to pressure these ciphers, and at this point he doesn't care. He realized that he's stalling so much time. This is not looking good for the side of Team Prototype.
Yeah, I mean, just very consistent on getting these these wax ciphers, I must say. Although this one not seeming to find success. There we go, finally gets it after depleting pretty much his whole supply. The cipher near corner house, it is getting pushed. Coordinator does not have a decoding debuff right now. Not a whole lot of wax to use to really stop it, but I feel like even if, I mean, of course we still need to entertain the idea that Prototype can get all three of their survivors out of the game right now. It's just not going to be fast enough. It really just is not going to be fast enough, S'mores.
Yeah, and now he's trying to bait out the flywheel here, and does manage to bait out the flywheel just right on time, and that's going to be a down. Keep in mind, this basement's even here. I mean, this is not looking great for Prototype survivors, and all of a sudden, situation's looking dire. They still need a tree escape, but at this point, the time is taking so long. 7 Luo realizing that he's basically won at this point. They're just not going to be too fast, and even if they were, I mean, it's going to be difficult to even get the tree escape coming from basement of all things, as we are going to see Pollux is now going to try to go for the rescue here, and I think he's just trying to wax him down here, and we are going to see, yep, wax does come into play. He is going to 100 wax. Yep, there we go. Hot wax comes in clutch there, and now Psyche is just going to go down at basement. I mean, what can you do? Doesn't even have borrowed time here, and that's going to be the second chair. The tension is up, and I think this is going to be over here. Unfortunately for the survivors, they could try to go to rescue, but what can you really do in this scenario? And honestly, 7 Luo, all he has to do is wait 30 more seconds, and that's going to be 2 survivors out and a win for them, and a chance to make it to semifinals already. And I mean, Pollux now standing at dungeon here. Problems decoding the gate, and it seems as if they're not going to the rescue, and that might just be it.
Yeah, I think this is just a done deal here. It's the coordinator expires, sealing it off. They are now not able to get this under any circumstances. I mean, you know, the lawyer Pollux over there, he's gonna get a dungeon escape for style points, but style points are not something we count here at the Seaside Summer Marina, unfortunately. And you know that is gonna seal their fate of Prototype. Congratulations to YSL. They are going to be moving on to the semifinals, everybody. After such a hard-fought game, just really managing to pull off a remarkable move with their survivors in the first half of overtime. And I cannot wait to see more from this team.
Yeah, and definitely the story of tonight is 7 Luo. If it weren't for the 4K of Bloody Queen, they wouldn't even have a chance to stand here today. So give your flowers to 7 Luo, guys, and to YSL survivors who got that tree escape, which was more than enough to actually get them the win here. And also give your flowers to Prototype. They have fought so hard. The Peddler 4K here from the side of Fafa, a huge win, forcing YSL back to the corner. Unfortunately, though, it is not enough, and we're going to be seeing YSL at the semifinals, while we'll be bidding farewell to Team Prototype.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, just really fantastic play from both sides. I mean, like you said, definitely give your flowers to YSL, give your flowers to Pro. Like, just, you know, just show some love for both teams, because they put up an amazing match, you know, really brought each other down to the wire, pushed each other until, you know, they could not push any further, and, you know, finally something has to give, and unfortunately that something was Team Prototype. But I mean, YSL fans are celebrating right now because they are going to be moving on into the semifinals, going against, I believe, Team Omni. Let me confirm that. Yes, so YSL is going to be going against Team Omni here. I mean, that is going to be a really amazing matchup to watch as well. I just keep saying, I say it at the end of every day, I just can't wait for tomorrow, S'mores.
Yeah, and now we came all the way from 32 teams and now down to our final 4. So let's give our round of applause to all the 4 teams that are still here with us, which is none other than, as you just saw, YSL, Persona, Frogfin, as well as Omni. And in the next few days, we'll be finding out which one of these 4 is worthy of the title.
Yeah, we absolutely will be. I mean, there is only 2 days left, everybody. I keep saying it again and again, but it is only getting better from here. These matches we've seen are absolutely insane. Some of the greatest, I think, competitive Identity 5 I have seen on the NAEU server, dwarfing even, dare I say, some of the official events with how fantastic it's been. Maybe that's a little bit of bias because I've been casting it, but I really do think that it has just been a joy.
Yeah, and I mean, it's unfortunate that we have to end tonight, but do not worry, do not fret. We will be seeing matches tomorrow, which is going to be, I believe, Omni up against YSL and Persona against Frogfin. So very intense matchups. I'm super excited, you know. I can't even tell you which matchup I'm looking forward the most. I think I'm just looking forward to both, man. I mean, they all played incredibly well today. We saw how Omni and Persona getting 2-0 in their respective brackets. Frogfin barely clutching it up against FNE, and just a while ago, as you saw, YSL getting that overtime clutch against Team Prototype.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to give a real quick shout out to Daniela here with the 200 ARS donation. Very kind of you right there with the very cute super sticker of the little controller doing the woot woot dance. Woot woot indeed, because we are going to be going into the semifinals tomorrow, everybody. 4 teams remaining, and we will see which of them earns the right to go into the finals and compete for the grand prize. It's just going to be fantastic, Identity 5, but that is all that we do have for you tonight. I mean, do you have any last words before we close out here, S'mores?
Hopefully there's a guard 26 tomorrow. Hey, man, we still need to see the bonbon, man. This tournament is not complete without it. So, you know, to all the semifinalists listening right now, please bonbon tomorrow. Do it for YL7, guys. Anyways,
yeah, I promise I will love you forever.
Yeah, super excited for the matchups tomorrow, but I guess that's all for me. Thank you so much for having us for this tournament. We'll see you next time.